Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that, setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudice, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the President, by the Vice President.
Honorable Senators, I wish to advise that the President of the Senate, Senator the Honorable Wade Mark, is currently acting as President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Michael S.V. de Labastide, SC, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, and from His Excellency the Acting President, Wade Mark. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by His Excellency Wade Mark, Acting President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Daniel Rasheed, whereas Senator the Honorable Wade Mark has temporarily vacated his office of the Senator to act as the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Vice President of the Senate is required to perform the duties of the President of the Senate, and as a result, a vacancy has arisen in this Senate. Now, therefore, I, Wade Mark, Acting President, as foresaid, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, and in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44, do hereby appoint you, Daniel Rasheed, to be the member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from 27th October 2025, and continuing during the appointment of the Senator, the Honorable Wade Mark, as the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Given under my hand and seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 25th day of October 2025. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Josh Drayton, whereas Senator Michael Simon Victor de Labastide, SC, is incapable of performing his duties as Senator by reason for his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President, as was said, in the exercise of the power invested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Josh Drayton, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from 17th October 2025 and continuing during the absence of the Senator Michael Simon Victor de la Bastille, SC, from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 17th day of October 2025. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Daniel Rasheed, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
I, Josh Drayton, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives, appearing on the order paper and the supplemental order paper, the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Attorney General, the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Appropriation Financial Bill 2026, Financial Year 2026 Bill 2025 will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
Attorney General.
Madam Vice President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name: the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Declaration of Treaty Number 2, Order 2025.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Vice President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. The statutory instruments as follows: the Value-Added Tax Amendment to Schedule 2, Number 2, Order 2025, Excise Duty, Tobacco Products Amendment, Order 2025, and the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment, Order 2025. Executed loan agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Corporación Andina de Fomento in the amount of US $35 million to finance a project to strengthen digital infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago through the establishment of a Tier 4 data center. The annual audited financial statements as follows: Trinidad Nitrogen Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2024. The Caribbean Airlines Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2016. The National Maintenance, Training and Security Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2024. And the National Investment Fund Holding Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2024. The draft estimates and budget documents as follows: the draft estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2026, the draft estimates, details of estimates of recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2026, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year 2026, the draft estimates of development program for the financial year 2026, the draft estimates of revenue for the financial year 2026, the Social Sector Investment Program 2026, the Public Sector Investment Program Trinidad 2026, the Public Sector Investment Program Tobago 2026, the State Enterprises Investment Program 2026, and the Review of the Economy 2025.
Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Vice President, I beg to move that a bill entitled an act to provide for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2026 be now read a second time. Madam Vice President, may I warmly congratulate you on your ascent to the chair. I'm very proud of my neighbor from Maracas to be able to sit in this chair and to lead this honorable house in the proceedings follow. Madam Vice President, it is with deep honor and a profound sense of duty that I rise to move that a bill to provide for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending September 30th, 2026 be taken as we now open, allow me to present my opening remarks. Madam Vice President, it will be remiss of me if I don't express in a preeminent way my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, SC and MP of Trinidad and Tobago, for her leadership and endless hours spent meticulously guiding the development of the Appropriation Bill 2026. I also want to put on record, Madam Vice President, my profound respect gratitude and admiration to the Honorable Devendra Tanku, Member of Parliament for Faizabad and Minister of Finance, and to the people in the Ministry of Finance who have so meticulously worked extremely hard in order to provide this budget for our country's well-being and development. I also want to thank all my colleague ministers and all their staff for the excellent preparations that they would have contributed in order to make this presentation the success that it is. And I wish to also thank the staff in my own ministry for their invaluable contribution and for their tirelessly working hard to make sure that we meet these obligations. But Madam Vice President, this budget represents the first major financial statement of this new administration and set the tone for this government's financial framework for the coming fiscal. It is a declaration of purpose to restore confidence, rebuild the economy, and renew hope across every community of our beloved nation. Madam Vice President, the 2026 Appropriation Bill is presented to this Honourable House at a critical juncture in our country's history. At a time when people of our great islands, through their democratic right, call for an administration committed to transparency, compassion, and effective governance, this administration has answered that call. Respecting the voice of our citizens, this new administration, under the guidance of our Prime Minister, has delivered a national budget centered on fiscal prudence and people-centered governance for the first time in almost a decade. To quote one public commentator, this is a budget that overwhelmingly demonstrates that fiscal responsibility and social equity can coexist. Our budget presentation for 2026, TNT First, Building Economic Fairness through Accountable Fiscal Policies, is anchored by 5 strategic pillars that provide guidance to our public policy. 1, restoring confidence and fiscal stability. 2, unlocking productive investments and jobs. 3, optimizing and commercializing public assets. 4, modernizing infrastructure, transport and digital services. And 5, protecting citizens through social investment and safety nets. The 2026 Appropriation Bill aims to create a synergy between fiscal discipline and developmental ambitions. What this means is that while we have to propose measures to raise additional revenue for Trinidad and Tobago's national goals, these revenue-gaining measures will also simultaneously contribute to other policy commitments such as climate change mitigation, infrastructure development, educational enhancement, and much more, and with a special focus on job creation. To support our intent to increase employment, the Minister of Finance announced the establishment of an employment fund in the Ministry of Finance. The Honourable Prime Minister, as you may recall and already come to know, has already launched an ongoing national recruitment drive on October 19, which is phase 1 of a promise to ensure job security. Phase 2 will be in partnership with the private sector, and my colleague ministers will elaborate on this as we go on in this debate. We have therefore been demonstrating action towards fulfilling our campaign promises focused on economic impact through job creation, increased investment, and fiscal growth. It has been calculated by some economists that the strategic measures outlined in the budget laid out by the Minister of Finance have the potential to fund the fiscal deficit projected to be almost $4 billion, which is roughly 2% of our nation's gross domestic product, which is instructive in that what we are doing so without imposing hardship on the most vulnerable in our society, unlike budgets in the past 10 years. Speaking of supporting the vulnerable in our society, Madam Vice President, we have applied a special focus on advancing public health and boosting gender equality. Demonstrating gender-responsive budget have allowed us to integrate and to put forward $5 million for a women's health fund to address period poverty, by providing free menstrual products in schools and funding menstrual health education. This is a humane step that encourages economic growth by reducing missed school and work days, enabling full participation in society and fostering a more productive and equitable workforce, especially for the girls and the women in our society. We have provided relief to citizens and businesses in terms of the $1 litre reduction in gasoline, in super gasoline, a measure many stakeholders have celebrated as a much-needed effort to alleviate the rising cost of living over the past few years. These are measures that they could have done but failed to do. This government is taking the bold step to make sure that, as the Minister of Finance so proudly stated, and as everybody knows, when UNC win, everybody wins. At a time when wages have been at a standstill and purchasing power seems to be on the decline, the Prime Minister's commitment to instruct the Minister of Finance on the 10% wage increase to public servants replaces rancor and anxiety with hope and renewed vigor. All this while jealously aiming to stimulate our nation's economy like never before. What we have done, Madam Vice President, is made this year's budget the government's first, more than just a routine fiscal exercise. We have applied our prolific imaginations to prepare a budget that excites thought and imbues creativity. Our measures are deliberate, focusing on modernizing our institutions, stimulating our business sector, inspiring citizens while ensuring that Trinidad and Tobago is once again on a sure footing. Understanding the current volatility of our global climate, the government continues to demonstrate courage under the leadership of the Honourable Kamala Persad-Bissessar to make the hard decisions necessary to see Trinidad and Tobago through. We will continue to communicate openly with our citizens, intensify our attentiveness towards new and improved regulatory frameworks, and pivot when necessary in a continued open and an accountable manner to avoid wanton fiscal pressure on our already fragile economy. Madam Vice President, we as a government are resolute that over the next fiscal year, through this budget, we will have the resources needed to do the work for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We will create conditions which stimulate economic growth, especially by partnering with the private sector, and ensure that the priorities of the government will be met by again making the difficult decisions necessary for the benefit of all our citizens. To maximize the development goals of Trinidad and Tobago, we are proposing an expenditure of $59.232 billion against total revenues of $55.367 billion. The proposed fiscal deficit of $3.85 billion, or 2.17%, is well within the international benchmark of 3%. Madam Vice President, we have a wide spectrum of fiscal initiatives geared towards rebuilding and expanding our economy and creating millions in annual revenue to provide an improved quality of life for all our citizens. In the coming months, we will be implementing a range of tax and incentive measures, as stated by the Minister of Finance in his budget presentation, aimed at reduced costs for households and supporting new sectors of the economy. Particularly, there will be the removal of VAT on agricultural machinery and hydroponic greenhouse inputs, which will stimulate local food production, improving food security and lowering prices for consumers. At the same time, a new 5% tax on single-use plastics, effective from January 1st, 2026, will fund national recycling programs, waste management initiatives, and raise awareness of environmental responsibility. This is a strategic measure also intended to achieve Trinidad and Tobago's national determined contribution and other commitments to the United Nations Convention on Climate Change. This therefore demonstrates that our intent is not to punish citizens, as we cannot articulate that enough, but to create avenues for revenue generation through and for commitments, holistic strategic programs and initiatives while meeting our international commitments and obligations. This is our balanced approach articulated by Honourable Prime Minister to national development. This demonstrates a thinking budget, and if one were to look closely, will observe that each measure is by design and meant to meet multiple objectives. This therefore reflects the synergy which I previously mentioned that combines fiscal discipline and developmental ambitions. The 2026 budget also emphasizes a commitment to fiscal accountability as a cornerstone of sound governance and sustainable national development, to which we as a government is committed. Some of the key initiatives that we will be undertaking in this fiscal year are the comprehensive reform of the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise Division aimed at improving revenue collection, closing compliance gaps, and reducing inefficiencies. The establishment of Financial Oversight and Appropriations Committee, further reinforcing our commitment to accountability by ensuring that there is proper execution and management of state resources. Implement transfer pricing legislation to create a fair environment for local businesses, preventing them from being placed at a disadvantage compared to multinational companies that transfer profit overseas. Simultaneously, it will offer greater assurance to investors by establishing a framework in which Trinidad and Tobago applies tax and regulatory rules that are transparent, predictable, and aligned with international best practice. The introduction of surcharges such as the landlord business surcharge based on actual rental income will broaden the tax revenue base, promote fairness, transparency, and accountability. These measures, again, seek to earn increased financial contributions to our national development while allowing our nation to benefit from environmentally sound measures related to energy conservation, reducing the reliance on government subvention, and more revenues from other developmental needs. These measures are also designed to foster more efficient service delivery, reduce wastage, and improve value for every taxpayer dollar. Madam Vice President, in addition, the government is proposing a suite of measures to support macroeconomic stability and social development. These measures, which were announced in the lower house, are to be implemented in fiscal 2026. These measures include a levy on 0.2% will be applied to assets of commercial banks and insurance companies, excluding entities operating within special economic zones. This measure takes effect from January 1st, 2026, and is expected to generate approximately $575 million. Selected administrative fees and excise duties on rum, spirits, beer, cigarettes have also been updated. This measure is projected to yield approximately $1 billion in revenue. Electric vehicles with a CIF value above $400,000 will now attract a 10% customs duty, a 12.5% value-added tax, and a tiered motor vehicle tax. This measure becomes effective from January 1st, 2026, and is projected to raise approximately $40 million. Penalties for traffic, environmental, and business offences will be increased to promote greater compliance and enforcement. These measures take effect from January 1st, 2026, and is expected to yield $180 million. Concessions on customs duty, value-added tax, and motor vehicle tax for returning nationals have been removed. This measure will take effect from January 1st, 2026. But, Madam Vice President, I am significantly proud to be part of this administration that, after the failure of the last government, we have now been able to address the long-standing issue, and the government under our Prime Minister has had the courage to address the national insurance system stabilization. The government plan integrates a multi-pronged approach of increasing contribution and adjusting retirement ages, which have been outlined by the Minister of Finance and the National Insurance Board. The reforms include a phased 6% increase in contribution over 2 years, 3% in January 2026 and 3% in January 2027, and a gradual increase in the full retirement age beginning from 2028 all the way up to 2036. And these measures aim to protect the fund long-term stability and ensure contributors' benefits are safeguarded, once again demonstrating this government's care and consideration for all our citizens, and especially for those who have been working steadfastly to safeguard their livelihood, especially of the elderly in our society. The retirement ages for full pension will gradually rise from 60 to 65 by the year 2036. I want to reiterate, Madam Vice President, that this measure is the product of a caring and courageous government under a caring and courageous Prime Minister. And let me pause, Madam Vice President, to say, for anybody to criticize this measure, for anybody to devalue what this measure means to Trinidad and Tobago, after the actual report have sat in that government for the last 7 or 8 years, these measures are long overdue and desperately needed given our circumstances today. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for having the courage. Value-added tax have been removed from locally produced items, and the schedule has been published. This permissible foreign use vehicle imports policy. The permissible import age for private cars will be extended to 6 years and for light commercial vehicles to 10 years. And the policy takes effect on January 1st, 2026. Private pensions will be exempt from income tax with effect from January 1st, 2026. New tax deductions are being introduced for approved donations to animal shelters and to Women's Health Fund. Additional measures to promote research, development, and innovation through seed funding and incubation programs have been established. The government will undertake a review of the value-added tax system with the option to transition to a final point-of-sale tax while clearing outstanding VAT refund arrears. This review, once completed, will provide guidance necessary to ensure that, if we so choose, a transition can be easily made and socially balanced. This government has made it clear that we are committed to economic transformation and creating a more favorable environment for investments outside the traditional energy sector. In fact, we are projected that non-oil revenue will be estimated at 43.4 billion of total revenue, signaling our commitment to this endeavor. Madam Vice President, to encourage an ideal climate of investment, we will address the ease of doing business, modernizing and building capacity in our public service and government institutions, and we have already begun working closely with the private sector to understand their needs so that we can create an enable environment necessary to allow for public-private partnerships in various sectors, both traditional and non-traditional. There are opportunities to advance the entertainment sector in Trinidad and Tobago, to tap into the multi-billion-dollar global electronic gaming sector, maritime activities, technology, and much more. Specifically, we will be upgrading the Customs and Excise Administration, including Asecuda system, adopting digital payments and standardized procedures in Customs and Excise Division. These measures are designed to reduce delay, lower transaction costs, and make it easier for both domestic and foreign companies to operate in Trinidad and Tobago. Improving foreign direct investment in our country benefits us all, as it can lead to higher employment, better wages, and more advanced technologies integrated into our society. Furthermore, the budget introduces tax incentives and capital market innovation to stimulate investor interest, the creation of a state-sponsored real estate investment trust, or REIT, and the planned issuance of TT 1 billion National Investment Fund bond provides new investment instruments and signals that the government is opening asset-based opportunities to broaden participation to not only institutional, but also retail investors. For foreign investors, these instruments offer more avenues to engage in Trinidad and Tobago's market, while for citizens, the increased investment inflows help to broaden opportunities for wealth creation and inclusive growth. Economic diversification, Madam Vice President, and innovation are foundational elements of this appropriations bill, as this government seeks to move beyond the dependency of the energy sector through deliberate investments in non-energy growth sectors. We'll specifically be encouraging growth, and I will just allude to it very briefly because my colleagues will expand on it, in agriculture and agri-processing sectors, in the digital sector, and in manufacturing and industry, tourism and creative industries. Madam Vice President, the national budget has outlined numerous initiatives, but permit me to elaborate on an initiative that is dear to this administration. When we came into government, the Prime Minister instructed us to set up the National Payments and Innovation Company of Trinidad and Tobago. And this was done over the last 3 months. This initiative represents a transformational step in Trinidad and Tobago's journey towards a fully digital economy. Established to modernize and streamline the national payments infrastructure, the company is mandated to provide a secure, efficient, and inclusive digital payment ecosystem that serves both the public and private sectors. By facilitating real-time transactions, interoperability among banks and fintechs, and wider access to digital financial services, the company will reduce dependence on cash, enhance transparency, and improve the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. In this regard, we made a significant advancement last week in the government's digital transformation agenda with 3 national institutions: the Unit Trust Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Payments and Innovation Center of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Telecommunications Services of Trinidad and Tobago, signing a landmark agreement to introduce the National Electronic Know Your Customer platform. This national onboarding and biometric identification system is a locally developed eKYC platform that allows citizens to verify their identity and open accounts entirely online, built by the Innovative Center, the technology arm of NPCI-CTT. Nobis replaces paper-heavy in-person verification with a faster, more secure, and fully digital process. For citizens, it means less time spent traveling and waiting. For institutions, it means compliance, onboarding, with a standard that can be applied at a national scale. For citizens, it promises greater convenience and financial inclusion, Madam Vice President, particularly for small businesses and underserved communities. For the government, it enables more efficient revenue collection and service delivery. Ultimately, the NPCI-TT will play a central role in positioning Trinidad and Tobago as a regional leader in digital finance and innovation, while supporting the broader goal of economic diversification and modernization. Further, supporting economic diversification and innovation, the government has allocated $10 million to the UWI Research and Development Fund in fiscal 2026. This initiative will encourage our nation's researchers and innovators to direct their efforts towards priority areas of national importance, including climate resilience, citizen security, sustainable agriculture, and health innovation. The National Innovation and Incubator Program will play a pivotal role in strengthening Trinidad and Tobago's innovation ecosystem and advancing entrepreneurship. Through this initiative, 100 young graduates and aspiring entrepreneurs will receive mentorship, financing, and structured support to transform innovative ideas into viable business ventures. This collaboration underscores the government's commitment to fostering an enabled environment where creativity and enterprise can flourish, broadening the base of small and micro enterprise and driving economic diversification. This will benefit small and medium enterprises through the provision of training in trade facilitation, financing, e-commerce, global marketing, and other key areas to help significantly expand the export readiness of SMEs, starting in the upcoming fiscal period. Another initiative that this government will implement to foster innovation is the National AI Research and Innovation Hub. The hub aims to empower youth and practical training in data science, software engineering, and creative digital production, thereby opening new opportunities for citizens to thrive and earn within the expanding digital and creative economies. At the heart of this appropriations bill, Madam Vice President, is the government's unwavering commitment to protecting and empowering our people. In fiscal 2026, from funding under the Public Sector Investment Program, we will strengthen the national healthcare system, which includes the upgrades to San Fernando General Hospital, operationalizing of the Couva Children's Hospital, and the expansion of the renal dialysis program. Madam Vice President, these initiatives will save lives and improve access to quality healthcare across our nation. Education continues to stand as a cornerstone of our development agenda. While dedicated funding for tertiary education and skills training, this includes the provision of scholarships, the enhancement of technical and vocational programs, and the refurbishment of the UWI Debe campus to better prepare and serve our young people with a modern, knowledge-driven economy. This government will re-establish Trinidad and Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute, which will provide valuable skills and training to persons in the service tourism industries, again enhancing job creation. And Madam Vice President, let me stick up in here because it is a real travesty when I visited Chagaramas upon assuming office that the hotel school not only has been closed, but was mothballed for the last 7 or 8 years. That hotel school used to produce roughly about 700 graduates every year. And even as we talk about moving towards a greater focus on tourism, it is a sad reality that it is left to this government to now reopen that school to prepare our citizens to be able to get jobs in the service sector and the tourism sector. Another brave decision that this government has to make, and according to my friend Philip Alexander, we're fixing that. The 2026 budget outlines a comprehensive approach to housing that will allow us to deliver affordable homes through public-private partnerships and innovative designs, to make housing more accessible and affordable for first-time homeowners through homeowners grants, lower interest loans for young families, and the revival of the Land for the Landless programs. Again, my colleagues will expand on that. Furthermore, to make home ownership more attainable, the government planned to reduce construction costs by amending the trade ordinance to remove restrictions on key materials such as clay, sand, and gravel, thereby stimulating the construction sector and creating jobs across plumbing, electrical, masonry, carpentry, and other related industries. Madam Vice President, these are strategic investments in human dignity, equality, and opportunity. They represent this government's belief that national progress must be measured not only by economic growth, but by the well-being and empowerment of every citizen. While the 2025-2026 national budget is forward-facing, upon our arrival into government, by an overwhelming national consensus at the polls, we have been applying this new fiscal philosophy, moving from passive management to strategic execution. We understand where we stand, Madam Vice President. Our current fiscal positioning has been shaped by years of inertia, external shocks, and underutilization of national assets. This government has been steadily redefining an actionable future for economic transformation, moving swiftly to implement a multi-pronged fiscal approach that focuses on government-to-government optimization. We have been leveraging bilateral cooperation with nations such as the United Kingdom and Canada to deliver cost-efficient, high-impact capital projects outside the traditional modes of government's operation. Private sector empowerment through the creation of new investment vehicles and introducing transparent regulatory reform to boost confidence and stimulate foreign direct investment and private participation in strategic national development sectors. This is important because it is where government will focus and target development and economic growth by partnering with the private sector. Asset activation and monetization. Trinidad and Tobago possesses high potential but underutilized assets. We have been, since May of 2025, rolling out a comprehensive strategy to catalog, commercialize, and unlock value from government-owned infrastructure, land, and entities, supporting new non-energy revenue streams and reducing contingent liability, which will be intensified in fiscal 2026. So, Madam Vice President, the REIT is the first, and other investment programs to go on the stock exchange will follow. This marks a fundamental shift in our government institutions and how government functions, from primary operator to a modern facilitator of growth. A core part of our strategy, Madam Vice President, therefore, is to eliminate inefficiencies. I think the country did the first job by voting in this government, voting out that government. And to manage taxpayers' dollars, Madam Vice President, we are moving to reduce purchase of government vehicle and moving towards a leasing model to streamline operating costs and reduce maintenance expenditure. It is also part of a plan to begin to move to a proper fleet management schedule and to incorporate the use of electric and hybrid vehicles, setting the tone for a more widespread use of cleaner energy vehicles across the public service of Trinidad and Tobago. We are embracing digital transformation to improve direct fiscal efficiency and institutional connectivity across all of government. This feeds directly into our aim to streamline operations where government is focused on facilitation, policy, and legislation, which will be our core priority, while ensuring that our main economic thrust will be centered around the private sector and creating an enable environment who will partner with us in our implementation framework as we seek to build conditions suited for a modern Trinidad and Tobago development program. Along with these fiscal and human resource conditions necessary for long-term international and local investments, we will work steadfast with all our stakeholders and partners in this aim. Trinidad and Tobago is no longer waiting for global winds to shape our sails. As of May 2025, the government has been steering our nation's course with courage, data, and deliberate policy reform. We are rebuilding trust in our financial systems, restructuring government to deliver, repositioning the country as a regional innovator and investment hub, reawakening our economy's untapped potential with a drive to attract international foreign investment. We look to our private sector and international community as valued partners in our economic revitalization agenda. This government reaffirms that Trinidad and Tobago is charting a bold, strategic, and sustainable course towards economic transformation. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have been restructuring the role of government geared towards optimizing the use of national assets and unlocking new pathways for growth through our private sector with an unwavering commitment to fiscal responsibility. As we implement this agenda, we welcome the continued engagement and insights of all our stakeholders and citizens and development partners. We also value the critical role that our nationals at home and abroad also play in contributing to our progress. We want to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago's future continues to be a resilient, forward-moving economy poised to deliver meaningful outcomes for our people, our investors, and our global partners. Madam Vice President, I also want to add that the nucleus of Trinidad and Tobago's new growth and resilience strategy stands squarely on the shoulders of our cluster, with the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Finance, and the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs and Development. An institution working tirelessly to shape a better future for every citizen. Underneath the leadership of our Prime Minister and supported by a committed executive and staff in all our ministries, this cluster continues to drive national transformation in our main core areas of national policy and strategy, statistics, and data, environment and climate, economic development, spatial and urban planning, and capital investment. In July 2025, the government, through the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the United Nations, officially endorsed the UN Multi-Country Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2022-2026. This is a primary instrument guiding United Nations development activities towards the 2030 agenda across the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean. This partnership positions Trinidad and Tobago to benefit from coordinated action in 4 strategic priority areas: inter alia, economic resilience, shared prosperity, equality and well-being, climate resilience, and sustainable resource management. Through nationwide consultation and interministerial collaboration, we are ensuring that development priorities address the needs of all our citizens, with a particular focus on marginalized and vulnerable groups. Regarding statistics and data, sound policy depends on accurate, timely data. We are working with the UNDP to modernize the CSO to have more timely and accurate data. Trinidad and Tobago has not had a national census since 2011, and Cabinet has approved the rollout of a national census in 2026. With our role involving environment and climate, this year the Ministry, with our Environmental Policy and Planning Division, and the Basel Convention Regional Center for the Caribbean launched the elimination of hazardous chemicals from supply chain integrated programs. This first initiative of its kind in the Caribbean targets the carnival fashion industry to make our cultural celebration environmentally responsible. So, Madam Vice President, we have also partnered with the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center to strengthen carbon capture storage and reporting frameworks, enhancing readiness to participate in international carbon markets under the Paris Agreement. The Environmental Management Authority, an opportunity that will provide for increased international funding and for environmental projects. Madam Vice President, allow me to commend the EMA because they have now achieved a milestone which echoes the authority's robust and financial system, where they are now being authorized and credited to disburse on the Global Climate Fund. 4 major environmental policies were also advanced since this Kamala Prasad-Bissessar-led administration came into office in May of this year. A memorandum of understanding supporting ocean governance in the Caribbean, membership of the International Coral Reef Initiative, adoption of Trinidad and Tobago's 2030 national biodiversity targets, and an approval of the new national climate change policy. We have also deepened our engagement with international partners in strategic bilateral meetings, especially with the World Bank and in collaboration with Inter-American Development Bank and International Finance Corporation. The government is working to mobilize significant investment targets over the next 5 years to fund private sector transformation initiatives, job creation, and sustainable economic growth. Madam Vice President, I am very pleased to support our government's continued rollout as we seek to establish the Office of the World Bank here in Port of Spain, the MOU and the establishment agreement currently being vetted by the Office of the Attorney General. Later on this month, members of the World Bank team will be down here to formalize and engage in active conversation to get that agreement completed. In essence, the work driving and guiding a national budget has been happening. This budget has been well thought through, it is strategic, and it is an active and living budget focused on results and implementation. Madam Vice President, the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, charged with the responsibility of national monitoring and evaluation, and our National Transformation Unit places a direct focus on M&E at a national level. The industrious team of the NTU has been working with ministries, departments, and agencies across the public service to strengthen our monitoring and evaluation system because we are serious about delivery, about transparency, and about making sure that we live up to the obligations that this budget imposes upon us as a government. So, Madam Vice President, let me conclude.
Minister, 4 more minutes.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, let me conclude by saying the following. I wish to profoundly thank our courageous Prime Minister for her guidance and leadership. I wish to also, on behalf of all of us, thank my colleague minister, the Minister of Finance. I can testify to both the Prime Minister and the Minister's Finance, long hours spent in working through the formulation of this budget. And I can't but say how proud I am to have her as our leader and to have him as my colleague. But I wish to reiterate, Madam Vice President, that the 2026 Financial Appropriations Bill is more than a financial instrument. It is a roadmap for national transformation built on fiscal prudence, social responsibility, and sustainable growth. We affirm our commitment to public sector, to the elderly, to our young people, and creating a people-centered approach to leadership and government. In fact, I know many persons may not completely understand, but having worked under several remarkable leaders from 1984 to now, I have served under people like Archbishop Anthony Panton, like Brigadier Carl Alfonso, like Bernard Doolal Whiteway, Father Henry Charles, Chote Shearer, and many other remarkable persons. But it's the first time that I can safely say that I am able to work under a remarkable woman in Kamala Prasad Bisesa. I say this, Madam Vice President, not for mere platitudes, but to say that I'm very, very proud to stand and support our Minister of Finance and to support this budget, because this is a budget that have listened to the people, taken ideas from all sectors, acted on data and evidence, made hard decisions, and put the country of Trinidad and Tobago first. You couldn't want something better in a leader and in a government. And they could say what they want to know, because they don't even know who their leader is.
They are trying to behave.
We must, however, recognize that transformation does not happen overnight. But we are laying firm the foundation for change. Through transparent management, strategic investment, and a relentless focus on results and implementation, this administration will rebuild trust, restore confidence, and renew national pride. Madam Vice President, congratulations again on your ascent to the chair. I thank my colleagues for their attention. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for this fantastic budget, and I therefore submit the Appropriations Financial Year 2026, Bill 2025, to the Honourable Senate. Madam Vice President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day, September 2026, be now read a second time.
Senator Dhanpaul.
Madam Vice President, good morning. On behalf of my colleagues on this side, I'd like to let our CARICOM family in Jamaica know that they are in our thoughts and prayers as Hurricane Melissa approaches the island. We are also praying for the safety of our students, and may Almighty God watch over them. Madam Vice President, let me apologize in advance in case I misspeak and call you anything else but Madam Vice President. I apologize wholeheartedly. Madam Vice President, thank you for the opportunity to address this Honorable Senate. And may I also congratulate you. As I usually do, I preface my statement with, I have no intention of saying anything derogatory about my country. I'd like to begin by thanking and congratulating the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for a brilliant response to the national budget. I'd also like to thank my former colleagues at the Ministry of Finance for the excellent work in producing the budget. Madam Vice President, the production of the national budget is a model, or it's the perfect model of public service efficiency anywhere, any public service of Trinidad and Tobago. And that just goes to show how excellent my colleagues are at the Ministry of Finance. Madam Vice President, I've known the Minister of Finance for many years. I've always described him as a decent citizen. Although recently, I find him to be a bit agitated and a bit aggressive. I have no idea why. But I hope at the end of this budget debate that he would not become more aggressive and agitated. Madam Vice President, this is now the government's budget. This is the UNC's budget. They will now be held totally responsible. Madam Vice President, the budget is not a game. For me personally, it's always interesting to hear the various commentaries following the delivery of the budget. My suggestion has always been that the budget can either be good, bad, or indifferent. It's almost impossible to script or calibrate the perfect budget. To quote a recent editorial in a local newspaper, the national budget is not a party showpiece. It is the country's most consequential economic statement. Madam Vice President, let me get to the point. This budget will be derailed early in the new year, in the new calendar year, or before. It will collapse and will need to be recalibrated within the first quarter of the new calendar year. And this is nothing new. Several budgets have had to be recalibrated under the UNC and the PNM. In fact, I remember an instance where the Minister of Finance put out instructions that each ministry should cut their allocation by 10%. It happens. But why? Why would this budget be derailed? It will be derailed for not only what it contains, but definitely what it does not contain. This budget will collapse shortly under the weight of dubious assumptions and extremely creative accounting. But, you know, Madam Vice President, during the Standing Finance Committee, I realized that ministers, several ministers, including the Minister of Finance, were more interested in the media review than the actual budget itself. And let me quote the Minister of Finance during the last media review. And he was describing the PNM budget. They knew exactly what they were doing. I'm quoting here, Madam Vice President. They deliberately underfunded critical expenditure planning all along. To return after election and demand more money, a shameless ploy to manipulate public finances for political gain. The Minister of Finance goes on in the media review. They spent the money without any clear idea of where the money was going to come from. No proper planning, no sustainable financing, just reckless expenditure. What we witnessed under the previous administration was not budgeted, but a calculated scheme of financial deception. Year after year, they pass budgets that are deliberately underfunded and then come back to Parliament, cap in hand, for billions more. However, just a few months later, the Minister of Finance is singing a different song. The Finance Minister says, right recently in the Finance Committee, the Finance Minister said funds are available to meet the government's current wage obligations, as it should be, and that additional resources, Madam Vice President, and that additional resources will be secured through Parliament if needed. The media review. So in other words, after blaming the previous administration for miscalculating the budget, what's the first thing the Minister of Finance does? Starts to talk about the media review. So let me deal with some of the assumptions that's going to cave in this budget. The international oil price projections. This budget is predicated on an oil price of $73.25, a natural gas price of $4.25 per million British thermal units, or MMBTU, and in the face of a decline in production in oil and gas. Total budgeted revenue projected at $55.3 billion, of which oil revenue would be 11.2 and non-oil revenue 43.4. I will show now how these numbers could be seen as highly unrealistic, Madam Vice President. The United States Energy Information Administration, a highly reputable agency, where they predict the average price of oil in 2026. They projected that the average price of oil would be $52 per barrel, a full $20 lower than the projection in the budget. The IMF has projected that the price of oil would be $62 per barrel in its World Economic Outlook. And they're making these predictions based on projected oversupply in the international market. Similarly, in international gas prices, the US EIA, the Energy Information Administration, 2026 is projecting gas prices at $4.16 per MMBTU, and the IMF roughly the same. So both oil and gas prices projections by the EIA are lower than the assumptions in the budget. Although we are not, well, I would say no longer a big oil province, and now we are a gas province, a $20 reduction in the projection could have a significant hit on total revenue. Madam Vice President, the oil and gas prices assumptions are unrealistic. We must remember that we are dealing with two exogenous factors here that we have no control over. We are price takers. We have no control over the price of oil and the price of gas. These assumptions on prices are some of the main risks to the budget. The revenue projected from the non-energy sector may not be able to compensate for the loss from the energy sector. And what is notable here, Madam Vice President, is that the credit rating agencies and the IMF, for the Article 4 consultations, are already aware of the risky assumptions. But there's a method to government's madness. I have to confess, there is a method to the madness. The government's strategy is to use an inflated oil price assumption to trigger the withdrawal clause of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. And let me explain that withdrawal clause to the national community, to the population. If actual petroleum revenues are at least 10% below budgeted revenues for the fiscal year, the government can access the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to the amount of 60% of the revenue shortfall. Let me repeat that. If actual petroleum revenues are at least 10% below budgeted revenues for the fiscal year, the government can access the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to the tune of 60% of the revenue shortfall. The nation needs to monitor this situation carefully, because when the budget implodes, the UNC government is heading to the HSF to pay recurrent expenditure. Madam Vice President, just a few issues on budgeted expenditure. Total expenditure is budgeted or projected at $59.2 billion, of which, and this is a pet peeve of mine, since my days back in the Ministry of Finance, of which education is $8.7 billion, and national security is $6.36 billion. National security stands at 10% of total expenditure and 4% of GDP. Madam Vice President, the pet peeve is this. At 4% of GDP, if you're spending 4% of your GDP on national security and 10% of your total expenditure, you're effectively at war. And you know what is the irony here? Is that we are spending $8 billion plus on education and $6 billion plus on national security. So what we are effectively saying is that we are educating people and then spending money to protect us from those who we just educated. That is the irony of these two numbers. It has been my pet peeve for a very long time. So getting back to the actual expenditure, I want to discuss mandatory expenditure. Are you aware, and I've said it in this honorable house already, Madam Vice President, are you aware that mandatory expenditure in this country totals $54 billion annually, an average of about $4.5 billion a month? So if your budgeted revenue is $55 billion, a little over, and your mandatory expenditure is 54, you understand, and you have some very unrealistic assumptions generating revenue, to generate revenue, you understand how precarious the budget is. But let me tell you some components of mandatory expenditure. No right-thinking Minister of Finance is going to touch any one of them. Pension and gratuities. And these are direct charges on the exchequer. Social grants, old age pension, for instance, public assistance grants, disability grants, money for THA, money for the development program, and debt servicing. They're all part of mandatory expenditure, which in this country, in this complex society, totals $54 billion a year. And the projected revenue is 55. The projected total budget, the projected total expenditure is 59 billion. So in other words, essentially, you only have 5 billion for discretionary expenditure on your, right? So that's something that I'm asking the Minister of Finance to keep an eye on, please. But it's also something, as I said previously, going to derail the government. Just want to focus on another part of total expenditure that is under the Minister of Planning. That's the PSIP, or the Development Program, as is known. On page 19 of the PSIP document, the PSIP is projected at $4.1 billion. Consolidated fund, 2.6, and the IDF, 1.4. However, the problem with the PSIP is not the size of the PSIP. The problem with the PSIP is the implementation of the PSIP, which creates a problem. And the PSIP is there to generate economic growth. It is there to generate employment opportunities. It's there to generate investment. It's there to spend money on infrastructure, etc. The problem is implementation. I know what's the general problem throughout the public service. Various ministries don't have implementation units. I don't know if the Minister of Planning will tell me later on if they have implemented implementation agencies in these ministries. And I'm also wondering whether to match back, and it's a whole trick in the Ministry of Finance, to match back to get a targeted deficit if they didn't use the PSIP as a residual number. So let me discuss now the deficit itself. The deficit is estimated at $3.865 billion, 2.7% of GDP, and which the minister claims is less than is 3% is less than the 3% international benchmark. This is very deceptive because the deficit does not take into account of the following, and this is where the derailment is going to take place. Back pay for 10%, the 10% increase in salaries. The addition to the recurrent expenditure for salary increases, which now become part of monetary expenditure. Debt payment, a direct charge on the exchequer, is underestimated by $5 billion. I like the national community to go on the website, finance.gov.tt. Go into the draft estimates of expenditure. They usually call the Yellow Book. Go on page 110. Page 110 of Head 19, debt servicing. And you will see a figure there of $7.675 billion. And if you look at the previous years, you will see $12 billion. How could the figure drop from last year, $12 billion, to $7.65 this year in the face of increasing debt stock and increasing debt stock? I find that to be very, very creative accounting. The next thing that's missing is the VAT figure. On page 5 of the estimates of revenue, and I want to quote my sources because I don't want to be accused by the other side of spreading false information. The VAT figure on page 5 of the estimates of revenue, which also will have a direct impact on the deficit, is $8.2 billion. But guess what, Madam Deputy Vice President? The VAT figure is not a net figure. There are arrears of $7.9 billion inside of there. It's a distorted figure, meant to distort the revenue. The fifth thing, there is no accounting for the employer contributions to the NIS fund. Has not been factored in to the equation. But, Madam Vice President, let me make it clear to this Honorable Senate that the narrative advanced by the Minister of Finance that wage negotiations have not yet started, and therefore budgetary provisions could not be made is confusion and disingenuous. This was the government's big-ticket item on the campaign trail. Everybody knew that. But I'll tell you this, from my experience in the Ministry of Finance, Madam Vice President, if the expenditure is front-loaded or if the expenditure is back-loaded, guess what? It's still expenditure. It's still going to form part of the deficit. So it's a case of where you can run, but you can't hide. I will show how the minister is aware also of the true deficit. He's very aware, because you know what? These draft estimates, these are his books. He signed off on all of them. Not the permanent secretary, not the staff in the Ministry of Finance. The Minister of Finance signed off on all these books. And I'll show that he's aware of the true deficit. And he engaged in creative accounting. And that the budget will collapse. When it comes to financing the deficit is financed in 4 ways. Through domestic borrowing, through external borrowing. You can, as I said earlier, you can withdraw from the HSF. Or you can use the overdraft facility at the central bank. On page 67 of the estimates of revenue, on page 67 of the estimates of revenue, on the head 19, the Minister of Finance, in his book, outlined domestic financing to be 8.1 billion, external financing to be 10.8, total of 18.9 or 9 billion. To service a deficit of 3.8? How is that possible? The minister must know that he was dealing with creative accounting. He must know that. It's written there. Let me repeat. I will repeat. On page 67 of the estimates of revenue, head 19, the yellow book, his book, signed off by him, the domestic financing, 8.1 billion. The external financing, 10.8. Total 8.9, or to round it up, 19 billion. To finance a deficit of 3.8 billion. Madam Vice President, unheard of. And this, as I said, the minister knows. And this is the factor that is going to collapse the budget early in the new year. But there are more problems in the financing side on the financing side of things. The domestic banks have been complaining that they're overexposed to the government. The government uses, Madam Vice President, two main sources of borrowing, through the Development Loans Act and the External Loans Act. And there's not much headroom on both. So you know what's going to happen? The government, early in this fiscal year, is going to come to the Parliament to raise the borrowing ceiling. I know what's the immediate impact of doing that? Downgrade Standard & Poor's, further downgrade Moody's investors. But they're going to have to do it because there's absolutely no headroom on both of those acts. Yeah, they'll have to be external. And the other form I want to speak about, Madam Vice President, is the overdraft facility at the central bank. I have said that so many times. Obviously, the Minister of Finance doesn't understand it. So I'll explain it. The overdraft facility at the central bank consists of 20% of the budgeted revenue. The government has the ability to borrow that. Okay? However, that 20% of budgeted revenue, from that is subtracted what is the residual from the previous year. Okay? So it's reduced based on the level of the balance brought forward. But what caused us to have to go to the overdraft at the central bank? We have been running fiscal deficits or recording fiscal deficits in 2009. And that has caused the buildup of the Exchequer One account at the central bank. It's called government cash balances. Anybody could go and check it at the central bank. And you will see, Madam Vice President, because of the buildup of fiscal deficits over the years, you know what's the size of the and it's a negative, meaning it's a debt, more or less. It is now $50 billion. In other words, the fiscal policy in Trinidad and Tobago is stifled by the overdraft facility at the central bank. The Green Fund, the Infrastructure Development Fund are both mortgaged to the government cash balances at the central bank. So how do we fix that? And this is basic financial programming. You know? How do we fix it? Simple. This is the only way you can fix it. You have to run fiscal surpluses and pay back into the central bank. It's the only way. And reduce that $50 billion and wean yourself out of the overdraft facility. But it's $50 billion, which is not part of the country's overall debt. But what it does, as I said previously, it stifles fiscal policy. So I'd like to now look at some selected fiscal measures. My colleagues will obviously pick up the rest. But before I look at the fiscal measures, some of the fiscal measures, I'd like to entertain a quote from the Honorable Prime Minister in 2020 when she was leader of the opposition. She declared that you cannot tax a nation into prosperity. For a nation to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle of the bucket. A UNC government will lower tax and put money back into the pockets of citizens. On that note, I'll look at some of the fiscal measures. And they're not all that bad. Some I like. The $1 increase in price of super. I have no problem with that. However, I would, if I had a choice, I would use it on diesel. I would use diesel because diesel has more of an economic impact on a complex society. Because most of our maxi taxis, commercial vehicles, etc., use diesel. So it has more of a multiplier effect on the economy. The other thing I noticed is transfer pricing. Madam Speaker, multinationals are not going to sit back and just let you interfere with their profits. They will continue to find innovative ways to move their profits to tax havens. They're not going. And you know what this is going to also cause? It's going to have a major impact on investor confidence. On the group health plan for public servants. As a proud former public servant, it's already available for public servants who are under the SRC, Salary Reviews Commission. I use it. It's a very costly initiative if you're not under the SRC. But what about the removal, and I'm not being self-centered here or anything, but what about the removal of the taxes on public servants' pensions? The highest public servants' pension in Trinidad and Tobago is between 25 and 30,000. And about 75 to 80% of the rest of public servants are within the personal allowance. So they don't pay taxes anyway. Tax-free. So why not give as promised, on the campaign trail, why private sector? And the private sector pensions are 100,000, 200,000 private sector pension. The largest public sector pension in Trinidad and Tobago is somewhere between 25 and 30,000 before tax. And as I go along, I want to quote the Honorable Prime Minister again on the national insurance system. According to the Honorable Prime Minister, when she was opposition leader on the campaign trail, and I quote, "Any discussion about changing retirement age would need serious consultations. And should that be an option preferred by the majority, it should be one by choice. Where was the consultation? That is to say, those who wish to go home by 60, fine. Those who wish to go home by 65, fine. I'm quoting the Honorable Prime Minister. But you can't tell a man to work for his entire life, put his savings in NIS every week, every month, and you come to tell him now, sorry, sir, you can't get it. You have to wait until 65. You cannot continue like that. And let me quote the Minister of Finance, February 29, April 2022. Tanku, unwise to raise retirement age. Tanku said it takes no genius to realize that the way to increase the value of contributions is not to penalize workers, but to increase the number of workers in permanent well-paid jobs. Well said. And raising the number of employers contributed to the system. Brilliant. This is not rocket science, he goes on. That is common sense. Superb. It is similarly common sense that what the government needs to do then is to create the environment for greater confidence in the economy so that investors can come in and create jobs. What a difference a few years make. Fast forward to now. Is this country aware, Madam Vice President? Is this country really aware? Because I'm not too sure, because the trade unions are staying, and my comrade here, staying very quiet on this. Is this country, is this population aware that from January 1st, 2036 onward, a retiree must be 65 years of age to receive a full NIS pension?
Repeat it, please.
Is the country aware of that? I will repeat. Is the country aware that from January 1, 2036 onward, a retiree must be 65 years of age to receive full NIS? And I'm not hearing a word from the unions. You know what happened when France went to increase their retirement age by 2 years? All hell broke loose. 3 prime ministers ago, exactly. And you know what? The actual reports, and I'm quoting here from, these are published books. The actual report 2022, 2023, and 2024 projected contributors to fall to 423,249, and the fund to fall to 25 billion. However, the actual in 2024, contributors increased to 488,256, and the fund increased to 28 billion. And so in other words, in the NIS now, is the country aware, is the population aware that after January 4th, 2027, there will be a total increase of 45% in NIS contributions? And the minister, that's not even arithmetic, and that's sums. Let me look a bit. How long I have again? 6 minutes. On customs and excise. And we know on cigarettes and alcohol that those have what we consider to be inelastic demand. So whatever the price, people still purchase it. But on customs and excise and fees, we are told that projected increases will come from beverages and tobacco duties and long overdue indexation of administrative fees and charges. Let me be clear. These are not broad-based, high-yield reforms that change the 2026 deficit arithmetic in any meaningful way, nor do they address structural leakages in compliance. And I want to touch on one thing that I found very creative and innovative and could work also. Madam Vice President, we then heard the suggestion of a pivot away from VAT. So it's always caused a problem since 1990 as far as I'm concerned. The budget statement concedes accurately that bi-monthly filing and verification cycles have generated a buildup of VAT refund arrears, undermining working capital for firms and damaging confidence. There's, however, no quantum, timetable, or bridging cash flow plan for arrears, no operating model for the new sales tax, and no clarity on how a sales tax would coexist with or replace the business levy very critical, will replace the business levy on gross sales. Layering a sales tax on top of the business levy would create cascading tax on tax distortions, but abolishing the VAT without a prepared base and audit model for the replacement tax risks a net revenue shortfall during transition. And just quickly, the levy on the assets of commercial banks and insurance companies. Madam Vice President, of course they're going to pass that on to the customers. I heard the Minister of Finance say, well, change banks. Ridiculous. Change them into what? Has he ever seen a run on a bank? Landlord's business surcharge. Change where you rent. Of course, the landlord is going to pass that on to the tenant. Electricity surcharge. Stay at home and cook. Of course, it's going to be passed on to the customers. Removal of the VAT concession and return to nationals. That's amazing. A few weeks ago in the Diwali Nagar, the Minister of Finance is inviting the diaspora to come home. So in other words, and then 24 hours later, is removing the motor vehicle concession for returning nationals. So in other words, you could come home with no car. Forget your household effects, because that might be included. The NIF3, a major investment vehicle success story in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. It was called a Ponzi scheme by the Honorable Prime Minister when it first came out. The Antanku, the Honorable Minister, sorry. The nation knows this. The agricultural incentives. The agricultural sector is the most incentivized sector in Trinidad and Tobago. VAT on food items, well, you're already reducing the VAT base, so you might as well go to a sales tax. Importation of foreign used cars. Madam Vice President, that is the most third world of measures that have run for a long time. It started I'll tell you this, it started in 1996 under the Bastille Pandey regime. They came down, foreign used cars came down as completely knocked down and flooded the market. Madam Vice President, there are 3,000 vehicles that come onto the road network of this country every year. And guess what? There's no net impact because no vehicles come off the road network every year. There's no net impact. So a good industry to start up will be a car crushing industry. I just gave somebody an idea. The budget is silent on the following. Net international reserves dropping by $675 million US in 5 months since they've been in office. The Minister of Finance said he was left with 7.5%, 7 months of import cover. How could this be happening? You know what's the import cover now? 5.4. The budget is silent on the 7% online tax. The debt to GDP ratio, I've heard nothing about that. The economic contraction on page 193 of his document, the review of the economy, is showing an economic contraction of 0.8%. We heard nothing about the lowering of corporation tax. Unfortunately, Madam Vice President, I don't have much time. I wanted to say something on PPPs, but I'll pass it on to my colleagues. In conclusion, Madam Vice President, the government told the country that repealing the TTRA and strengthening the BR will significantly enhance revenue collection. Months later, there's no evidence of a material uplift versus the estimates, and no costed annexed with dated milestones for the 3-phase plan. And I'm still challenging the minister at the end of fiscal 2027 to raise $10 billion from the BIR reconstruction like the TTRA would have done. I'm still challenging, and as I said, I'll come back to this House and apologize if I'm wrong. The budget acknowledges the problem. Energy volatility, weak non-energy growth, high debt service, but stops short of true consolidation. Madam Vice President, after observing the Standing Finance Committee over the last week, and I say this as someone who has worked many years in this arena as a technocrat, it is clear that expenditure has been underestimated and revenue overstated. The budget will collapse. Given the fiscal package as presented, the budget will collapse, and this is deeply alarming. Thank you very much, Madam.
Senator Attzs.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As I rise to make my contribution on the 2026 Appropriation Bill and the budget presentation by the Honourable Minister of Finance, I first wish to congratulate you, Madam Vice President, on your elevation to the chair as President of the Senate. So I want to congratulate you on that. And, Madam Vice President, as I begin, and consistent with the standing orders of the Senate and practices in the Houses of Parliament in the United Kingdom, I should also like to draw the attention of the Senate to the fact that I have accepted an appointment to the Board of Directors of Answer McCall, a conglomerate with an interest in beverage and motor vehicles. To the substantive issue of Budget 2026, Madam Vice President, permit me to congratulate Minister Tanku on the presentation of his maiden budget. He delivered with energy, with political poise, and importantly, a people-centered focus, which I appreciated. I appreciated his tone of empathy that ran through his speech and the emphasis on restoring confidence in the economy by putting people first. I think that was absolutely important and brilliant. The theme that Minister Tanku used for his budget presentation, TNT First, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies, captures both the spirit of renewal and the moral imperative of inclusion. It is a timely and worthy aspiration, and I intend to use fairness as a common thread throughout my contribution today, because I want to examine whether the policies and priorities outlined truly deliver on that promise for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That people-centered approach is commendable. It is important. But a credible budget must go beyond good intentions. It must show how the government plans to confront our most pressing realities, including issues of crime, foreign exchange shortages, and rising debt. On these counts, Madam Vice President, I felt that Budget 2026 fell short. Because before we can assess the fairness of any fiscal package, we must first examine the economic fundamentals on which the budget stands. What assumptions are made about growth? What assumptions are made about debt? And resilience? All of these will determine whether the budget can actually keep the promises that were stated. So I want to turn to the economic fundamentals, first and foremost. The minister spoke of renewed confidence, but confidence, to my mind, Madam Vice President, must rest on a vision and on credible data. What is the target debt to GDP ratio that the government considers sustainable? That was not mentioned. What guardrails are there in place to protect investor confidence and to prevent future downgrades? Those were not mentioned. Madam Vice President, in the review of the economy 2025, we get painted a picture of stabilization, but not yet transformation. Revenues have improved with energy prices, but non-energy diversification remains low and slow. Foreign exchange shortages persist. Public debt continues to rise. We're at 80 and rising. And our reserves, though stable, are being drawn down to plug short-term gaps. If the theme of economic fairness is to be real, Madam Vice President, we must be fiscally responsible and sustainable. And I will use the first person plural we because this is all of our business. And my contribution here today is in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and I am a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. We must be fiscally responsible and sustainable. Borrowing to fund consumption or deferred obligations simply shifts the burden to future generations. On this score, Madam Vice President, it was concerning to me that the budget presented by the Honourable Minister did not mention the government's intention to borrow $18.96 billion. There was no mention of that in the budget presentation. But when you went to one of the yellow books, you saw borrowing of 18.965. And borrowing by itself is not a problem, particularly when you have declining revenues. That is not the issue. What concerns me is the change in the consumption of the borrowing. In recent years, government debt has been largely domestically financed, but the 2026 estimates point to a pivot towards foreign borrowing. So of the 18.965 billion, 8.1 billion comes from the domestic market and 10.9 billion comes from the international market. This shift in the composition of borrowing will bring higher costs, greater exchange rate risk, and of course, repayment obligations in foreign currency. For the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, let me be pellucidly clear. Each dollar that we borrow in foreign exchange must be repaid in foreign exchange. And I ask, how will these debts, because borrowing is a debt to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, how will these debts be serviced without worsening the foreign exchange strain or without driving the debt to GDP ratio higher? Those are fundamentals, Madam Vice President. The implication of this pivot to foreign borrowing is that the country must earn or save foreign dollars through exports, reserves, drawing down on reserves, or further borrowing. If these inflows of foreign exchange do not materialize, current and future generations will shoulder the burden through a devaluation process, most likely, or higher taxation. Because every dollar borrowed today, let me repeat, every dollar borrowed today is a promise to repay in foreign exchange tomorrow. And economic fairness, the theme of our budget, demands that we keep that promise as a country. To my mind, Madam Vice President, Trinidad and Tobago's fiscal challenge is not the absence of revenue ideas. It is what I call the implementation deficit. Each new tax or levy articulated in the budget, and there were many measures identified, depends on an administrative infrastructure that often lags behind the policy intent. So unless the government invests early, to my mind, in people and in digital infrastructure, and there have been some conversations around investments in digital infrastructure, unless we get these going and we get these architectures in place, the 2026 revenues may yield less than forecast, forcing us into yet more borrowing to bridge the gap between revenue and expenditure. Madam Vice President, following those general comments and observation, I want to turn to some specific sectors that grabbed my attention in the budget presentation. The first thing I want to turn to is to agriculture, and persons who know me know that I'm pretty close to the agriculture sector. I like agriculture, and I like farmers. I turn to agriculture not merely as an allocation line, but as a sector central to our food and nutrition security in Trinidad and Tobago. It is also important to help us save scarce foreign exchange. It is important for rural employment. If we cannot feed ourselves, Madam Vice President, then we cannot claim to be sovereign because we're dependent on importing food. Agriculture should not be an afterthought. It is the foundation of inclusive growth and community stability. Budget 2026 correctly referenced the CARICOM initiative 25 by 25, now pushed to 25 by 2030, in which that initiative CARICOM countries have agreed to try to reduce their food import bill, the regional food import bill, by 25%. The initial target was 2025, but now that's pushed to 2030. Yet even as we proclaim that goal, the architecture supporting our local farmers remains fragmented. We have an opportunity, the collective, we have an opportunity to fix that. Let me give a very specific example. Every week, some farmers for 10 years, some farmers for 8 years. If it's 10 years, it's 520 weeks. If it's 8 years, it's 416 weeks. Every week, hundreds of small farmers supply produce through NAMDEFCO's markets. Their crops are weighed, recorded, plenty paperwork, and their crops are sold into the national food system. At least once per quarter, and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture can correct me, officers from NAMDEFCO visit these farmers to verify that what they're actually selling in the farmers' markets is what they're growing home by them. So there is a system in place. But here's what. Many of these farmers, Madam Vice President, who are visible, productive, every week, 520 weeks or 416, they are denied access to incentives or concessional credit because they lack former land titles. The contradiction with that is that on the one side, the state records them as bona fide farmers because they're taking the produce and they're keeping records every week. But another side of the architecture, the agriculture architecture, treats them as invisible. That contradiction, Madam Vice President, is unjust and economically inefficient. We must do better by our farmers. Any conversation around agriculture, food security, food and nutrition security, we must do better by our farmers. NAMDEFCO recognizes production. The Ministry of Agriculture grants incentives only to deed holders. The Agricultural Development Bank demands collateral, and the Land Settlement Agency moves slowly on leases. This is not me saying, this is the farmers saying that these are the challenges they face from a fragmented agriculture system. The result for us in Trinidad and Tobago is that the very people who feed the nation cannot access the support intended to support them, designed for them so they can continue to feed the people of our country. Madam Vice President, I respectfully suggest it is time to re-engineer the system. We must do better by our farmers so that proof of production, not proof of title, becomes the passport to agricultural participation. I respectfully propose to the government that they consider something what I call an agri-pass, a single digital access point linking farmers to leases, incentives, water, electricity, and credit, integrating the data that NAMDEFCO collects every week. I said 520 weeks of data for one farmer. They have pieces of paper every week. They're collecting the data so they know, and then they're visiting the farms. So they know that people are planting, but yet still they can't access the incentives. We must do better to integrate the system. So if we integrate data from NAMDEFCO, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Agricultural Development Bank, and the Ministry of Finance, this would ensure that our farmers are recognized by activity, not only by acreage. The other thing that I want to raise on the issue of agriculture, and if we're serious about it, we need to have serious conversations, is that we need a modern savannah market. Yes, I just go to the market. Yes, I close to farmers. We need a modern savannah market with sanitation, cold storage, and digital payments that should be prioritized with regular ministerial walkthroughs, not as photo opportunities, but to keep your finger on the pulse of what is required by our agriculture sector and by the people who drive our agriculture sector. We want to ensure that we implement concrete measures, Madam Vice President, to achieve our targets for the agriculture sector, but also to achieve food and nutrition security in our country. In this way, note I keep saying we move agriculture from simply incentives on paper to access in practice. Food security is not about feeding the nation alone. It is about stability. It is about income. It is about dignity. And when we speak about economic diversification, Madam Vice President, let us remember agriculture should not be seen as a relic of our past. It should be seen as the future of Trinidad and Tobago. Another area that I think demands clarity from the government with respect to Budget 2026 is with respect to the government's plan for crime reduction. During the budget debate, the country did not benefit from a presentation from the Minister of Homeland Security in which he could have outlined his strategies or his measurable outcomes for dealing with crime in the country. Given his background as a senior police officer, I was actually looking forward to a comprehensive strategy in which he would marry his expertise as an officer with his new policy-making portfolio as a minister. Madam Vice President, let us be honest. There can be no economic prosperity in Trinidad and Tobago unless we have security. Investors will not invest and communities cannot thrive where fear replaces trust. True security is not simply about police patrols. It is about prevention through opportunity. When young people see pathways in education and entrepreneurship, in sport and the creative industries, they are less likely to be lured into a life of crime. In recent weeks, the Minister of Homeland Security himself has acknowledged the rise in serious offenses committed by minors. His comments made me recall a 2013 document that was actually commissioned by the Honorable Prime Minister during her first term in office. That report was headed by one of my former university colleagues, the late Professor Selwyn Ryan, and that document was titled, "No Time to Quit, Engaging Youth at Risk." That report, as I said, which was commissioned by the Honorable Prime Minister during her first term as Prime Minister, that report found that vulnerability to crime stems not from character flaw, but from the environment in which some of our young persons find themselves. Broken families, peer rejection, school failure, and the attraction of easy money. The committee's conclusion, the committee headed by Professor Ryan, the late Professor Ryan, they concluded very simply, but it was profound. Crime is a system of social failure, and the solutions must therefore be multidimensional. It's not just about police and patrols. I think it must be a multidimensional approach, where we link law enforcement with education, housing, health, and community empowerment. That report provides us with a roadmap. The question before us is whether it will finally be used, or will we continue to repeat the same old formula of more patrols, more money behind protective services, and punitive laws, expecting different results. If we are serious about tackling crime, Madam Vice President, we must treat it as a national development priority, informed by data, guided by and sustained by courage. This is how we break the cycle, not by fear, but by foresight and by deliberate actions and deliberate strategy to help us achieve particular outcomes. Madam Vice President, It would be remiss of me if I did not address the issue of short-term employment programs, particularly the CPEP and the URP, which have dominated headlines since May and June of this year. In his presentation, the Minister of Finance promised measures to significantly improve job creation, yet the country received no further detail. CPEP and URP were often derided as make-work programs, but their closure has made their value clear to my mind. Across the country, garbage accumulation and overgrown public spaces, nobody cutting the grass, combined with the onset of the rainy season, have created conditions ripe for public health hazard from mosquito-borne and vector-borne diseases. Tens of thousands were placed on the breadline, Madam Vice President. But let us review the facts. Between 2009 and 2023, over $6.5 billion were allocated to CPEP. But alas, only $2.4 billion has been accounted for in the Parliament since 2014. Accountability concerns are valid. No argument from me. But fairness, as is the theme in the budget, demands that we consider the human impact of the closure of those programs. Budget 2026 proposes to replace CPEP and URP with this unemployment fund, promising better paying jobs. This shift raises certain questions to my mind, but before I come to the questions, I just want to share with this Honorable House some of the history behind the development of CPEP. CPEP was started in 2002 with two particular objectives. One, community enhancement of environmental spaces, and I'm paraphrasing here from the official documents. But secondly, CPEP was meant to be short-term employment for a specific target group. Persons who were semi-skilled, who had not finished their full education, single heads of households, and females. So you're really looking at people who are the lower echelons in terms of the income scale. So you provide them with some short-term employment, they can catch themselves and then graduate. Of course, that never happened, and CPEP turned out to be full-time employment for many persons. But back to the question of the shift from closing the CPEP and URP programs to this unemployment fund. And I have some questions, I must admit, Madam Vice President. Have we asked ourselves, in closing down these programs, what has been the multiplier effect of removing income from thousands of households for more than 100 days? Has the abrupt loss of income among these affected workers disrupted the schooling of their children? Have their children been going to school since June? Can these families afford food, rent, or necessities? Has this income shock, the sudden loss of their income, pushed single-parent households deeper into poverty? What, if any, are the criteria and transitional arrangements to the new fund? Remember the cohort of people that CPEP was intended to cater for. What is in place for them to transition to this new fund? These, Madam Vice President, see Freudian slip, a good one, Madam President. These, Madam Vice President, are what I consider to be human questions. Economic fairness cannot mean removing the lifeline before building the bridge. And I offer for the consideration of this Honorable House a program coming out of Argentina called the Jefes and Jefas de Hogar program, which was implemented in Argentina after their 2001 economic crisis. Similar, in part, to the CPEP program, that Jefes and Jefas de Hogar program in Argentina absorbed unemployed heads of household into community projects while providing them with training and microenterprise support, so that you maintained income but you built capacity. A similar model could be contemplated here in whatever new form. Ultimately, CPEP and URP must be seen within the national employment strategy, whatever they are called. These persons who are employed by both CPEP and URP must be part of a national employment strategy. The budget speaks of raising labour participation, but says little about reabsorbing displaced workers in the changing labour market. There is also the migration factor that is reshaping the workforce, and that leads me to what I consider to be another omission in Budget 2026. So we're talking about labour force participation, we're talking about revenues, we're talking about all of these income-generating areas, we're talking about all these social programs. But a glaring omission in this year's budget was any reference to the national migration policy. The labour force participation rate has fallen to about 54%, but there was no strategy mentioned in the budget for how the migrant community that is already contributing informally to our country, how they will be integrated into the labour market. Migrants work in construction, they work in agriculture, domestic care and retail, all are sectors that are informal. But to speak of increasing labour force participation while ignoring thousands who already participate is a policy contradiction. Madam Vice President, integration of our migrant population is an economic opportunity. We have an estimated 50 to 60,000 migrants that access public goods, they access healthcare, they access education, they access transport, but without any mechanism for them to make tax contributions or to contribute to the NIS. So the state bears the cost, but without fiscal recovery. A structured framework could perhaps allow regularized migrants to contribute through NIS and health surcharges because they access our health facilities. It could allow them to pay taxes so that we could broaden the base. It could allow them to access healthcare and training, but it would also, more importantly, curb wage exploitation and underreporting of the migrant community. To me, this is what economic fairness should look like, Madam Vice President. Reciprocity between rights and responsibilities. Without such a framework, we risk perpetuating a dual economy, one formal and one shadowed, where labour shortages persist even as the fiscal strain in the country grows. Fairness, Madam Vice President, cannot be selective. Migrants already contribute in our farms, our homes, our restaurants, but they remain invisible in fiscal planning. To my mind, integrating them formally is not charity, it's good economics. Madam Vice President, I now turn to tax reform and the conversation articulated by the Honourable Minister of Finance. The government is considering replacing the value-added tax with a sales tax, arguing correctly that VAT is onerous to administer. Yes, we have some challenges. The IMF's 2017 Tax Administration Diagnostic Assessment tool, the TADAT report, pointed to this. But the problem is not VAT itself. The problem is that we fail to administer it efficiently. A sales tax may simplify filing, but it carries significant risks, greater risks of evasion, lower yield, and potentially a heavier burden on low-income households. VAT remains, in the words, well, the numbers of the Minister of Finance, one of our most reliable revenue sources, projected at $8.2 billion for 2026. So it's not chicken feed, it's a significant amount of money. Replacing VAT with a sales tax could cause transitional losses during the changeover, but it could also cause structural losses as we narrow the base. Given our deficit budget, that would mean more borrowing or cuts at the mid-year review. A global example is from Malaysia. When Malaysia shifted from VAT to sales tax in 2018, they saw significant decline in their tax revenue and evasion. Madam Vice President, I want to respectfully suggest that the world is moving towards VAT, not away from it. If fairness is our goal, we must reform what exists, not replace it with something that is potentially weaker and does not redound to our benefit. Madam Vice President, I want to speak briefly on the creative economy and the tourism synergy. The budget statement on the orange economy is again aspirational, but very thin on specifics. It speaks of empowering creatives, yet offers no coherent framework or measurable targets. There's mention of the Creative Value Chain Fund without governance details or alignment with existing entities such as Creative TT, Film TT, Music TT, and the Artist Registry. Are these to be retained or restructured? Without clarity, we cannot know for sure whether the past lessons have been learned, whether this is an improvement, or whether we're simply duplicating. If it is that previous institutions underperformed, what is being done differently? Where is the new National Creative Industries Policy, the financing plan, or a task force linking trade, tourism, education, and culture? The 2025 Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded for innovation-driven growth. And that reminds us that innovation and creativity are the true engine of progress. For Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Vice President, I suggest that building fairness requires us to invest in creativity, not simply celebrating it once or twice per year. Jamaica's national policy for culture, entertainment, and the creative economy that was recently launched in Jamaica provides a model. It is anchored in job creation, poverty reduction, and social cohesion. It integrates governance, establishes a culture and entertainment satellite account to measure the contribution of the creative sector to their GDP. And it links the creative sector to tourism, education, and digital transformation. In Trinidad and Tobago, while I welcome the conversation around the reopening of the TTHDI, because I think it was a travesty to close it, given how central and the number of persons who were trained, our tourism policy remains fragmented. So there was mention of medical, sport tourism, cultural tourism, but no roadmap to connect them. A genuine orange economy tourism nexus would create culinary trails, artisan markets, and live performance hubs, not simply a conversation around opening of new hotels and new airports. Creativity should not be seen, Madam Vice President, as a side hustle of the economy, because for many of our young people, creativity is their economy. So more should be done. If this budget truly seeks to build fairness, the creative sector deserves a coherent ecosystem linking policy, finance, education, data, and tourism. Madam Vice President, I now turn to some overarching questions that remain in my mind, having listened to the budget, having read the documents, and having listened to some of the subsequent presentations. For all of its ambition, the budget raises issues of governance and transparency that I think require some clarification to ensure sound policymaking. In that spirit, I pose the following questions in the public interest. With respect to the Financial Oversight and Appropriations Committee, FOAC sounds good, looks good on paper, but my question is, how will it coexist with the Standing Finance Committee and the Public Accounts Committee to strengthen, not dilute, parliamentary oversight? How will the Economic Resilience Council, that is going to approve investment decisions greater than $50 million, how is it, what are the performance indicators, and will the major investment decisions be made public in the Parliament? With respect to the asset levy, what precisely constitutes these assets? I think there's need for clarification around that. With respect to the procurement leakages that the Minister mentioned during his presentation, he announced that there was about $45 billion reportedly lost, and my question is, what is the legislative or enforcement measure that will deliver measurable savings in fiscal 2026? Back to the question of debt sustainability. What medium-term fiscal rule or debt anchor is the government identifying to help preserve investor confidence? With respect to the public sector wages, as a former public servant myself, I know it is important to have the 10% increase, but can the country sustain a 10% increase without crowding out investment? With respect to the foreign exchange issue, more questions and answers. How will relaxing the vehicle import age limits affect forex demand and reserves, especially given the data suggests that within recent years we spent between US $300 and $400 million on imported vehicles? The fuel price reduction. I know the population welcomed that. I was in the gallery when the budget was read, and I mean, it was euphoria, pure euphoria. But what is the economic cost and the environmental impact of this $1 reduction in the price of super gasoline, and how will these economic and environmental costs be offset? With respect to education and skills, as part of the digitization strategy, there's mention of education platforms, etc., to introduce smart classrooms, e-textbooks, etc. How will the government measure whether AI-based learning investments outlined in the budget actually improve education outcomes? These are governance questions, Madam Vice President. Until these are clearly answered and publicly articulated, the national conversation on fairness will remain incomplete. Madam Vice President, as I close, I return to the theme of this year's budget: building economic fairness. How will this fairness be measured? Will citizens see data, dashboards tracking our progress? Data that shows real change in income distribution and gender equity and access to housing and access to healthcare and access to education? Fairness cannot be declared, Madam Vice President. It must be demonstrated and measured. I welcome the mention by the Honourable Minister Swaratsingh about the attention to be paid to the Central Statistical Office, which, Madam Vice President, is the heartbeat of evidence-based decision-making in Trinidad and Tobago. We need timely and reliable data. We need to know whether we are moving toward economic fairness or simply repeating it as a theme. Economic fairness, Madam Vice President, is not achieved by rhetoric. It is achieved by measurable outcomes, by whether the unemployed find decent work, by whether our children can dream beyond their circumstances, by whether farmers, nurses, and teachers can live with dignity, and whether the debt we incur will bring tangible improvements to the lives of every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. These questions speak to whether our policies are guided by evidence and whether our institutions are empowered to give us the data we need to plan wisely and act boldly. Madam Vice President, fairness must not remain a slogan. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Fairness must be seen, felt, and measured in every community, in every household, and in every life touched by public policy. Madam Vice President, the people of Trinidad and Tobago need to know that our country is not only building growth, but building justice through economic fairness. And that, Madam Vice President, is the standard by which this budget must be judged, not by its promises, but by its ability to deliver with fairness, transparency, and accountability. And with those comments, Madam Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the budget for 2026.
Minister Baptiste.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I want to start again, too, by congratulating you, Madam Vice President, on your ascendancy to the position of Acting Vice Chair President. I'm honored to rise in support of this appropriation bill, which reflects the government's commitment to the well-being of citizens and the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Vice President, allow me first to commend my esteemed colleague, the Minister of Finance, and his team on this budget, which reflects the clear vision set out by this government in our official policy framework and focuses on putting Trinidad and Tobago first, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies. I also laud my fellow ministers and members of Parliament who were instrumental in reflecting the will and desires of the people in the first budget in a long time, which can truly be considered a people's budget. I would like to commend our caring Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Sesesi, for her profound leadership and vision that has been realized through this budget. I take this moment to congratulate her on her recent People's Choice Leader Award at the Caribbean Global Awards held in London. This award, I know, is made even more meaningful as it was the result of a vote and therefore a true reflection of the voice of the people. Madam Vice President, I must also thank my fellow senators for their insights into the budget through their respective contribution. I do value the opinion of my colleagues in this august chamber. And last but definitely not least, on my list of acknowledgements are all those persons who contributed in one way or the other by way of their expert opinions, verbal feedback, written comments, etc., to shaping the historic fiscal package meant to bring real change to real people. Madam Vice President, you have a very limited time to contribute. But I can't just move on without, and leave everything said, without some kind of concerns of my own based on what was said here this morning so far. My colleague, Senator Vishnu Dhanpaul, he spoke about a collapsed budget. And then somehow he said, well, that has always happened. I find I wasn't sure whether it was a bad thing or a good thing he was saying, because he kind of acknowledged it happened before, this concept of a collapsed budget. And then I heard, and I really understood and respected the contribution of Senator Dr. Marlene. And I heard a lament asking the questions. And Senator Dhanpaul, it's not a collapsed budget you ought to be concerned about. It's a collapsed P&M. Because the questions being asked would have been answered if the other place, the P&M, had not collapsed. You spoke about a budget and the figures. I just want to be clear that a lot of that budget is to provide for outstanding arrears left by the P&M. But we still have to. You spoke about a failed education system and the budget allocated for that. Let me remind the PNM, my God, this Pontius Pilate thing can't work. Colleagues, of the 69 years of self-governance in this country, you have been at the helm for 53 of those years. Colleagues, the UNC, this big bad UNC is only 10 years. That plus a couple months that we have been in office. Whatever problem you have in the education system, is we fixing it now? And then you point to the next big issue in the budget about crime and the amount of money we're spending on national security issues. That you feel is not the point, but that's the point. There's a big budget to deal with crime because we met and inherit uncontrolled crime and criminality left after 10 years by the PNM.
You know, reach. Yeah, just reach.
You spoke about one of the things you hope for, and I appreciate that. You want to add implementation units in all ministries so that they could effectively execute. You're right. That ought to be there. What you have been doing for the last 10 years, why is it not there? It is not there because the PNM, not only for the last 10 years, and I want people to always remember that they have been there for 53 years at the helm of this country. And guess what you have? The public service plagued with what? 50% of its positions are vacant. Vacancies rendering it ineffective. And then there's come and lament about the ineffectiveness of the public service. Because why? They failed to fill the vacancies, and moreover, they failed to restructure the public service, to modernize the public service, to ensure that it could meet the demands of the current society that we live in. The PNM's failure is why we're in a situation where you're now talking about implementation unit. Yes, it will happen. And guess what? We will fix it. And I like how you mentioned the fiscal deficit. And you give us a figure to 50 billion. Since 2009, you talk about we having that deficit. I know, the overdraft. But you say this since 2009. Again, colleague, who in charge of this place all these years, for you to mention these things like if it came from nowhere. That situation is largely caused because of the ineffectiveness and incompetence of the People National Movement. And yes, we will deal with it. I like how you made a plug for your tax-free pension for yourself. I think that was, at least that's a good contribution. Give him a thump, he wanted pension. We will deal with that at some other time. But something you also mentioned, and I want to draw it to the attention of the national community, because it concerns me. This bothers me. When you point out NIS, and you try to purport that somehow the government is going back on its word in how we treat with the NIS situation. Colleagues, And I like how Dr. Marlene Senator Dr. Marlene would have pointed out to the importance of the CSO as our vanguard for data-driven decision-making. It is that. And one of the major problems that the NIS faced, and we all had to come to understand that, the biggest problem faced by the NIS has been the existence of the People National Movement. And why did I say that? Because in the last 10 years, CSO statistics, over 64,900 jobs lost, and therefore the corresponding drop in contribution to the NIS based on the last 10 years of the PNM existence. So you have a major deficit of contribution to the NIS fund. And we have found ourselves here having to treat with that with a level of urgency, lest we face the collapse of NIS and the NIB. When they take and destroy jobs, not understanding the multiplying effect of that, it also impacts the contribution to the NIS scheme. They, in 10 years, 64,900 jobs were lost.
And then they sucked on the actual report.
So, I just want to put that on record. But I'm the Minister of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development. My focus here in this debate, again, is to with two simple issues. One, as the Minister of Labor, I'm elated when the Minister of Finance placed on the budget $475 million as an employment fund to treat with the employment of persons in this country. I thought it was something that I needed to comment on, which I will comment on. And moreover, to indicate how this ministry, under my charge, is going to assist in sustainable development and growth of our economy. Madam Vice President, before we can speak of solutions, we must confront failures. The previous PNM administration left behind a legacy of neglect, inertia, and institutional decay. The PNM overall impact on the society over the last 53 years, whilst we were at the helm, as we all know, and you speak about it glowingly, Senator Dhanpaul, the mere fact that this economy, we failed to diversify the economy, notwithstanding for decades being in charge. We have the widening of the income inequality gap between the haves and the have-nots, courtesy the PNM. We have the out-of-control crime and criminality, the courtesy the PNM. And of course, we have had, over the years, massive job losses. I wouldn't go into those figures, but massive job losses, whether it's Caroni, Biwi, TSC, Petrotrin, and the list will go on. It is not surprising, therefore, that in the last 10 years, we met an industrial relations climate in Trinidad and Tobago that was in disarray, characterized by industrial action, failed wage negotiations, the collapse of the National Tripartite Council. Madam President, prior to my installation as the Minister of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, the industrial relations climate in Trinidad and Tobago could be described in only one word. That word is unhealthy. In my former iteration as the president of the PSA, I would have had cause to lead the charge against a politicized special tribunal where the chairman would have sought to extend powers that he did not possess in a bid to foist a 10-year collective bargaining agreement upon civil servants, when the period which was being negotiated was for 6 years. In the interest of time, I need not regurgitate the decision of the Court of Appeal that the special tribunal could not so exercise those powers that it did not have. But my greater point here is that the unjust treatment and oppression of workers by the former regime was boldly orchestrated from the highest echelons of our public institutions. You see, Madam Vice President, for the past 9 years, the former PNM government appeared to be shamelessly and appallingly unaware of the need to establish and maintain the tripartite structures that were necessary to steer this country in the direction of industrial peace and harmony. It is trite industrial relations, Madam Vice President, that in the absence of genuine tripartite processes, productivity and growth will suffer. The former government did nothing to repair the fractures that were formed at the very highest level of NTAC, and so the inextricable link of failure to consult and negotiate and industrial instability was made manifest. We had all witnessed the worrying indicators of a deteriorating industrial relations climate. Threats of industrial action loom large across several sectors, forestalled salary negotiation, and poor health and safety practices. Among them, Madam Vice President, were within critical sectors such as tea and tech, Cal, the Port of Spain. Industrial action and staging of protests were the order of the day. And the inadequate response of the then government was seeming to suggest that the disruptions, work stoppages, losses in production, and adverse economic consequences were to be easily ignored. The then government abused the remedy of injunctive relief and exchanged consultation for legalism. Workers were seen as nothing more than pawns in the PNM playbook. This, Madam Vice President, even while our economy was reeling and still struggling to recover from an economic downturn occasioned by COVID-19. Madam Vice President, we are fixing this. As I would have alluded to, one of the things I want to stand here in solidarity with is this job creation, national recruitment drive. Because I want the national community to trust the process. Trust the process. I heard Senator Dr. Marlene Attzs. I heard her. I said, trust the process. Madam Vice President, the best estimate of our future performance where that is concerned could be gauged by our track record. Let's look at some of the facts. And not the facts from Senator Baptiste or UNC facts. No, the facts not yellow. It's not red. The facts are the Central Statistical Office, the CSO facts, on unemployment trends. In the period 2010 to 2015, under the UNC government, employment increased from 582,100 to 623,300, according to CSO, a net increase of 41,200 jobs. According to CSO, from 2015 to the first quarter of 2025, under the P&M, according to CSO, there was a decline from the 623,300 jobs to 558,900 jobs, a decline of 64,400 jobs. Now, this is CSO. It didn't stop there. Public sector employment, which include public service, statutory boards of state enterprise. Under the UNC, public sector employment was 166,700 jobs. Under the PNM, as of the first quarter in 2025, public sector employment dropped to 129,900 jobs, a decline of 36,800 jobs. This is not made up. Well, we know looking at the economists, this thing is now a very popular indicator that is used, labor force participation rate. Those who are working and those who could looking for work. Under the UNC, the labor force participation rate between 2010 and 2015 on average was 61.5%. This is CSO. I want to stress, this is not mine. This is what you could use for decision making when people want to know who to trust. Where jobs are concerned, look to this. Under the P&M, the labor force participation rate dropped by over 6.3% to 54.3% under the P&M. So you had a fall in the labor force participation rate. Youth employment. Youth employment under the UNC, when left office in 2015, was 79,600. Under the P&M, the first quarter of 2025, that dropped to 51,700, a decline of 27,900.
And you're talking.
Jobs lost. I want the national community to know, we're talking about who could now, which is important. Create jobs. Create jobs. I've just shared with you what the track record shows. Under the UNC, there was a growth in jobs. Under the PNM, jobs. Under the UNC, jobs will increase, and under the PNM, jobs were lost by the thousands. Colleagues, but guess what?
In that jobs narrative.
The UNC can fix it. Madam Vice President, as Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, work is a core responsibility. Decent work is a core responsibility under the Ministry of Labour. Then we come to the perennial issue of make work programs, and we know this is of great concern. I want to acknowledge Dr. Marlene and Senator Dr. Marlene and how she would have spoke about him, and I really appreciate the concern. Madam Vice President, this country is a member of the International Labour Organization. Therefore, we are obligated. I want to stress, we are obligated if not compelled, to promote decent work. You know, we talk about contractors, and this is not a matter I could discuss here, it's sub judice, yes? But I'm not studying that aspect of the contractors and CPEP and what have you. But what took place in that environment, what we call work. Don't make no mistake in believing when you hear somebody have a contract for 3 years that you feel for a moment that person's got 3 years of employment. That's not the case. When I speak to the persons impacted, they will be given that fortnight. They'll come again and hopefully be called again. If you get 2 fortnights, you go home and you may be called again. That is inconsistent with the concept of decent work that we have obliged. Decent work, by definition, is productive employment that offers a fair income, workplace security, and social protection for families. We all know the problem is make work programs, and we have to deal with it. And we know the solution is decent work or well-defined, sustainable jobs. Real jobs for real people. But Madam Vice President, you know, we all understand what the problem, we understand what the solution is, but it's always who will bell the cat? Well, you know, the story about who will bell the cat. We all know, hopefully, the story of the mice. That the mice were being terrorized and hunted by a cat. The mice eventually called a council of the mice to determine how to treat with this threat to all of them. They brainstormed, and a young bright mouse came up with an idea that they should tie a bell around the neck of the cat so that when it approached, they will hear the bell and will make good their escape. The mice instantly rejoiced at the brilliance of the idea. That's a great solution, they shouted. However, as they rejoiced at the solution, an old and wise mouse asked in a subdued tone, I hear all it, but just who will bell the cat? With that, the council became quiet as there was no volunteer. Madam Vice President, the moral of the story is simple. As noble and as necessary as the goal may be, it remains merely an idea, unrealized and untouched, unless someone steps forward with the courage, conviction, and fortitude to carry it out.
Fix it.
Alas, came April 28, 2025. And with it came the election of the United National Congress and its leader, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa. The Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, by actions, declared unequivocally and emphatically that she will bell the cat. She has launched an unprecedented initiative to replace indecent work, make work jobs with decent work. She has launched the national recruitment drive to fill over 20,000 public service jobs and state enterprises, including vacancies in TSTT, TNTech, WASEC, etc. Colleagues, we are on our way to decent jobs for all. Once and for all, the government has taken lead in promoting decent work in our beloved nation. We are honoring our ILO obligation to decent work. Real jobs, real people, real change.
No ghost need apply.
Colleagues, I want to quickly just be clear that this is just not only just positive news, you know. This is something I want us to quickly recognize what the benefits. Because UNC plan to create the 20,000 public service jobs will reverse the negative trends created under the PNM. It will promote economic stability. It will restore lost employment. It will stimulate consumption and it will boost the GDP. It will reduce poverty, crime, and youth disengagement. It provides sustainable, safe jobs with clearly defined terms and conditions. Colleagues, again, real jobs, real people, real change. In that environment, assuming there be, because as by now if anyone had gone on the site, you know it's all jobs. This is seeking to fill vacancies, and there's several tiers to it. There's a phase 1, there's a phase 2, and I'll get into the other aspect of it. But all jobs to fill. From basic skills, trades. If one was to assume, on average, at the filling of those vacancies, that you have net increase in salary of about $6,500 a month per person. Looking at high salaries, low salaries, in between salaries, that translates to a TT $78,000 a year someone could own. And if you have that now being the mean or median salary, you have total direct household income based on 20,000 being 20,000 by 78,000. Annually, we're talking about an injection of $1.56 billion into the economy. For the NIS, it could mean contribution to the extent of over $253 million annually. It also could mean increase, of course, the obvious increase in the labor participation rate, reduction in unemployment, increase in youth employment. But moreover, you have the impact on that, where indirect job creation is concerned. To use the economics term, the multiplying effect. That what you could deal with when you have jobs create more jobs. That's just what happens. Demand-driven growth, that is just what happens. Yes, demand for more goods and services, that is what just happens.
Extrapolation.
And there are all type of multiplier rates that are used. If it's tradable, if it's non-tradable, job growth. But even the most conservative multiply effect, if you were to use 1 or 1.5, Because in some studies will let you know if it's a tradable job where it's export, it could as much as 2.5 indirect jobs could be created from the one new job and greater. But if you use a modest 1.5, you talk about the possibility of what? 20,000 jobs, indirectly creating 30,000 jobs. And then you have a total of 50,000 jobs. Even if you have a lower salary, mean salary, for the 30,000 job, maybe $5,000 or $4,500 for the salary, you're talking about the possibility of adding the next $1.8 billion again in circulation in this economy. And I say this because I want the business community know they have to support this budget. And this initiative, because it seeks to inject into this economy as much as over $3 billion by the National Recruitment Drive initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesa, SC. Needless to mention, it also means a serious injection in funds for the NIS. Real jobs, real people, real change cameras. I spent some time. I want to spend my last few minutes. I tell you, I don't have much time for this thing. Some more time. To just simply see some of what, as the Minister of Labor, that we have been engaged in. Madam Vice President, on April 28, the people of Trinidad and Tobago chose competence over chaos. Under the leadership of the Honorable Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa SC, the United National Congress Administration has launched its Workers' Agenda, 20 action items, all activated, not one shelved, not one ignored. We rejected the 4%, the 4%, and the 5% offers imposed on public officers, and the Prime Minister, the Honorable Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, directed the Minister of Finance to instruct the CPO to return to the negotiation table with a 10% offer for the period 2014 to 2019. That is not rhetoric, it is action. It is respect. It is promises made and promises kept. Again, National Recruitment Drive, 20,000 positions across 25 ministries. Again, real jobs, real people, real change. Colleagues, we have again reversed in that simple move, seek to reverse the labor participation rate. We're talking about also the creation of a productivity ecosystem, Madam Vice President. And with that, Madam Vice President, I know my time is nearly out. I would like to wind up by saying the UNC is not just fixing what is broken. We are building what was never dared. And those who still cling to the old ways, I say this: the train has left the station. Either get on board or get out the way. Madam Vice President, I thank you because under this UNC government, under the leadership of the Honorable Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesayasi, one thing is certain: promises made, promises kept. Because when UNC wins, I thank you.
Senator Ettienne. Senator Ettienne.
Madam President, Vice President, I'm sorry, Vice President, government senators, opposition bench, independent bench, media, visitors, the watching public. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here today because we come here at the crossroad to debate something, a very important document that is going to affect the lives of every one of us, rich or poor, disabled, non-disabled. It's going to affect every single person that occupies this country. And we have to be very careful of, looking at the country as collapse, gloom and doom. Now we're going to see the bright lights and stuff like this. Now this budget, I view it as, I could align it with a Christmas tree. So I will, quote unquote, distinguish it as a Christmas tree. It has a lot of glitter, plenty glitter, that even the blind could see. However, not everything that glitters is gold. I am not saying that things are not looking bright on the horizon and things are not fine. For example, you have, economic fairness. It has a lot of catchwords, words that desperate people would long to hear and are happy to hear. So you have a lot of, fairness, fiscal policy. The budget belongs to all of us, which is true. That's one main true point. And this budget is going to deliver people first, and it's going to look at targeting vulnerable income, unlocking human capital, and building safe and resilient communities. And investing in people while investing in progress. These are catchwords that when you hear this, you feel hopeful, you see, yes, all our problems are solved. But no matter what we do, we are in a global crisis. And that global crisis was, this global community have been hit very hard with the pandemic. And we are still struggling to come out of it, the entire global community. And life has changed for each one of us. And everybody is looking for an olive branch. Everybody's looking for this olive branch or this promise of paradise in the future. There is no promise of paradise in the future. We have to make things work. We have sacrifices to make. And I could understand that, protecting the vulnerable. And we have to know certain strategies that are practicable, and some strategies may not be so practicable. Our main focus, all right, is the vulnerable people that is being hit day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, by the decisions of people who are placed to make correct decisions on their behalf. And as the central bank in 2025 stated, that food prices going up, inflation going up, all right? So we are looking at a budget here that in certain categories are going to stimulate increase of cost of living. And we had to come to the realization of it. We cannot duck out of it. We have to tighten our belts, all right? And what we have to realize is that cost of living is going up. This budget, in one way or the other, we have to face the reality, is going to contribute to it. Jump high, jump low, don't matter if you want to butter it up, don't matter if you want to put the glitter of Christmas tree lights on it, cost of living is going up. And for example, $1 off super gas. I view this as a distraction carrot to the main meat of the matter, all right? If things are going to be tough, say it from the beginning, yeah? Hey, you all have to be at a tighten our belt. Things are hard, X, Y, and Z. But, for example, all right, that distraction carrot, everybody happy. When they go to the pump, they're paying $50 less. But when you increase taxes, what happens? There is a triple effect. When people have to import goods, all right, and these companies have to pay to clear the containers, and who you think it's going to be trickle off to? Are they going to say, see me, I am not going to touch the vulnerable. I am not going to interfere with, raising the prices of the products? No, all right. Budget say this is going to increase. Well, the products is going to increase as well. And people have to come to the realization that when you go to the supermarkets, cost of living is going up. It's going to continue to go up. And certain parts of this budget is going to contribute towards it. The companies that have to pay more are going to pass it off. Don't matter how much exemption on certain products, we all have to live. We all have to eat. We have to survive. And I know the budget have a lot of promises in it. But right now, for people who have lost their jobs, okay, on the breadline, accustomed of getting a salary this week, nothing. They have children to support. They have rent to pay. They have mortgage to pay, all right? You can't tell them, hey, wait and see, we come in next 2026 with promises that will be fulfilled. They want help now. Many are thrown on the bread line. Thousands are thrown on the bread line. Instead of weaning them off of a broken system, quote unquote broken system, all right, they were immediately slashed. How are you going to feel that you're working? You have children, you have your bills, and in a blink of an eye, you have nothing. Children watching you, wifey watching you, what next? Many people are homeless because of this. They have to return to their parents' homes and stuff like that. They don't know what to do. And it came about in a critical moment. Just think about it. My child passed the C exam, and there are costs involved. Everybody knows the booklets is thousands of dollars. The next item, I don't know how the horse ran away and leave the cart. But I cannot understand why parents have to pay such an exorbitant amount when they go to register their children, thousands of dollars. So they have to go with the registration fee of thousands of dollars. When they get the booklets, thousands of dollars, they have to pay for uniform, and then they have to pay for their children transportation. This is the reality that many people had to face in September. So while, hey, it's good of promises, but you can't dump people into an abyss and then tell them, wait for the promise it coming down the pipeline. They need it now. They need that olive branch now. Grants, all right, the little bit that the grants will offer, they have to go through mean assessment and everything. And the thing about it is not all getting. Not all people are getting. And you know who is suffering too now? Our future generation, the children. Some children can't go to school. Parents say, I can't pay your school fee, or not school fee, pay the transportation fee. All right? So right now, our future children are being affected. I could understand a wean system or a tier system that the government, has adopted in several areas. But that slash like this is like, it's for the poor people, the low-income people, all right? These are people, many people, all right, could choose what they want to have for breakfast. We're coming on to the reality, all right? Being realistic. You could have your eggs, your butter, your cheese. You could have cereal if you want to have coffee. If you want to have tea or drinking chocolate. Some people this morning, they have to choose, they have no choice. And the children, bread and butter and a cup of tea. And when they reach the school, they have to depend on the school feeding program. Thanks to the full school feeding program, because you know why? Daddy unemployed, he got thrown on the bread line. And these are low-income people. All right? So when we're talking about these promises, and it coming, and it coming, and it coming, yes, these are promises. But there must be a safety net for people who are vulnerable. You're talking about another glitter, another twinkling bulb, is protecting the purchasing power for the vulnerable. Now, when you protecting the purchasing power of the vulnerable, you can't do that by plunging them into unemployment. If you plunge them into unemployment, in economics, you have what is called supply and demand. And if somebody don't have purchasing power, then obviously it would affect their demand. They have to now scrabble of what is a priority from what is not. And it trickles on to supply. It affects the supply as well. So this is the big reality that we are faced with, which a lot of people is listening on public media now. Hey, yes, there is not a bridge, as Senator Attzs said. That bridge to transform, that bridge to transform is not in promises for next year. It's in promises between tomorrow I need a meal, or my children need transportation, or my children need money for books. Some students, we are in October, and the list of school books, it has not been completely filled as yet. Why? Because mommy can't help, daddy can't help. Many parents have to pick up, other than those that was slashed, generally have to pick up a second job because of rising food prices. Talking about the average man on the street. So when you raise various taxes and different taxes, and there is where we will increase revenue, and we're going to get more money to pay our debts and stuff like that. You know who is going to feel it? The poor, the vulnerable, the person who is on grants, because the grants not going up, the pension's not going up, and the salaries people getting is not going up. So when cost of living go up, and somebody have a mortgage, somebody have loans, and cost of living going up, all right? The thing about it is they still have those bills to pay. For example, tax on industrial and commercial electricity. We all know anytime you tamper with utilities, it's going to trigger a cost of living increase. So don't think that the port, Massey stores, food basket, and other places, all right, I could go on and on, like industries like, food, the hardware industries, people's mom and pop stores, all right, fast food outlets are not going to raise their items, the final product, because they are not going to incur that bill and leave it, whereby it's not going to trickle down to the poor. So you can't tell me that you're going to increase industrial and commercial electricity and it's not going to touch domestic people, the poor, domestic homes. Cost of living is going to go up. The grocery is not going to say, oh my goodness, all right, we are not going to increase on flour and sugar and milk and the essential things and rice, and we will try and incur that cost. No, the cost is going to be passed on. And when it's passed on to somebody who has a fixed salary amount, all right, and already struggling, and many have to pick up a second job to make things work, all right, then what happens? So you're seeing here where people, all right, are being affected. You can't say, wait, promises are coming. Cost of living is going up and the budget is triggering it. Parts of the budget is triggering it. So you're giving something in one hand and taking it back in the other. That dangling carrot of super for the drivers, people who have vehicles, when they have to go and purchase parts in the bamboo and the motor establishments who have to pay commercial electricity and industrial electricity, all right, charges. You think they're going to leave the price of a radiator the same? You think they're going to leave a fuel pump the same? You think they're going to leave those parts that is essential for the car the same price? No, it's going to go up. So when people think they're saving $50 at the pump, that's why I say that's a distraction carrot. because you have to go and spend it back, right back. You have to go and spend it. For example, you're saying now that you're going to charge banks and financial institutions. You think these banks and financial institutions is going to just absorb that cost? Where are they going to throw the cost? Where do you think it's going to throw the cost? It's not going to say, hey, I ain't throwing the cost on you. You paying this, you getting disability grant, or you getting pension, or your salary low. Is everybody going to feel it in higher service fees and stuff that the bank, that people already crying out for? So the thing about it is, and even they're going to pass on that same commercial electricity cost as well. So when you're saying, all right, hey, we're raising this, we're raising that, but we are, we are fair. When it comes, how fair is fair? All right? So you're seeing here that you can't tell me that certain aspects of the budget is not going to increase the cost of living. I am raising the points as we go along. All right? So, you have, all right, let's look at the service charge for landlords. Right now, there is no regulatory for landlords. They're just raising as fast as cost of living go up, they're raising. A lot of people in this country is renting, from young people even to the elderly is renting. And the landlord's going to say, you can't tell me I have to incur an over $2,000 fee and I'm not going to pass it on. Because here what? The landlord had to pay the fee. The landlord now come back and he have running a business and he have to pay different charges. What he or she is going to do? All right, pass it on to the poor tenant. And the poor tenant, okay, the poor tenant is going to have to pay. Where they're paying it from? The increase in rent. Food going up, where they paying it from? And this landlord fee is not just for private, Let's say people are being innovative and you have entrepreneurs having their little cosmetic store, hairdressing, and all these things. Now, here what? They have two fees increase to pay. One, electricity, because they fall under commercial, and two, landlord fees that landlord gonna factor into the rent. So, cost of living going up, people who are entrepreneurs and have their own business wondering, Lord, what will happen next? We will have to pass the charge on to the customers. And then the customers holding their head and saying, Lord, we having promises coming down the pipeline, but they have to put things in place. What would happen in 2026, January 2026? And here what? In January 2026, they go in and take out more money out of the salary for NIS. So you go in and take out more money for NIS. I understand that. And what is so hurtful, on the same note of NIS, people paying into a fund because they want to be independent, they will not be qualified for elderly government pension, so they're putting away for the later years. And to be to be hit in the face with the startling reality, where will money go on? All you think collapsing in 2033, you know? So we had to take more money out of all your salary. So it's like, Lord Jesus. Then all what we was contributing into, where it gone? Who managed it bad? Bad investments. What went wrong over the years since NIS began? To know. All right? All who was in governing power since then till now, all right, where the money gone? It's so sad because all of us are going to be affected. All of us. And I could understand that the government realizes this is a serious issue and it must be dealt with now. All right, I understand that. But don't tell me you're going and take money out from January. All right, and people are saying it's not much, it's not much. If you calculate every week for sometimes 5 weeks a month, and you total it, you will see how much every month for somebody who is getting an average salary, sometimes there's the bare minimum wage. And linked to what I previously said with all the cost of living going up. My main concern for this is taking the money and dumping it into the abyss. The same thing is going to happen all over again. I believe in preparation, putting the guardrails, so when it starts, because for 1 month, you're going to collect a good amount of summer money, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. So while the guardrails are now putting into place, how much money have been collected already? So I have a big concern for it, of putting the guardrails, because you know what would happen? God spare my life in 2033 and our lives in 2033. If no guardrails are put in place, we are going to be faced with the same issue. Where the money gone? So what we need to do is put in safety nets and a proper guardrail and proper accountability. You can't say, right, you're going to put it in the future while taking money in January. So that is my main concern, because it's very sad that people of Trinidad and Tobago, the working class, when it had the pandemic and people realized that companies, some businesses were taking out NIS contributions and was not paying it to the NIB board, there was pandemonium. People were scared. People wanted to know for years. Companies wasn't doing it. So now we are hit with another reality, that fund going and collapse. The fund going and collapse. So if the fund going and collapse, all right, okay, something has to be done. What everybody wants to know is that when time for retirement, they have, because they put an into something, is happy to say, here it is, than where it is, where it gone. So we need proper guardrails, because this is our money that coming out of our salary, and now it's going to be an increase into our pockets that we now have to, we didn't cause the problem, but we now have to pay to fix it. That is the working population of Trinidad and Tobago. So I am hoping that the government will put in safety nets and accountability, checks and balances, and guardrails towards this, so we wouldn't have to go back to saying, hey, 5-10 years, we had an increase again. All your pension is disappearing. When you put into a fund, your pension shouldn't disappear. All right? So the thing about it is that it's so scary when people, the public, have to hear that. So I'm hoping that the government will put, guardrails to protect the vulnerable and the working class so that they would be able to know that in the future they could pay for, when they retire, they could pay for the medical, and they could be able to survive and live and not plunge into poverty. All right? Now I go to another little topic called exemption of taxes for private pensions. And they're saying, oh yes, that sounds really good. All right? Now, if cost of living is going up and the exemption of taxes on private pensions, obviously it's going to be reabsorbed, because even though the tax and take out, in one way, the tax are going to be taken out either in food, in services, because you cannot tell me the utility companies that have to pay commercial electricity is not going to raise their rates on the packages that they offer consumers. It coming. It coming. When they see it, all these conglomerates that serving have businesses and chains of groceries and utility companies. It's coming. So when people feel, hey, I don't have to pay increase in electricity because I am domestic, it's coming, but in another category. You will have to pay for it. So even though you save your $50 at the fuel pump, you have to pay it some other way. Even though you don't have a car, even though you don't have a car, you don't have a vehicle, it's going to be trickled off to you, either increasing the payment for the taxis, the maxi taxis, all of that is going to increase, because everybody is going to increase, because you know why? It's a ripple effect. And this is what is called the ripple effect. All right? So, you know, as I say, cost of living going up, we had to brace for it. But my heart sunk last week, Friday, when I heard on public media, quote and unquote, we have to learn to invest. Now people have to invest. Invest what? What could we invest when people can't even have a bank account? Right now, many people bank accounts. And I'm talking not from me, I'm talking from people who spoke to me and tell me many of them, the bank account is just, it had to remain at an open balance. They're living paycheck to paycheck. So what are you going to invest? Your children, transportation fee to go to school, your rent, your money for buying groceries. What are you going, your money for mortgage? What are you, and your money for your utilities? And it's going up in January. So when I heard this statement, it's like, what? This have to be so unrealistic and insensitive, because I can't invest. So much less to meet the needs of people, you're talking about investment. Right now, people don't want to hear investment. Right now, people, they're panicking. Cost of living going up. I have to, they can't buy and put on groceries. It go finish one, or it go turn into Weeble. Because that's what people were doing in the pandemic, and they buy a whole set, they take out loan to buy groceries, and it all turned bad. So there will become a certain point whereby you have to face it. So right now, people are thinking, what happened? The future generation, we talk about lofty 10 million for research at the University of the West Indies, You know what's going to face students right now? You know what is more the buzzword? Increase in fees. They were going to increase it, and it has hold off for now, but it's going to happen. What students are going to tell their parents? And here the big thing you will tell me, turn to GATE. GATE have a means assessment, and it's very, very rigid. So when they come and they assess mommy and daddy income, they don't want to know that the groceries gone up in the supermarket, you know. They'll say you don't qualify. All right? So it would affect education for our future. So this is the reality of what's happening. So it's just for us to think. All right? I'm not shooting down the entire budget. But as I said, it has a lot of glitter. A lot of glitter wording to make us happy. But in the future, while waiting for, you know, all these promises, what are going to happen in the interim? All right? So I don't know what we're going to invest. I am still waiting to think what a man on the street going to invest. It would be nice if we could do a survey and reach out to people on the street and ask them if you have any money right now to invest. Honestly, I was very shocked to hear that. Because you know what? When I heard that, then I come to the realization that some people, they either are not in tune to, they talk about poverty, they talk about vulnerable, but they don't know what it really means. They never live it. For somebody to say, invest and learn to invest and things will get better, for a poor person who's trying to make ends meet day by day, all right, I think it was unrealistic. All right, I will now focus a little bit on, all right, they talk about there is Foundation for Life. It's going to be used for the less fortunate. And you have 1,461 units being built in Arima, Dabadi, and Kuva. Fine. I am so happy for that. But then I read that persons with disabilities are going to be focused to be down Edinburgh 500. Why Edinburgh 500? Could somebody tell me why? If we talk about being inclusive and we are going to be treated equal, why put us in Edinburgh 500? Over a year ago, one of my students died. And when they found him in his house, a few days after, under suspicious circumstances, all right, he lived at Edinburgh 500. And the next thing about it is, if you're talking about equality, all the glitter, Christmas tree bulbs, words, and the glitter of inclusiveness, equality for the vulnerable and persons with disabilities. I don't agree with taking and hurting all persons with disabilities. So you're trying to make a district of disabled people.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
In my international experience, I have never seen that. All right? And I don't agree with this. I believe in full inclusion. Why persons with disabilities should only be thrown in Edinburgh 500? So if they want to come to Port of Spain, they're on a disability grant, they have to pay 3 means of transportation or wait for the bus. All right, certain areas. Why we cannot live in one of those units in Dabity, in Couva, in Arima, in St. James, in Maloney, in any other, the Lopino, in any other the housing developments. It would be great to see persons with disabilities living among other citizens. We don't have a plague that you have to sectionize us off and quarantine us. That is a form of quarantining. And in the human rights, all right, the CRPD, they talk about, 2006, they talk about inclusiveness. Trinidad signed on to it, they ratified it. So you can't take on section we off and throw it down in Edinburgh 500. We want to walk out of our home. Good morning to anybody else. And you know what it is? Many neighbors will say, hey, I admire this person because they live so independently. We would be examples in the society for those who want to think about being lazy and sit by the street corner. They could say, hey, you see me, let me get my act together because a blind person, look, the person in wheelchair, the person hearing impaired, look, they're living, going to work, and they're maintaining their homes. But don't put we down and exclude us and only Edinburgh 500. I don't agree with it, and Senator, I don't think when that decision was made, it was made...
Senator, your time is up.
Time's up?
Yes.
All right, okay. All right, well, thank you very much and for your listening, and I think I got the point across. Thank you. And just the last, I just want to leave with a question. All right, and the question is, the government strategy, all right, all what I, yeah. All right, okay, all right.
No, it's not manners. Everybody has been treated equally.
All right, sure. Not a problem. All right, thank you.
Shut up. What's all,
okay, all right, senators.
About?
All right, I think we have been here for a while. Okay, senators. We will be taking lunch now. I think we'll be back at 2:30. So now the Senate is now suspended.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Let me first of all start off on a bit of a sad note. The national community, the national sporting community, and the swimming fraternity has been hit by two unfortunate deaths recently of former national swimmers. One, Stephen Otley, former Fatima Boy national record holder, one of the best breaststrokers the Caribbean has ever seen. He passed away yesterday. And Jerome Brammer, a former national swimmer, also of Fatima College, passed away in Washington about 6 days ago. So to the swimming fraternity and to Trinidad and Tobago as a whole, I want to express our deepest condolences to the family and friends of these national heroes. Madam Vice President, Senator the Honorable Dr. Marlene Attzs, I congratulate you on your ascension to the board of Ansa McCall, and I hear it, and I'm glad that you disclosed that. But suffice it to say that the government under Kamla Persad Bissessar, while respecting and understanding corporate Trinidad and Tobago and the importance for job creation, is a prime minister of the people, for the people, and by the people. So when she is weighing policy decisions, she would lean on the side of those most challenged, those at the lower ends of the economic ladder. So when you see the policies for extension of or increase in age limit for foreign use, that's to allow all the citizens to be able to afford transportation. And while some people may believe that that creates traffic because the roads are designed only for a certain economic bracket, I can assure you that this government understands the problems, will create innovative solutions to ease traffic and increase production. Also, the costs and the requisite taxes and that were put on duties on alcohol, everybody knows that's self-explanatory. The prices have been raised. And while, as Senator Dhanpaul said, that's an inelastic demand, we also want to stress that the PNM was at great pains to complain about how much was always spent on health and the healthcare system and free healthcare, even suggesting that they wanted to privatize it and throw in innuendos. But healthy lifestyles are a part and parcel of this government to reduce the cost of NCDs and lower the budget, the bill for the health sector. So that is part and parcel of this policy. This budget must be commended. The Minister of Finance, guided by the Honorable Prime Minister, for the first time in 9.5 years, we saw a budget with a plan, with possibilities, with hope. We saw public servants and labor celebrating rather than being angry and vexed at being talked down to. We saw citizens happy to go to the gas station. And yes, $50 per tank may come up to $400, but it is a benefit across the board. And the multiplier effects will take place as transportation costs decrease and the government's agricultural plan and diversification takes our route as we move forward. So, Senator Attzs, I also will implore you at your new position, seeing that you didn't mention that Guardian Media Limited falls under your auspices as a board member of Answer Macal Group, that so maybe we could start to see a little bit more fair and balanced journalism from Guardian Media Limited, rather than reporters so full of venom and not understanding their journalistic principles, because you are a lady and a citizen who has lived extremely well and fairly and balanced, and I'm sure that you will not be part and parcel of encouraging any sort of Balizé juice from a Guardian Media Limited. So I look forward to them returning to their basics, back to basics, their journalistic principles. Ask hard questions, of course, but the absolute venom and political bias of the PNM could not be the way. That's why they also lose $14 million per year, which you would not want to oversee. Honorable Senator Lalite-Ettienne, don't worry, Honorable Senator. The guardrails have been put in place. The guardrails to protect the NIS and to protect the nation's treasury and to protect the country have been put in place. They were put in place. They were put in place on April 28, 2025 in a landslide victory, removing the issues and the problems that you may have had with the NIS that this government agrees with, that citizens had been contributing. But that PNM blight, that PNM government has ruled us for 76.2% of our existence. And when you ask them where the money gone, you are correct, because they had people like Calder Hart and Andre Montai in charge of our money, and we don't know where it went. But this government has to bail the cat. This government cannot allow, by 2033, the entire system to collapse, because then everybody who had contributed would lose. Every single citizen, every single worker would lose. So the Honorable Minister of Finance, and the direction of the Minister of Planning and the Prime Minister has decided that they will bite the bullet and protect the future for all of our citizens, and it's worthy of a pounding of the table. And I assure you, as you say that you would contribute and you hope to be alive at 2033, and I wish that you are, Godspeed, but in 2033, the NIS will be alive and kicking because the guardrail is there and the PNM shall never return to government in this country. Senator Lalite-Ettienne, there is no herding of any special needs or differently abled people into any one area. I'm not sure where you got that from. Edinburgh 500, the bottom floors, as well as all HDC developments across Trinidad and Tobago are going to be made available in certain percentages for differently abled people. So there is no herding of anyone anywhere. That's just an opportunity for those who are most in need to access housing. Plus Edinburgh 500, while all over Trinidad and Tobago became a hotspot under the PNM and nowhere was safe, whether Goodwood Park, Lange Park, Gulf View, murders happened everywhere. The current Prime Minister and the Ministers of National Security here are dealing with that situation, and the murder rate has come down 42%. My learned colleague, my young Senator Rasheed here, temporary senator, lives in Edinburgh 500. So I don't understand why you're criticizing, but I can assure you that all over Trinidad and Tobago, anywhere, those differently abled, our people will be treated equally with fairness, love, and respect, as has always been done by the Honorable Prime Minister. We must not live in a vacuum. People have track record. People have policies that they have done, that they've created. The Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar was Prime Minister of this country from May 2010 to September 2015. In that time, she increased funding for differently abled autism grants, went up to $1,500, $2,500 per school, per student in all areas. In special needs and Paralympic sport, she increased sport funding across the board for all of our differently abled, for the Blind Cricket Association, for the deaf, for everybody across the board. She created schools and encouraged in sports camps during the summer months, as we say, or the July, August, and Easter. Over 6,000 children who are differently able receive high-level qualified coaching and talent identification in sport. School feeding program increased for the differently abled. Opportunities will abound. And in the HDC, in the Ministry of Housing, unlike the PNM that spent some $2.8 billion and only built 4,775 houses in 9.5 years, this government will build houses and opportunity will abound for all, including the differently abled. So I want you to rest assured that nobody will discriminate, nobody will treat those most in need and most vulnerable with anything other than love and respect in this side. The Honorable Senator, I always have to laugh when I say this, the Honorable Senator Vishnu Dhanpaul, a former permanent secretary who lost his way not understanding that permanent secretaries are to be apolitical, that they are there to protect the public purse. He boasts about his affinity to PNM back in 2008 and 2009 when he was promoting and pushing the TTRA, the policy of the PNM. And I don't understand how he can say that so freely, not understanding that public servants must be apolitical. Governments change. We are in the political arena. We delve in it and we will battle, and we like that. But a public servant, especially one as qualified and as brilliant as the Honorable Vishnu Dhanpaul, for you to admit that while you are permanent secretary, you are PNM, that hurts me in my heart, in my soul, and that's why the country is in a mess. Because others like you also see your colleague who you worked with in the Ministry of Finance, the most powerful ministry, the Honorable Alison Lewis, as we lost government in 2015 September, by spurious means, but we won't discuss that now. Apansa, she went onto the board of the PNM Port Authority. She also went on the board of Republic Bank. She also, after having advised the previous government that Nikwan and those assets of World GTL were of no good and it was a bad debt, she went on a board of Nikwan and got the assets from the PNM. This is why our country is in a mess. So I've heard the words uttered by Senator Attzs and Senator Lalite-Ettienne. Fairness, equity, impartiality, opportunity, living out the words of the Constitution. Let me tell you, Honorable Senator Lalite-Ettienne, it's not Christmas decoration. It's not jokes. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, who is the Prime Minister, who selected her cabinet, her MPs, her members, her senators, she believes in that. Her policies as Prime Minister show that. The first cabinet note she ever brought was a Children's Life Fund. She continues to show that she loves people and believes in equity because she swore in on this, the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, which says in the preamble that we respect, B, the principles of social justice, and therefore believe that the operation of the economic system should result in the material resources of the community being so distributed as to subserve the common good, that there should be adequate means of livelihood for all, and that labor should not be exploited or forced by economic necessity to operate in inhumane conditions. The Prime Minister believes this, she lives this, and her policy shows this, and this is what this budget is about. So anyone who comes to pretend that this Prime Minister is on fluff, like the PNM who came here, and every minute it's arrogance, it's gallery, it's laughing, it's dishonesty. They cannot even account for the money. The Auditor General, an independent institution, could not formulate an opinion on the PNM's accounts for 2 years straight. And they have the audacity to come here and criticize a government just incoming. And the Honorable Vishnu Dhanpaul, who was there, who is of finance, will stand here and tell us about what he believes is going wrong and the debts and so on. You will have a great understanding because you knew better than anybody what was being obfuscated, what was being hidden from the population. We hide nothing from the population, but we will fix it. We're not afraid. We have the wherewithal. You see, the problem with the PNM is that they take their level of incompetence and cast it upon others. Let me assure you, Honorable Senator Dhanpaul, that ministers here in the different spheres are very qualified. They've earned their position through hard work, education, discipline, punctuality, and the ability to be creative. We don't select people just because we like them or they went to the right place at the right time. We don't select people who fail in mathematics. We don't select people who take 6 subjects and fail 5 and boast about it. We have brilliance across the board. So while you can't see the diversification that will come because your shades are dark and it's colored by your colleagues who are incompetent, I can tell you the revenue streams that are going to be increased will create a difference, will create greater tax revenue, will create opportunities across the board. You sat in a government, I know you only got a Kobo sweat of a month, but before that, since 2015, sport tourism is Trinidad and Tobago. Kamala Persad-Bissessar constructed some of the greatest facilities. I don't know if you have even been. That aquatic center in the USA, there is no aquatic center like that. That center could have generated over 3.5 million US between November 25th, Thanksgiving, and January 13th, before the semester starts for spring in USA and Canada with teams coming to train. But do you know what PNM did? Sat down. All the eggs in a dragon basket. One super minister flying back and forth to go and dance conga line, hoping to get something with a narco-terrorist drug trafficking regime, rather than developing what we have. For example, sport tourism. Do you know that your PNM government only went out in 2023 late and it didn't even come in yet for RFPs for a master plan for sport tourism? The PNM is a blight, and that's why we are here. This government is not and cannot be compared to what the PNM does. So anybody analyzing this budget presentation with a lens of the PNM is woefully inadequate, because you have to be able to walk and chew gum. The Honorable Senator Dhanpaul said that our minister does not want, or he wants to dip into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Therefore, he predicated the budget on a price that was so high that means he could dip in it. Well, one thing this Honorable Minister of 1 month, Kobo Sweat, knows about is dipping in the Heritage and Stabilization, because they dipped, whether he was here or in London or in the Ministry of Finance, them dipped like never before. The only thing they didn't have was chips and a dip. 13 times over $3 billion US. The Heritage and Stabilization in 2015 September was left by Kamala Prasad-Bissessar at $7.6 billion US. After 9.5 years, it should have reached somewhere around 15 to 17 billion US. Instead, it dropped to $5 billion US, and this PNM gentleman is here with a straight face telling us that we want to dip in it. When we were in government, we put money into it. It expanded from 2.3 billion US up to 7 billion. The other thing that he would know, I'm glad, because he knows it inside out. The way to budget and the way to dip into the Heritage and Stabilization, he didn't tell the country that when his minister of grain and laugh at the population, his minister of raise price and harass everybody but himself, when they budgeted, they took the price right up to the exact number higher than they expected. They budgeted at $92 per barrel and $2.36 US per MMBTU, the exact number, knowing full well that if you budget lower, because most ministers of finance would leave a gap, would leave a little bit there so that once you go 10% above what you predicated your budget on, that money would be deposited in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. But what they did was budget so close that it can't be an increase, so they did not have to put savings for our children. PNM is anti-children, anti-savings, and anti-people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable former Minister, well, the minister is two Ministers of Finance, and then one changed from Finance and went in Public Utilities, and the first thing he could do is spend $1.3 million to outfit an office so he could feel comfortable. But that is PNM. So to tell Honorable Senator, the PNM is gone. So don't judge us by the PNM. The blight is gone. The failures are gone. The lack of diversification is gone. Those who just want to use the government to enrich themselves, they are gone. Senator Dhanpaul said there's a derailment, and whether the salaries are 10%, whether it come before or after, you know, it has to be paid. Yes, it will be paid, and it will be negotiated. And he knows full well that negotiations could go up, down, around, all around, and only his finance people, who are very bright with equations and so on, can only calculate when the actual figure has been decided. Suppose the PSA negotiates very well and gets up to 10.25%. Who knows? The starting point is 10%. So you don't come here and put a budget. Budget is not a game to play. When that is budgeted, it will be handled and it will be paid for, because Kamala Prasad-Bissessar believes the resources of the country are for all and for all the workers. So there will be new revenue streams, there will be job creation. You all shut down. You sat in a government that shut down a refinery, caused negotiations. You spoke about the oil and gas, and we being price takers. That's true, except that the way that we do it, NGC has to negotiate with the upstreamers. How come you didn't mention to the population that when your former prime ministers, one elected and one selected, went to Houston to negotiate a gas price, that immediately after that, EOG and BPTT, their revenues went up 69%. As you well know, they have to post their results in their bulletin. And if they went up 69%, what does it mean? It's a zero-sum game. So we went down 69%. So therefore, that ridiculous negotiation The upstreamers took advantage of your former 2 prime ministers in Houston, who took people like you and Jerry Brooks and other intelligent people, put them aside, and then went to cut a deal. Whatever deal they made, the people of Trinidad and Tobago suffered, and NGC made a loss. So I can assure you, Kamla Prasad-Bisesa, Minister of Energy, will allow those intelligent public servants who study and are very bright to negotiate on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and not some failed lawyer who went up in CIC because his daddy got him in there and he bullied Imran. That will not be happening. So we're safe. The guardrails are there. The Honorable Senator Dhanpaul said, this budget will collapse. Well, I wanted to listen to him on that topic, because he is an expert in collapse. Yes, so you must listen to experts. If you have a problem, you have an aneurysm, you have to listen to the neuroscience, right, to the neurologist. So as an expert in collapse, I sat listening to this expert in collapse, because the economy collapsed under the PNM, the foreign exchange collapsed under the PNM, the job market collapsed under the PNM, safety and security in Trinidad and Tobago collapsed under the PNM, infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago collapsed under the PNM. The PNM government and all collapsed on April 28th. Balize House now collapsed, all the contractors go on. How come it stopped? Why? Tell us why it's not going up now, where the money was coming from. So Senator Dhanpaul, you also collapsed, unfortunately, as Minister of Finance. You swear in and get a Kobo sweat for a month. That could be a world record, and I like world records. In less than a month, you were out of office. I feel I'll rename you Senator Collapsing. You talk about downgrade. This, you know, sometimes I sit here and I want to know if the PNM field, everybody had no memory. If we like that movie 50 First Dates, where the girl had got in a car accident and her long-term memory was dissipated and gone, and therefore every day she began a new life. That is what the PNM believed. You were there for 9.5 years when Kamla Prasad-Bisesa handed over to you, and you were the permanent secretary. The credit rating was A+. In 2015, AAA+. By 2024, you dropped it down to BBB- stable. And then with your economic policies, the thinking that the government not understanding the new policies of this government, it went down to negative, and you are saying that's UNC's fault? Let me tell you something. If you read and you know better than I do, but I'm really talking to the population out there, the ratings agencies, they give you negative, but they think that they may, if you don't make changes, they may downgrade you. However, the guardrail is on, changes made. April 28th, bright people, intelligent people running, good prime minister, not arrogant, not golf course, not disappear for 27 days and go California and don't tell nobody. There is a government in charge that will make the changes requisite and get us back, climbing back up to that AAA grade rating that we had before. And I don't even know, my hand is shake when I see a document with a PNM logo on it. I had to go up and do some jarry and all kind of thing. But the People's National Movement put out a statement about this budget. And it says, the media release, opposition outlines reasons for rejecting the UNC's 2026 budget. The opposition wishes to place on record its official position regarding the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2025. The opposition voted against this budget because it represents a betrayal of the people's trust and a continuation of the UNC government's deliberate campaign of deception. It goes on to say, it burdens small businesses and protects the wealthy and politically connected. Well, I'll pause right there for a moment. It protects the wealthy and the politically connected. Let me read something for you. And when you understand that this government is going to put some burden on the wealthy, and Honorable Senator Lalite-Ettienne, Don't believe that bullies will survive. The way you contributed, you said, well, once we tax the banks, they will pass it on. Understand you have a government here that understands how to deal with bullies, how to deal with oligopolies, how to deal with those who collude. So have no fear. We don't just do things without thinking. We have a lot of brain power in the cabinet. But let me just give you, maybe Senator Dhanpaul, you could help me with this one. Because right here I'm reading about rental of properties, for example, right? And you see that we are going to equate, and we talk about equity across the board and giving resources to everyone and giving everybody a fair share. But what if I was to tell you that there was a politically connected, let me read all your words, a politically connected landlord who rented a property to the PNM government. And when he rented this property to the PNM government, the law, Trinidad and Tobago law, the property was under residential. There was only residential approval, which means residential electricity rates, residential water rates. You should only be able to charge residential rent as opposed to the higher rents of commercial. As you would know, when you get commercial permission, or if your land moves from agricultural to residential, your land and your value asset goes up in value. What if I were to tell you that there was a politically connected landlord who rented a building to the government of which he was a part, and the government approved that and paid that landlord commercial rents for 6 years, and that landlord is yet to get change of use? What would you say about that? What would you say if the PNM government was paying taxpayers' money at commercial rates to a landlord who only had a residential building? What would you call that? Because you said that this budget is fraudulent. I suggest to you that what I am talking about is fraud. Because if you charge and you pay for something, the taxpayers' money, for something of that does not exist, you break the law, you receive excesses of money, that is criminal conduct, that is fraud. What would you say if I said that that is the situation? What if it was investigated by the authorities? And the authorities said to this politically connected landlord, well, you have to pay $3 million because residential to commercial, you have to pay. And what if I told you that that was taken to the cabinet in 2021, and on April 28, 2025, no decision had been made to tell that landlord to pay his $3 million, and he was still collecting commercial rent from a residential property? What would you say, Honorable Senator Dhanpaul? Would you say it's fraud? Would you say it's fraudulent? You come here and you discuss the UNC budget as fraudulent, strong words. But I put to you that that was in your cabinet. A PNM, politically connected person. You don't know because you was only there for a month. You like to jump out, You just run faster than Usain Bolt. When you're in something, you're in the whole bag, You buy the bag and the caboodle. Right? Collapsing. So, I can tell you this has been passed to the Honorable Attorney General to be passed on to the fraud squad. And if anybody wants to answer and correct the record, they can at any time they jump up, okay? Because the fraud squad will do the investigation. I'm not a police officer, but all I know is that if you collecting money under false pretenses, that is fraud. And to Senator Lalite-Ettienne, that is what UNC and Kamala Prasad Bisesa is against. And that's where the resources will come to be spread down to all. Because the PNM is greedy. They eat all the food on top, recuse themselves 652 times, which means taking decisions to benefit themselves, their friends, they're politically connected, then come to attack the UNC government. You all have no shame. And if anybody wants to stand up and clear the record, I am here. Senator Al-Rawi, anything to say? The next one, there was another PNM minister who went on big press conference and said, my family companies and thing do business. I am a big minister and a powerful man and all kind of position, and nothing I did to enrich myself and so on, and there was no preferential treatment. You all wanted to go through this. You all must not attack people and call them fraud when all you know, when the cap fit, wear it. And I have a whole carload of cap for you today. No preferential treatment. Well, I am privileged to be in the HDC as a minister in the Ministry of Housing. And there's a certain powerful former PNM minister, senator, big boy, wanted to lead the PNM. And he said that no preferential treatment was ever given. Okay. However, I have in my hand, in June 2025, the managing director of the HDC. Now, HDC under PNM owes the Ministry of Finance, is correct, nearly $1 billion that they don't pay the bills, but they come to tell us, probably more. We ain't finished adding up yet, but close to $1 billion. We owed goods and service providers to the tune of $962,906 in June of 2025. This is about hundreds of contractors who are owed. But somehow, the managing director, who's very close to some of the senators sitting down here, we could say one word broke and all of that, very close, decided to do a lot of work, went through these documents to select who would get paid and who would not get paid. Now remember, we are run by this Constitution. If everybody is owed money, then everybody has the same right to be paid, and it should be based on a policy, whether it is length of age debts, who's owed longer, who's owed more, whatever, a fair, opaque policy. But this HDC director, J.L. McFarlane, came and presented to the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Housing. She wanted to pay out money, not the full $72,962,906, but she wanted to pay out a portion of money, 31 million or so. And when this document was presented, when going through it, we saw companies like PCAL Services Limited, 6,367,000, Rivulet Investments, 2,800,000. Whoever know these companies, just whistle, you know. Just whistle. Because you all come here in this parliament and play sanctimonious. Sure serve. If anybody family connected to that, whistle. 2.04 million. A total of 11.2 million out of 20 million for these companies connected to one PNM former minister. But they say it's no special treatment. Isn't that special treatment? What's the policy? And when you look at the documents, I cannot show it on Vice President, but I mean, when you look at it, you get nervous and shake. When you see the kind of thing, it's just all the yellow, it's just the minister company and them, the family companies, right? Or this managing director took all the citizens that are owed all that money and somehow just selected that of a PNM minister to pay out $11 million like that. Is that preferential treatment? Is that equity? Is that fairness? Is that working with all those most in need? Is that helping the differently able? Or is that self-serving? That's what the PNM is. Corrupt to the core. And then we add on that, and it goes on and on. You know, I could go on, but that going by the Attorney General too and to the fraud squad. But I don't have time to go through all the PNM corruption. But then they talk also about CPEP, and they cry for the workers of CPEP. Imagine a man, a former minister, a former Attorney General, get up on a platform in public and say he wants his children to cut grass. Ooh. He wants his children to cut grass. Well, I could tell you I have 3 children. And if they have to cut grass, because that's the best they could do, well, so be it. I will go there and carry them a bottle of water and watch them cut the grass. But never one day did I dream about my 2 daughters or my son going out in the Hudson to cut grass for a living. I really didn't. I dreamt about them being attorneys. One is attorney. I dreamt of them being professors and businessmen and academics, and I worked, sports heroes. I worked towards that. But a man who made $145 million while he was sworn to be a government minister is telling poor people and the differently able that he wants his children to cut grass. Well, take all the money you made from the PNM government and give it to people who cut in grass. Because the 10,000 workers that they claim is workers with CPEP and URP. Out of the $1.4 billion that some minister went and tell some chairman that the cabinet had approved, but the cabinet did not approve, and the board members were duped into approving on the day of the election, April 28, $1.4 billion for contractors of CPEP, not for workers. Contractors, and here's who some of the contractors. Ask the mayor of Point 14, the PNM. He's the mayor who in charge of keeping the place clean, picking up garbage, cutting bush, but he have a $2 million CPEP contract. That is PNM. Those days are gone. The guardrail is here. Another just come one from downstairs. You talk about equity. Equity and merit has returned with the UNC. If you're bright, you're bright. If your children bright, you're bright. Get what you deserve. But you have an MP from the PNM downstairs who only got into law school with some B's. All other children could not get in. But somehow, some PNM plan, he get in. But on top of getting in, he had $2.7 million with his family in CPEP contract too. So he's a CPEP lawyer and a CPEP contractor. But it didn't done there, you know. It didn't done there. Over the last few months, I ain't gonna lie, I don't cry easy, and my daughter just get married, and I didn't cry because she lucky she get a good man to marry. Better than I could ever be. So I was happy with that. But I have nearly cried meeting people at housing. Women, single mothers, poverty, 4, 5 children, thousands of people. I've met at least 850 people coming, begging, thinking minister could give them a house, reference number and so on. Full families. You know what the PNM did other than not build house? In 9.5 years, they built 4,775 houses, right? You know what they did? They gave the same CPEP MP, the same couldn't get into law school MP. That wasn't enough for one person. You know what they did? They gave him a HCC house too. He had no wife, he had no family. Me and him know if you'd ever have a wife. So ask Kareem Marcel if this is what being in government is about. The PNM is gone because the PNM is corrupt. So imagine the PNM, we're talking about Edinburgh 500 and differently able. Yes, people will get houses and people will be loved and respected and given an opportunity to uplift themselves. Not this PNM disgrace. So not only he get squeezed in law school where he didn't deserve to be, so he could earn money, his CPEP contract to cut grass now too, and then get a house while single mothers and families are begging for housing. That is PNM, and the PNM is gone and shall never return. God will not do Trinidad and Tobago that. And our next one, Guardsman, PNM, campaign manager, San Fernando West. Yes, look at this. All kind of ghost bills. This going by the Attorney General too for Guardsman. That is San Fernando West, right? And finally,
Minister,
time up?
Time up.
Okay. Well, the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez gave away today because I was going there too. I go do that on doubles and coffee. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. All your PNM talk now. Bless.
Senator John Bates.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for allowing me this opportunity to make my first ever contribution to a budget debate in this Parliament. I'm very happy to have that honor because, like most civic-minded citizens in this country, I have always followed budget debates very religiously. I followed the debates religiously because budget debates reveal three things, three very important things. They reveal to us the state of our national coffers. They reveal to us the government's vision, if any, for the short and medium-term development of the country. And it also gives an indication of how our national patrimony will be divided amongst the citizens. Now, given my background, my perspective on the budget has often been colored by my experience as a young professional. So that's the lens I often viewed the budget through. But though that remains largely true, my assessment of this budget has been colored by another new, profound, and personal experience, and that of motherhood. So it's from these two vantage points that I've examined this government's budget presentation, and I have come to one ineluctable conclusion about this budget. This budget is fake, and this budget is fraudulent. It is merely campaign rhetoric dressed up as feasible policies and initiatives. Madam Vice President, I expected this budget to address the concerns of parents, especially mothers. And this expectation arose because of the public posturing of our Prime Minister. She has often cast her leadership in maternal terms, speaking about her love for children, styling herself even as the nation's mother, and positioning her government as the protector of families and children. In one of her speeches reported by Newsday on May 14, 2024, the Prime Minister had this to say: "One of the most fulfilling feelings is the happiness and joy experienced when you return home to a happy family." She went on to say that it is possible to balance career aspirations with family life, encouraging women not to view motherhood as a hindrance to their professional goals. She declared, "It is very possible to have a career and be a mother at the same time. You don't have to choose between the two." Senator Anil Roberts embellished this imagery of the Prime Minister as mother and mother of the nation by mentioning in his contribution that one of her first initiatives was the Children Life Fund, and they're often positioning her in that light. But Madam Vice President, it's very easy to tell women, go off, have children, and the career will fall into place. A government that truly cares about mothers and fathers would not just romanticize the vocation, it would support the vocation. It would ensure that those who have to work outside of the home are able to balance those responsibilities with the responsibilities to their family. And that balancing act, Madam Vice President, is becoming more and more difficult to achieve. Just getting to work on a daily basis has become a Herculean exercise for many individuals. For those of us who live in the East and Central and South and who have to work in Port of Spain, we have to get up and leave the house between 4:30 and 5:30 in order to get to work on time and drop the children to school. God forbid you put him out your thoughts and leave your house after 6. No telling how many hours you would spend in traffic. And the journey back home is just as daunting. Most of these people leave home in the dark and arrive back home in the dark, and their children suffer the same thing. The cost of living for young families is another burden. A single box of Pampers that can last a child 2 to 3 weeks costs $350. Don't talk about the price of formula. The smallest tin of formula, the cheaper ones, cost about $80, and that lasts me about a week. And if your child have any kind of reflux or any other sensitivities that require to buy the more expensive one, you're going to pay at least double. Do the maths. You're adding that to the price of milk, bread, produce, and transportation. And you have families constantly making trade-offs between nutrition, comfort, and survival. It is because of these issues and more, I expected to hear a plethora of initiatives in this budget geared towards mothers, fathers, parents. I wanted to hear things that would ease the burden of parents. Perhaps a baby box initiative like what they have in Finland, where you get a maternity grant that provides an expectant mother with either a package of baby essentials or a cash benefit. Or maybe an extension of our early childhood centers, where you'd have daycare services for children under 3 years old. Or maybe even some more flexible, countrywide, I should say, flexible working arrangement for parents. So I listened to the Minister of Finance's speech. I combed through the estimates. I listened to the Standing Finance Committee religiously for the 5 days. And Madam Vice President, I was disappointed. There was nothing viable beyond the $1 reduction of super. Nothing for parents. Salt, VAT-free salt, I guess, wash it down with some Mobi or something, but nothing viable for them. Madam Vice President, in many countries, governments have moved toward a more gender-responsive budgeting. They have provided a framework that examines how every fiscal measure impacts men and women differently. These sort of frameworks recognize that women often bear a disproportionate share of unpaid care work, and that policies which ignore these realities only deepen inequality. Such a lens would have compelled this government to ask, how will this tax, this surcharge, a grant, how will it affect mothers? These mothers who often have to choose between buying groceries and paying a light bill. How will this policy impact the single father raising 2 children on a minimum wage? A truly caring government would have used this budget to rebalance opportunity, not through slogans like, what it is? Economic fairness and wins for all and sundry, but through fiscal design. Madam President, if this administration, Vice President I should say, is sincere about supporting families, then it must build motherhood and fatherhood and care work into the economic equation, not treat them as mere afterthoughts. Now, Madam Vice President, let me be fair. I saw 2 initiatives in this budget that may have been of interest to some parents if they would have been posited in a fair or a realistic implementation plan. Firstly, there was the Pearl project. It was said that this project would be aimed at ensuring challenges in vision, hearing, and growth and development are detected before they become learning barriers in children, and that there would be universal screening initiated for children between 4 and 6 years to detect learning challenges. Now, Madam Vice President, early detection of development delays are critical. That is a very critical thing for a child's future. Now, when I speak of development delays, for those who are not familiar with the term, I'm referring to when a child does not achieve expected developmental milestones at a particular age range. In simple language, these delays occur because of the way the neurons in their brains would have been wired in an unhelpful way. This can cause these children to struggle in one of the areas of development, and these areas are gross motor skills, so that relates to how you walk, you crawl, you run. Fine motor skills, that relates to your ability to hold and manipulate objects, speak and language, and social and emotional skills, and your cognitive intellectual skills. If these delays are not addressed early, with targeted intervention, the severity of the developmental disability may be exacerbated, learning outcomes are poorer, and children are less likely to achieve success in school and later in life. Madam Vice President, other countries usually screen for development delays periodically when the child is between 0 and 3 years old, so that the interventions can commence as soon as possible. This is because the brain is very neuroplastic at that age. That means it has an ability to adapt if given the right interventions, and the wiring can be changed so that you can have more successful outcomes in these children in the future. Madam Vice President, these therapies can create, when done early, they create the correct connections in the child's brain, and the stronger those skills and behaviors are secured in the brain, the better outcomes for the children. These interventions usually involve speech therapy, physical therapy, occupational therapy, behavioral therapy, and other resources and support for children and their family. The assessment and follow-up of these therapies are very expensive. In the private sector in Trinidad, an assessment could cost as much as $5,000, and each therapy session costs as much as $500 per therapy session. Now, if a child has a global delay and they have to have interventions in all the areas I spoke about, that's 3, 4, and 5 different therapies once per week. And if the child has to go through the public sector, where the assessment may be free, you have another problem. Currently, appointment dates at the Child Development Behavioral Unit in Mount Hope are over a year in the future. And the Development Clinic in Arima, not too far behind with those dates. Therefore, any initiative that could result in a speedier, more efficient support for children suspected of having development delays, those are welcomed. But, Madam Vice President, screening children, as this government has suggested, between 4 and 6 years old, that is too late. Entirely too late. And you don't have to take my word for it, you know. Take the word of the renowned pediatrician, Dr. David Bratt. In an article entitled $1 Budget, dated the 21st of October 2025, Dr. Bratt had this to say. The description of the Pearl Project is a riot of confusion, obviously written by someone with no idea of what they are doing. It's also one of these politically correct statements that have no basis in reality. Screening children between 4 and 6, that's too late. And I'm continuing to quote, you know. You need to be screening children from birth at a national development center whose scarce resources are concentrated. And, Madam Vice President, there's not no talk, you know. This actually happens in our neighboring Caribbean countries. St. Lucia, for example. They screen for development delays at health centers when the child is 6, 8 months, 3 years, and 5 years. If needed, the child is then referred to the Child Development Guidance Center, which provides comprehensive development assessments, early intervention, and therapeutic services. So, Madam Vice President, the Pearl Project is just yet another example of how this administration, their tendency to announce the plan first and roll out the concept, plan it sometime later. The rollout of the concept before building the structure is not sustainable. At the same time, that same pattern of announcing the thing and then looking to plan after, that pattern repeats itself in another area touching women's dignity and health that would be of concern to parents. This Period Poverty Project. Madam Vice President, the Period Poverty Project is a laudable initiative. Many women and girls struggle to afford adequate menstrual hygiene products. Several organizations in Trinidad already recognize this. The Sophia International, the Project U Foundation, Feminititi, they have all done commendable work to address this issue of poverty, period poverty, and I commend them for that. In fact, Madam Vice President, last PNM administration, we also recognized that period poverty reflected deeper challenges of inadequate hygiene, poor waste management, and limited menstrual health education. To confront that problem, the Community Development Division of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development launched an End Poverty project in April 2024, which began in Mayaro and expanded quarterly to other districts. So I applaud this government for continuing the good work started by the PNM. But I note only $5 million has been allocated to launch this pilot project to fund education and sensitization campaigns. $5 million. Madam Vice President, for my friend who didn't hear me, I already said the PNM already had such an initiative. And unlike the current administration, we are not dependent on partnership to sustain the project. $5 million could only sustain this project for 6 months. You are banking on private citizens and NGOs to do the heavy lifting. $5 million is simply not enough. Now, would it not have made more sense to subsume this project under a broader adolescent health program or to administer it through the Ministry of Health via our health centers? Unfortunately, we didn't get any logistical framework. We didn't get any implementation plan, so we can't scrutinize it further. So yes, we note the good intentions in the PEAR project and the period poverty project, but there's a saying, Madam Vice President, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Madam Vice President, for all this shouting about winning, the Minister of Finance actually delivered a budget that undermined the ability of mothers and fathers to sustain their family and eroded the assistance currently available to them. First, let's take the increase in the national insurance contribution, which was touched on by some other speakers. This government announced a 3% rise in 2026, followed by another 3% rise in 2027. In real terms, by the end of those periods, citizens will be paying 45% more in their contributions than they do already. For a mother earning $6,000 a month, that means an additional $120 taken away from her salary every month. Now, for some, that might seem insignificant. But for many households, that $120 is the week's transport, the groceries, or the child's ability to get to school. Then we have the landlord business surcharge, which Senator Etienne delved into. It was said to be a tax to broaden the revenue base and promote fairness. And, the government is now calling on landlords to register with the BRR, costing them a one-time payment of $2,500. And then if they have to pay 3.5% of their gross annual rent if their income exceeds $20,000. Madam Vice President, the reality, as Senator Etienne already pointed out, is that this charge will be passed on to renters, no matter what Senator Anil Roberts says. For a single mother struggling to keep her family afloat, that is an extra $100 or so that may be tacked on to her rent. That $100 could sink the family. And the only advice that the Minister of Finance could give is move. Really? Move? I would invite you to go onto one of those renters' pages in Facebook and see how easy it is to find a landlord who is willing to house a mother with children. Most of them say no children allowed. Do you know how hard it is to find a nice, decent landlord who will accept children? Moving is simply not an option for many people. Madam Vice President, in addition to these increases in expenditure, parents now have to worry about the possibility of the dismantling of many of other assistance that were provided to their children. Let's take the school feeding program. That program has been cut by $10 million. Do you know how many mothers and fathers depend on that to provide breakfast and lunch for their children? Do you know how many children will starve because of that cut? Then we have the school supplies and book grants, which the PNM started, $1,000 to assist financially disadvantaged students to acquire supplies at the beginning of the school year. That grant is also in jeopardy. Parents ensure to get a grant in 2026, because during the Standing Finance Committee, the Minister of Education admitted that no funds have been allocated for the grant in the budget. The program, he said, is under review. This government will, of course, point to their universal laptop program as proof of their commitment to children and education and students. But history has shown that the first iteration of that program failed spectacularly to obtain the objectives. Teachers were not trained on how to integrate devices into school. The schools lack the technical staff. The schools have no Wi-Fi internet connectivity, and there was no maintenance to assist with the upkeep of the devices. It must be that Senator Daniel Rasheed is a unicorn, because he is one of the few people whose devices lasted more than a few years. Yet the government insists on reviving the same model, promising to deliver 18,000 laptops to Form 1 students for this academic year. What Form 1 students? Which Form 1 students? Not in this country, because first we heard they was getting it by the end of September. Now when the Standing Finance Committee, the timeline moved to at the end of this school term. Madam Vice President, where are the laptops? The children really getting these laptops? Madam Vice President, as the young people say, not easy. It's not easy out there for parents. And this regime is uninterested in ensuring every citizen can provide for their family. How could they be interested when they heartlessly terminated over 40,000 URP and CPEP and reforestation workers, many of whom were single mothers? How could they be interested when you have a current senator, sitting senator, calling on UNC members to let go of PN employees? How? That's a caring government? This administration is not sincere about supporting all families at all. If it was, they would have built motherhood and fatherhood and care work into the economic equation and not treat them as afterthoughts. Madam Vice President, supporting mothers and fathers is not merely a matter of compassion, you know. It is sound economics. Countries that invest in family support systems see higher female labor force participation, lower poverty among single mother households, and long-term gains in child development and national productivity. Madam Vice President, now I turn to the youth perspective. Young professionals and young people in general, they don't fare better than parents in this budget. Madam Vice President, what does this demographic think about? What are they concerned about? What do they want to hear in a budget? I posit there are three things that are very high up on the totem pole for young professionals and young people in general: jobs, education, and housing. So I'll look at them in turn. The government would have this public believe that they're doing an excellent job when it comes to job creation. After firing over 50,000 people in a short 5-month tenure and freezing hiring in the first part of that tenure, they are now boasting of this recruitment drive, advertising 20,000 jobs through a new national employment website. But how realistic is that promise? Madam Vice President, Calypsonian Crazy, he sang a song called Liars. I don't know, you're looking young, you might be familiar. But it says this: half of what you see is just illusion. Most of what you hear is not the truth. The things they tell you, it will be convincing. It have no value, and it's deceiving. Go and listen to that song. Illusions and falsehoods, those are the order of the day when it comes to the line items and the personal expenditure in this budget. In many ministries, the sums budgeted for personal expenditure cannot even cover the salaries of the existing staff, far less the so-called new recruits. During the Standing Finance Committee, the Minister of Social Development and Family Services admitted that all 600 vacancies in her ministry were being advertised on this recruitment drive. But there was no allocation to pay any of the persons hired. In defense of the recruitment drive, the Minister of Finance jumped in. He spoke of an employment fund, over $475 million to meet the shortfalls. But Madam Vice President, it's simple maths, you know. $475 cannot pay the salaries of 15,000 people, far less for 20, even if you pay them at a minimum wage. Those are not real jobs. They are just announcements, false advertising, fake. It appears that this government intends to work magic to find the money to pay for all these jobs. And that's not my assessment. That was the explanation given by the Minister of Housing during the Standing Finance Committee. It was pointed out to the Minister that there was not only a reduction in the allocation for salaries and COLA in the budget, but his entire ministry's budget was reduced by almost $100 million. And when he was asked, where he could wire the money to hire the people, he say, we do magic. Madam Vice President, there's no Harry Potter, you know. We're not in Hogwarts. You can't run a ministry by magic, okay? And unfortunately, magic cannot save the on-the-job training program from the chopping block either. For years, this initiative has given young people an opportunity to gain practical skills and experience to real-world work environment, all while gaining an income. This so-called caring government has cut the OJT program by $45 million at present. At present, the OJT program has 4,489 trainees. Yet the Minister of Tertiary Education intends to hire only 40 people this year. This government likes to speak about investment and innovation. Yet it has scrapped the $500 million long-term loan guarantee scheme for small and medium enterprises. Under that initiative launched in 2022, the government guaranteed 80% of the value of a loan. To soften the blow of the announcement of the scrap, they have announced what they call the National Innovation and Incubator Program that will benefit a mere 100 individuals. Madam Vice President, 100 persons in a country with tens and thousands of people unemployed and underemployed, with 40,000 people that were just 50, climbing of people who just fired. Yes, it's climbing. It's climbing every day with you all. That 100 people will barely scratch the surface, Senator Anil Roberts. But I'll come to housing. Madam Vice President, housing. The housing market is very daunting for most young people. Even starter homes are listed as $1 million and up. In a Guardian article entitled, "What Salary Gets a $1 Million Home?" dated the 9th of October 2025, the president of the Association of Real Estate Agents of Trinidad and Tobago had this to say: "A critical concern in the current real estate environment is the affordability crisis facing young professionals aged 25 to 40. Despite a steady level of interest in homeownership among this group, actual purchases remain low. High property prices, stringent mortgage qualifications criteria, and limited affordable housing options have placed home ownership out of the reach of many." Madam Vice President, this government knows that housing is a hot button topic. That's why they were up and down this country peddling dreams about housing. They promised home ownership, a fund where the young people coming out of school could contribute, and the government would put the remaining funds towards a down payment. Where is fund? I would like the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to answer that. Where is the fund for the young people? Worse still, up and down, they were making these grand promises of delivering 500 houses a week. That was the first promise. We're getting there. Then the Minister of Finance made a boast about delivering 20,000 houses in his budget speech. And the published speech said, the speech that all of us got, said 20,000 houses in 2 years. When they realized water more than flour, here's what they say: "Nah, that was a typographical error." Now we hear that they're only building 612 houses in a year. But the 500 houses per week gone. Magic. And at the rate they're going, if you're only doing 612 houses, and God forbid they last 5 years, that's only 3,000 houses in the 5 years. They wanted to deliver these 20,000, how many the houses, the numbers fluctuating, whatever number of houses, they were going to do it through a PPP initiative. But these PPP initiatives have some problems. I won't delve into them deeply. I'll just list some of the problems that those initiatives often have. They often have unexplained fiscal costs. They often have significant implementation delays. And sometimes the private partner defaults. So whatever number they were projecting, without the magic that they have, it was never going to work. Now, the Minister of Housing so eloquently said in the Standing Finance Committee that housing is a foundation upon which dreams are built and generations find stability. Yet, where the funding for the affordable housing program? It's missing. Nowhere to be found in the budget. They cancel the funds for the regeneration of communities in East Port of Spain. East Port of Spain get real knocks in that budget, you know. We had to look at that. What it is about East Port of Spain, boy? I can tell you. This government really wants us to believe that it cares about the struggle of young people and young families. Is this really a people-centered budget that they were boasting about? Madam Vice President, let me move on to education and skills training. I would like to thank the government for at least maintaining the UTech program started under the PNM administration, which trained hundreds of young people in cosmetology. Yes, clap for yourself, Minister. Events management, culinary arts. Thank you, former Minister of National Youth Development and National Service. It has also indicated, this government has also indicated, it will commence a new construction sector skills program. But Madam Vice President, under the now defunct Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, young people already had access to training in construction in addition to several other excellent programs. You had All Set, where they got training in heavy machinery. You had the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. And we heard a lot about that before, and I'm sure my fellow colleague will delve into that. You had Amplify, where they got training in music production. You had training in hair braiding, weaving, nails. You know how much a nail check is charged? This ministry ensured that youths could have a viable option to gain employment and to be self-employed and self-sufficient. This government has gutted most of these programs and rebranded a few to mama guide the people into thinking they're doing something new for the youth. Madam Vice President, while this budget speaks of youth empowerment, the numbers tell a different story. The few initiatives are dwarfed by cuts, and these were programs that were already delivering. It's a budget of substitution, not expansion. As the opposition leader rightly called it, it is fake and fraudulent. And Madam Vice President, when our budget offers substitution instead of opportunity, when it cuts more than it creates, there's only one predictable outcome: brain drain. When bright young minds cannot find opportunity here, they will take their talents elsewhere. Every engineer, teacher, nurse, creative who leaves, they take with them not only their education, but our public investment in their training. Young people do not leave because they lack patriotism. They will leave because of lack of prospects. With this government's unrealistic economic outlook that was already explained by Senator Vishnu Dhanpaul, the rising cost of living, which was already recognized by Senator Lalite-Ettienne, and with the crime unabated despite the imposition of a SOE and with a Minister of Homeland Security only blowing hot air, more and more young people will be pushed to emigrate. No amount of expansion of the avenues for citizenship with whatever bill will compel young people to move to Trinidad and Tobago if this government continues on the current trajectory. If the government truly wishes to retain young people and attract others, it must create opportunity not only for youths in its strongholds, it must create opportunity for all youths, even those in East Port of Spain. Youth from urban areas deserve to win too. Now, I'll just spend a few minutes addressing some of the points raised by Senator Roberts. It won't take much time, didn't say much. Now, he spent a lot of time attacking Senator Dhanpaul on a personal level, talking about he was a PS and then he turned PNM and blah, blah, blah. But yet, the senator feels, I wonder if you remember her name. Let me see what's his name. Emmanuel George. That name ring a bell? Was Mr. George? Was not, yeah, it don't ring a bell. Look it up. He was a PS and then became a UNC minister. So it's absolutely nothing wrong with becoming a PS and then going over into a party. Senator Roberts started to talk about who bright and what bright and who got in school without help and la la la. Senator Roberts, please look to your left and your right and your back before you start talking about who bright and who in bright and who needed help and how much passes think about those who blowing hot air and not blowing hot air, okay? Then the minister spent time talking about the 10%, the 10% for public servants. Yet again and again, this government keeps saying that they have to wait on the negotiation before they can put the 10% in this budget. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. It makes no sense because in the Standing Finance Committee, time and time again was admitted that funds were placed in the budget as a contingency for different line items that had nothing substantial, boards that don't exist. Yet, the Prime Minister has indicated that the public servants, the negotiation will start at 10%. But somehow it was so hard to put the 10% there if you had the money. That don't make sense. And to these public servants, I want to apologize. You're not going to get this money by Christmas. It is not going to happen. Because if you have to negotiate and the money not in the budget, you have to wait until at least the mid-year review to get the money. So I'm sorry, it's not coming before Christmas. Then the Senator Anil Roberts spent time, and I expect many of his colleagues will do that, talking about the 9 years PNM in government and what they do and what they didn't do. Senator Baptiste, 9.5, sorry, I'm corrected. Senator Leroy Baptiste also spoke about that. You know, that's still not a good excuse because you're here now. Well, you all spend 9.5 years talking about all the things you would do and wouldn't do for everybody, all and sundry, who will win and who will win and who will win. Now the people gave the country the wrong focus on that. Run it. Don't study about what the PNM did and didn't do. And I want to also say to Senator Roberts, he needs to get his facts straight. All the thing about the paper he was showing, despite our standing orders and reports he's going to pass the AG, I hope he get them facts straight. All right? People looking for a former Minister of Sport, eh? All right. So in my last few minutes, Madam Vice President, I want to grade this budget. I'm going to let my colleagues settle along so they can hear the grade. No, don't let her waste your time. Come on. The grade is F. I give this budget a F. F for fluff, F for false, and F for fraudulent. They built the revenue base on an over-optimistic energy price, already out of sync with market realities. There's little in the budget that truly speaks to diversifying our economy or investing in the productive power of the people. And while the government talks about economic fairness, it has failed to make adequate provisions for young people, our bright, capable, ambitious young people who are not short on talent, but very soon they'll be left short of opportunity. Meanwhile, the government has laid new layers of burdens on mothers, fathers, and families through surcharges, levies, and hidden taxes disguised as reform. This is not accountable fiscal policy as they have touted. It is political expediency dressed up as policy. So, Madam Vice President, I want to leave you with this. Our families deserve better. Our young people deserve better. And Trinidad and Tobago deserves a government that deals in truth and not in illusion and magic. Thank you.
Senator Jones-Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and I wish to congratulate you on your elevation to the role of President of the Senate. I also wish to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the Appropriation Financial Year 2026, Bill 2025, and to share my own perspectives on the aspects of housing as outlined in the budget. At the outset, I wish to endorse the government's view that housing is both a social necessity and an economic driver. Indeed, a home is not only a shelter, it is the foundation for stability, dignity, and community life. And so, I welcome several measures outlined by the Minister of Housing. The increase in the Home Improvement Grant Program, which will be doubled this fiscal year, the first-time homeowner grants, and the Foundation for Life program, which will provide rent-to-own options for seniors and single mothers. These are positive steps worthy of recognition as they have the potential to make the difference in the lives of our most vulnerable. Now, prior to Senator Lalite-Ettienne's contribution,
I also wish to commend the government on its initiative for inclusive housing for persons with disabilities at Edinburgh 500. You see, Senator, the Honorable Anil Roberts, it is stated in the Minister of Finance's budget statement that inclusive housing for disabilities will happen at Edinburgh 500. So I understand why this led to her belief that it's limited to that. And therefore, this is why it underscores the importance of consultation with stakeholders. So now we understand how that perception can affect people, because the truth is there needs to be inclusive housing at all developments. And so I'm heartened by your acknowledgement that this will occur. Right. So, Madam Vice President, I note with interest the proposed reintroduction of the Land for the Landless program. In its earlier iteration in 2015, this initiative provided qualified applicants with a service plot of land and a foundation, along with options for 2 or 3 bedroom house designs and construction materials. It was a promising idea. However, it faced challenges. Notably, many applicants signed agreements for sale, but they never made any payments of deposits. And many of them were unable to complete construction because they lacked a stable income or access to financing to purchase the land allocated to them, and therefore the program was shelved in 2017. So, as we move to reintroduce this program, I urge that it be done with stronger policies, stricter eligibility criteria, better financing screening, and adequate financial support mechanisms to ensure that beneficiaries can actually complete and occupy their homes and get the deeds. Now, the Minister of Housing has also indicated, and I believe it has been mentioned at least twice here before, that the new housing construction will be funded through public-private partnerships, PPPs, and through innovative financing mechanisms. Now, the marriage of public-private partnerships and housing is not new. For example, the Mahogany Court, which is a 160-unit apartment complex at Mount Hope, was completed in 2016 using a PPP model. This is where the government provided the land and a private contractor or developer covered the construction costs. However, PPPs are not without hurdles in the form of complex contracts, delays, managing poor quality in construction, the issues of disputes, accountability, and most notably the allocation of risks, which must be carefully managed to ensure that the public sector is not left absorbing the greater burden. We continue to expect transparency in the allocation of these proposed projects. And I was certainly looking forward to hearing more, Senator Anil Roberts, about these innovative financing mechanisms that you were planning to use in supporting this much controversial target now of 20,000 affordable homes. Referenced, I should say, not only in the statement of the Minister of Finance, but also in the introductory remarks of the Minister of Housing. So let's turn to this housing target issue. In 2015, it was projected that 10,000 applicants would benefit from national housing annually. Today, we're seeing 20,000 affordable homes, and that is ambitious. We can acknowledge that. The question remains for me, over what period will this be achieved? Because history gives us lessons here. In fact, between 2003 and 2018, fewer than 14,000 homes were built by the HDC, which was far short of the targets between 2003 and 2018, a 15-year span. So it fell far short of the targets of 100,000 homes promised in a decade. So this raises questions about the feasibility of current projections, particularly given the reduction in housing allocation, which of course you can appreciate is a concern, from 1.28 billion in fiscal year 2025 to 662 million in fiscal year 2026. So this disparity underscores, I believe, the need for us to re-examine housing policy. You see, we're always over-promising and under-delivering. And so we need to ensure that we align plans with fiscal and institutional capacity. If the need remains the same, the target is ambitious, and the allocation is reduced, I think it's fair for me to ask, how realistic is this? We must address consistent variances between what is budgeted and what is actually spent, because I'm saying this, year to year to year, we continue to have unmet housing needs. And this turns me to a concern that I've heard ventilated just before. The adequacy of our nation's housing stock is a vital indicator of the standard of living of our people. And it is a sad thing, but the reality remains that for most people on the HDC, owning a home is out of reach. Approximately 85 to 90% of applicants on the HDC waiting list, they don't qualify for mortgage financing. Many of them just don't have the required income to save for the deposit. And many of them, you know, they say even after they've saved for years, by the time they've amassed any savings, they don't qualify for the requisite mortgage term. So this means that a significant portion of our population will continue to rely on rental options. We therefore need to ask, who exactly are the intended beneficiaries of these 20,000 affordable homes? Because if the average person cannot afford it, then, and they can't meet this mortgage criteria, then is home ownership the benchmark of success? Government housing policy may have to shift and place greater emphasis on affordable rental opportunities and rent-to-own models so that citizens can transition from tenants to home ownership, if we are being realistic. Now, I note that the Minister of Housing has also expressed a desire for single-family units in village-type communities with reduced lot size, as opposed to the apartment or condominium-style multi-story developments. And while this reflects a commendable vision of community living, I believe that the availability of land will determine how practical this venture will be, as we may be required still, Senator Roberts, to pursue a mix of solutions, including retaining the multi-story developments, especially in high-demand areas. Much of our policy discourse rightly focuses on the poor and the vulnerable. However, we must also consider our shrinking middle class. You see, the young professionals, the ones with the university degrees or teachers or nurses, they are fast becoming the working poor. Many of them are ineligible for state assistance, and they cannot afford to purchase homes on the open market. They can't even afford to purchase a home with joint incomes. Even that is a struggle. And if they are shut out of home ownership, we risk deepening inequality. The words of the mighty Sparrow come to mind. Children stay in school and learn well. Otherwise, later on in life, you're going to catch real hell. Sadly, Madam Vice President, many young educated citizens in our society catching real hell. And that is because there's no incentive. You come out of school, you have to pay student loan, and you have all these big dreams, and you can't even afford to buy a decent house. The inability to own a home contributes to disillusionment, and that phrase that we've heard in this house, brain drain. Our brightest minds are leaving us for opportunities abroad. So I wish to suggest that our housing policy should also cater to this group who forms the backbone of a stable and thriving nation. Madam Vice President, I wish to turn to a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, a briefly related matter. The importance of upholding the rule of law in taxation and property matters. You see, we have a challenge in Trinidad and Tobago with the enforcement and respect for laws. Legislators and leaders must be careful not to encourage disregard for lawful obligations, even when we disagree with a policy. You see, there was a time when citizens were told not to pay the property tax, and some of them who did were ridiculed. Yet many complied, not out of partisanship, but because they are law-abiding citizens, aware of the legal consequences of non-payment. You see, property tax operated as a charge on property, allowing the state to recover unpaid taxes against the land itself. So many citizens complied because they were aware of the implications of non-compliance. And there are citizens who understand the relationship between property, wealth, and taxation, and appreciate that taxation, when fair, can promote economic justice and support community development, which brings me to this point. You see, now the government is proposing a landlord surcharge to take effect on January 1st, 2026, with rates of 2.5% and 3.5% of annual rental income with a one-time registration fee of $2,500. And now, after we've been telling people not to pay the tax, we now need to get their buy-in, and we need them to now comply. We need them to buy into this proposal. And this measure has generated concern and confusion. Some erroneously believed it only applied to commercial properties, you see, because the Minister of Finance sought to make a distinction between this surcharge and the property tax by saying that it would only apply to commercial activity. So I think it needs to be clearly stated that this surcharge will apply to all leased properties, residential or commercial, that generate rental income. And as an attorney at law who has spent a lot of years in real estate transactions, I am also interested in the details of the legislative framework for the implementation of this surcharge and the tax administration procedure, including the administrative sanctions for non-compliance, late, or fraudulent declarations, because I wish Mr. Roberts were here to answer this one, or perhaps I may refer this to the Senator Honorable Philip Alexander, or even if the Honorable Attorney General were here. Will this surcharge operate as a charge against property? But I guess we will get the answer to this question. Right. So while the measure may be viewed as equitable, since it targets income-earning property, it also affects many small landlords, including homeowners and pensioners, who rent part of their homes to cover mortgages or supplement fixed incomes. For these persons, every single cent derived from rental income is needed, and they will be impacted significantly by the implementation of the surcharge. Even though people say it's nominal, every cent for these persons counts. The impact on tenants cannot be ignored. In the absence of rent control, landlords are likely to pass the surcharge on through higher rents. That is predictable, and it's been discussed all throughout. The truth is, there's the statement that right now the landlord is king, and tenants have very little bargaining power in a market with little affordable housing. And so the minister has asked citizens, the Minister of Finance that is, to push back against unjustified rent increases. But I ask, without supportive regulation or functioning rent assessment board, exactly where are tenants to push back to when safe, affordable rentals are scarce? Indeed, our Rent Restriction, Reenactment and Validation Act of 2002 lapsed since 2003, and rent control mechanisms have not been reinstated. I note that in the 16th interim report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration in 2020, it was noted that in the absence of these regulations, both tenants and landlords are at risk in different ways. So the tenants are at risk of exploitation, and the landlords are at risk of managing the delinquency of tenants. Now, rent control is a very thorny issue, but it deserves renewed legislative attention. Now, there's another issue I wish to highlight, because I understand that the Minister of Finance noted on a recent interview on a radio program that he wasn't aware of it, and I think I could raise this issue at this time. It's important to note that property tax remains in force. Despite the government's intention to repeal it, it has not yet been formally repealed. And this has resulted in uncertainty in property transactions, which requires vendors to issue indemnities for purchasers, or sometimes purchasers withhold funds to cover potential tax liabilities. This situation is untenable, and I believe that citizens deserve clear and consistent laws that don't shift unpredictably with each change in administration. And lastly, Madam Vice President, I turn to Tobago, a place that is dear to my heart. And on the issue of property, there is a lack of clear land title, which remains a major obstacle to economic development on my island. And so let me explain that whereas property may just seem to be about shelter, it's more than that. It's the opportunity to take your property, take the equity in that property and get a loan. To take that loan and to improve your home. To take that loan and to finance education for your children, to develop your small businesses, to access health care. And for many Tobagonians, they can't do that because they don't have proper land title. And this problem stems from historical challenges that go as far back as Hurricane Flora in 1963, where documents were lost. We have a history in Tobago of having unadministered estates, and there's significant delays in probate and land registration. And it's something I feel passionate about because it's been discussed. It's been well known, and in fact, the recent discussion on August 24, 2025, between the Chief Secretary and the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, of course, it signals a commitment to address this matter. They have discussed that they will give resources to increase the processing of applications for Tobagonians to bring their lands under the Real Property Act. They've indicated that the vacancy of Assistant Registrar General will be addressed, but I wish to respectfully highlight that the cost of bringing an application to bring your land under the Real Property Act ranges from $60,000 to $100,000. So merely expediting these applications is not going to help the average Tobagonian because the cost remains prohibitive. So I was hoping to hear much more about how we were going to get proposals to really address this situation. I know that the previous administration mentioned mandatory registration of titles, and that would have been operationalized in 2020, but that was not a reality. So what I want to say is this: Tobagonians don't just need aspirations. We need real plans, and we need real solutions, because resolving this issue would grant immediate relief and unlock economic opportunities for the people of Tobago. So, Madam Vice President, I end by saying this: the adequacy of a nation's housing is a measure of the quality of life of its people. Our task is to craft housing and land policies that are transparent and practical, policies that align targets with fiscal reality, encourage compliance with the law, and protect tenants and landlords alike. I wish to emphasize that now is the time to resolve this long-standing land titles challenge for Tobago. And if these objectives are achieved, then the promise of home as a necessary place of security, belonging, and opportunity can truly be realized for all citizens of this beautiful island of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Chaitan.
Madam Vice President, before I start, may I also congratulate you on your ascent to the chair. Before I delve into the substance of my contribution for this debate, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to those who have made this possible. I commend the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, along with their dedicated teams for converting the will of the people into this comprehensive budget document. Their tireless efforts reflect accountable fiscal responsibilities that prioritize the needs of every citizen. I extend my thanks to all who participated in our nationwide budget consultations, especially the people of Aruca-Lopino, for attending sessions and providing feedback, questions, and suggestions, and their concerns. Their input has been instrumental in shaping this fair budget. I remain their voice in and out of Parliament. A special acknowledgement goes to our Honourable Prime Minister, who played a critical role in guiding the policy and direction and meticulously examining the policies and allocations to ensure they align with our vision for a prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. I give personal thanks to our Honourable Prime Minister for her guidance and for this sacred blessing to serve that she has afforded me. Before I debate this budget, I must first address Senator John Bates' errors. First, how dare she berate our Honourable Prime Minister? As a mother, she should have respect for those who are elder, who have and who hold office higher than this.
She can't walk in her shoes.
Senator Bates asked for baby boxes when the PNM cancelled our Honourable Prime Minister's baby milk grant.
Exactly. They did that.
She cannot fill one shoe of our Honourable Prime Minister and the mother of this country. Senator Janelle John Bates went to pains to say that she is a mother and lamented traffic issues from east to west, the price of Pampers boxes and formula boxes. Now, I too am a mother, and I suffered all these things under a PNM government.
They have it so.
All those were woes that the PNM put in place under their reign.
Where she was 10 years ago.
As for her foray into child development issues, I will only give her kudos for attempting to pronounce the medical nomenclature. I will correct that screening and development therapy is not available only at Mount Hope. The NTRC that will be opened by us will offer free therapy for all disabled, which is more than they ever did.
Tell them.
Furthermore, it was the PNM who refused to open early childhood education centers, took away laptops, cut school transport, scholarships, and gate. Senator John Bates should ask her colleagues why they kept the Children's Hospital closed for 10 years, why they voted against the Children's Life Fund Act. Their solution was to give children weed.
Shame.
She spoke about our budget, cutting this and cutting that. Let's talk about cuts. The Honourable Kamla Prasad Bisasa and then Honourable Minister Tim Gopi Singh in 2010 to 2015 gave $133 million for textbook grants annually. From 2016 to 2024, the PNM was cut down to $33 million annually.
Tell them again. Tell them again.
They cut the textbook grants by $100 million over 9 years. The PNM refused to open the Hoover Children's Hospital, saw the death of 23 babies at the Port of Spain General NICU. School feeding, they lamented. From 2010 to 2015, 76,000 meals were served daily. From 2017 to 2020, it dropped to 48,000. In COVID, it was 28,000. So please, Senator Bates, remember that Crazy also sang the songs, Don't Try That, in 1980. He also sang I Am Kamla in 2013.
Don't try that. You like that?
Madam Vice President, as we debate this budget, I must address and rebut some more of the misleading narratives put forth by previous speakers from the opposition. The PNM has a history of unfounded attacks on the UNC, often painting us as incapable of sound governance, while conveniently forgetting their own track record of failures. Yet it was under their watch that foreign reserves plummeted from $11.4 billion in 2015 to just 5.4 in 2024. Let us talk of their mismanagement and the funds that don't come and disappear. I'll bring your attention to a 2025 Guardian article on the 23rd of October, 4 days ago. Mayor's company collected $2 million in CPAP contracts. Investigation exposes political ties, missing audits, and conflict of interest concerns over the company Links Limited, owned by a Point Fortin mayor then, who garnered more than $400,000 per year in CPAP earnings from 2021 to 2024. Investigations will be ongoing even then, as the mayor did not file declarations of income in 2023. I will leave the rest of that for Philip. So you see, they are trying a kind of reverse Uno on us, Madam Vice President. Senator Bates has a child, she will understand that one. What they do is they cry foul over our realistic revenue projections, but their own budgets are riddled with over-optimism, leading to repeated drawdowns from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund in their tenure. They are trying to assume that we will do what they already did. Madam Vice President, Sigmund Freud calls that psychological projection.
You sure they understand what I mean?
I'll explain it to them.
Explain it to them. Teach them.
It is a defense mechanism that one uses to protect your ego from guilt and shame. I'll repeat it.
Papa, you.
It is a defense mechanism that one uses to protect their ego from guilt and shame.
Shame. Shame on them.
Recent newspaper articles and editorials have echoed PNM criticisms, labeling our budget as fake and fraudulent, budget of deception. But let's get the record straight. These claims are nothing more than a political spin. The opposition decries our revenue assumptions for oil and gas prices as unrealistic, yet they ignore credible international forecasts that align with our figures, especially in a recovering global market. Their assertion of a hidden $20 billion deficit, it's baseless fear-mongering, Madam Vice President. Not one of their speakers have discussed how they arrived at that insane figure. They complain about hidden taxes like the 0.2% asset on levy banks, the electrical surcharges, but these measures are targeted at high earners and industries, and the earnings from them will fund social programs without burdening the vulnerable. Meanwhile, they overlook the relief we provided, like the $1 reduction in super gasoline that directly affects and benefits motorists. This $500 million that we will retain from these pump figures, they remain in the hands of the people, and it will have a multiplier effect on the economy, not an increase in the cost of living. They talk of mass terminations in CPAP and URP and reforestation. This is a distortion, because we have replaced these programs that they used to keep our people living hand to mouth. We have replaced these programs, starting with our recruitment drive to allow citizens a chance at acquiring real jobs with real security that they can take to the bank.
And real people. Real people.
As for the labeling of workers in CPAP and URP as linked to gangs, it is not only defamatory, but it is insensitive, and we reject their behavior outright. Madam Vice President, much has been said about the long lines at the offices of the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, as if these long lines are somehow the fault of the new administration. Let me make it clear. These queues existed before as a result of their inefficiency. That happened before April 2025 in their outgoing regime. These citizens, since we have come into government, who were abandoned without support, turned to the ministry in desperation for assistance. We responded immediately, expanding our intake points, redeploying staff, and extending hours to meet the surge in need, because unlike our predecessors, we do not turn our back on the people. We have also taken note of claims that persons are being turned away at banks when they attempt to cash their checks. Madam Vice President, let me make it categorically clear. Public sector funding revolves around the assurance of funds. No check is issued by this ministry unless they are confirmed. No check and has allocations to support it. The narratives that they are pushing are therefore no more than an attempt to mislead the public and to sow doubt about the ministry's fiscal discipline and reliability. Under this UNC-led administration, every check issued to a citizen is secured, valid, and honored, because we understand that public trust must never be compromised. Madam Vice President, when this UNC government assumed office on April 28, 2025, we inherited a ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, long neglected by the previous PNM administration. Public buildings and facilities were left in disrepair, with outdated infrastructure hampering service delivery. Vacancies were rampant, leaving key divisions understaffed and unable to meet the needs of our citizens effectively. Wastage of public funds was evident in numerous procurement failures, which the PNM has shamelessly attempted to blame on this government. For example, the provision of the manned canine security services at various locations for 3 years was botched under their tenure, leading to delays and inflated costs. Again, the janitorial services for 3 years and maintenance of the ministry's AC services for 2 years, all marred by improper tendering processes, resulting in inefficiencies. These failures squandered taxpayers' money and compromised the safety and functionality of our facilities. Madam Vice President, this is the state of affairs we met, a ministry in crisis, where promises to the vulnerable were broken time and time again. But, Madam Vice President, promise made, promise kept. We are fixing it under this UNC government. We have already delivered on key commitments and are implementing plans to address these inherited problems head-on. In just our first 150 days, we accelerated policy implementation, ensuring uninterrupted support for our nation's most vulnerable. Best highlighted, Madam Vice President, by the processing of thousands of senior citizens' pensions applications left in bureaucratic mothballs by that last government for years and years, and the speedy repair of the check printing machine that broke down after the last government left it unmaintained for nearly a decade.
Nah, man.
Because when the UNC wins, everybody wins.
Check making machine that couldn't fix what?
This fair budget reflects that, with targeted investments in social development that uplift all citizens. Madam Vice President, as part of our continued modernization of the Ministry of the People, we have also undertaken the strategic realignment of the Geriatric Adolescents Partnership Program, GAP. This program, which for years languished without focus, is now being restructured to deliver measurable outcomes in elder care and intergenerational engagement, because the elderly are a source of wisdom, experience, and stability. The new framework will place emphasis on structured community service, intergenerational learning, and skills transfer between seniors and youth. This realignment, guided by our Honorable Prime Minister and my line minister, reaffirms our commitment to ensuring that no segment of society, neither elderly nor young, is left behind. Moreover, Madam Vice President, we have committed ourselves to making this ministry more people-centered and less robotic and faceless. Too often, citizens previously described their experience with social service delivery as cold, procedural, and distant. We are changing that. From retraining frontline staff for empathy, to reorganizing service desks for easier access and embedding community officers in underserved areas, our goal is to restore the human face of public service. The Ministry of the People must always live up to its name, being about people first. Today I will give a short interim 6-month report on the performance of our ministry. This performance, Madam Vice President, is a direct reflection of our renewed mandate, effective from the 28th of April 2025. Madam Vice President, in providing context for this and the considerable work that we are executing on the ground, I must note that my ministry's overall financial commitment to citizens we serve is an allocation of 6.012 billion TT dollars. Our swift and substantial commitment demonstrates our continuous, uninterrupted flow of support, prioritized by this new administration for our nation's most vulnerable populations as we close our current fiscal cycle. I'll first look at our Gender Affairs Division, which has returned to this ministry from the Office of the Prime Minister. Madam Vice President, the Gender Affairs Division is at the forefront of our mandate to foster gender equality and protect our nation's women, a key priority for this administration since taking office. For this reporting period, the division's commitment to achieving its objectives has been clear. With an allocated budget of $7 million, their actual expenditure has been $6,637,810.90, with a further commitment of $164,933.05, spending all we can to do as much as we can. Madam Vice President, our work during this time frame has concentrated on several high-impact initiatives, including the completion of the RISE program at the Women's Prison and Youth Training Center. It saw 20 participants of the female prison and 11 participants of the Youth Training Center successfully complete training in fashion design and upcycling. The division also conducted 2 gender training sessions benefiting 90 individuals and successfully executed community outreach engagements that served an additional 265 beneficiaries. The National Domestic Violence Shelter is a crucial medium for providing shelter for victims. It has provided support to 37 persons over the reporting period, including not only adult women, but minors of both sexes. Madam Vice President, this type of assistance is evidence that the ministry, through this division, continues to keep the mandate of meeting the needs of the most vulnerable among us. Now, Madam Vice President, as an OBGYN in the Ministry of the People, I am proud to pay specific attention to the profound socio-economic issue of period poverty, which the Minister of Finance has noted continues to undermine the health and educational opportunities of many women and girls in Trinidad and Tobago, as many endure struggles to afford menstrual hygiene products. I'll go into the details so that Senator John Bates will be able to understand it is not a reliability on NGOs alone. The period poverty intervention has been championed and driven by the government since its assumption of office in April. Madam Vice President, as a ministry, we recognize the helplessness of women and girls who cannot afford these basic hygiene products, and that this tragedy undermines their health, dignity, and most critically, their educational and economic opportunities. No young girl should face the embarrassment of having to ask a friend for a pad, pretending that she forgot hers at home when the reality is that she didn't have enough of her own. In response to this pressing need, as was recently announced by the Minister of Finance in the budget statement, we will collaborate to establish a women's health fund seeded with an initial, not total, seeded with an initial $5 million in capital from the government. The fund will be used to launch a pilot program for the distribution of free menstrual kits in educational institutions. Please note, Madam Vice President, for Senator Bates' education, it is not merely a product distribution exercise as was done by previous NGOs. It will be accompanied by widespread education and sensitization programs on menstrual health for all groups, including men and boys, with the explicit goal of dismantling cultural stigma around a natural process that affects every woman every month. This is a vital initiative, reflecting the compassionate vision of this administration.
Excellent, excellent.
For Senator Attzs, who made the point that we need research and education to drive us going forward, we are also planning an important research project, the Menstrual Health and Hygiene in the Workplace Survey, to gather data from 5,000 employees to inform future evidence-based policy, proof that this government listens and then leads. Madam Vice President, our commitment to the children of this community, of this country, remains resolute. I therefore turn next to child affairs. Under the strategic direction of this new administration, the Child Affairs Division is tasked with ensuring that every child in Trinidad and Tobago is safe and supported and allowed to thrive in alignment with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. For this period, the division expended $900,000. Of actual expenditure, it was $729,444.04, with commitments of $37,314.59. Looking ahead, Madam Vice President, the division does have an ambitious and comprehensive pipeline of projects for the 2026 fiscal year, all grounded in our national child policy. These initiatives are designed to create a Trinidad and Tobago where every child can feel safe, heard, and empowered. They include 1, the expansion of the Child Rights Ambassadors Program, leveraging digital training to cultivate a generation of young advocates. 2, the Child Mental Health Initiative, Mindful Moods, Happy Views, to equip our primary school students with emotional resilience tools, particularly during examination periods. Because, Madam Vice President, there is truth to the old adage, what the mind does, the body follows. A health and nutrition fair, 3, specifically for children with disabilities, ensuring inclusive access to essential health services. 4, the Born to Shine National Children's Inclusion and Wellness Fair for World Children's Day, targeting 3,000 children across Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Vice President, turning next to the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Permit me to express my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for her foresight in seeing the need to bring such an important agency under the remit of the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. The authority has continued its integral work in meeting the needs of the vulnerable children in the country. For this reporting period, the authority has achieved the following, outlined by geographical region. In the Northeast, a 13% increase in school visits, a 20% increase in visits to community residences, and more than 65% increase in supervised access sessions. Madam Vice President, notably, this also resulted in the closure of more than 80% of existing cases. In the South and Central, the authority undertook 424 new investigations and closed 810 cases. The authority has also enhanced its forensic capacity with the installation of new forensic equipment at both our South and Mount Hope centers and activated medical services in the South. Importantly, 30 members of staff have now been trained in new interviewing techniques. In the area of foster care, there are currently 160 children receiving foster care, 115 in traditional placements, and 45 in kinship care. Over the period, 39 new placements were made and 12 children were successfully transitioned into permanent family-based care. With respect to adoption services, the authority facilitated 19 adoptions, comprising 5 closed and 14 open adoptions, including kinship cases. 8 sensitization events were done aimed at encouraging adoption and understanding the process were also hosted. After giving the rundown of those divisions, also within the purview of our ministry, I should take a moment to address some of the issues that Senator Alicia Pauline Lalite-Ettienne raised. There was a claim that the Ministry of the People and Social Development and Family Services is questioning persons with disabilities because we are actively considering, Madam President, dedicated housing accommodation at Edinburgh 500. This claim is reckless as it is revealing. So let's be plain. Consultation is not interrogation. Inclusion is not intimidation. This government is doing what the previous administration refused to do. We are moving from photo ops and platitudes to tangible, accessible housing solutions designed with the disability community, for the disabled community. I beg to wonder, where was Senator Lalite-Ettienne's outrage when accessible units were promised but never delivered? Ramps, lifts, and universal design basics were treated like nice-to-have add-ons instead of non-negotiables. Stakeholder consultations were a box-ticking exercise that produced 0 accommodations and even less accountability. There was silence then, performative fury now. Why? Why only when an active, concrete proposal is on the table, Madam President, Madam Vice President, Edinburgh 500, do we hear the sudden chorus of negativity and obstruction? Edinburgh 500 lies in close proximity to Carsonfield, where the NTRC site will be launched, meaning that services will be offered in close proximity to the homes of persons with disabilities. So that means here's what is actually happening. There is active consideration, not delay. Edinburgh 500 is under rigorous accelerated review to ensure universal design, independent living features, and integration of support services. It is co-creation, not coercion. The ministry's engagement with the disabled community and families is to embed lived experience into unit layouts, amenities, and transport access and safety, That is respectful policy making, not questioning anyone's worth. There is dignity here and delivery. The end goal is simple: keys in hands, rights upheld, and independence supported. The ministry will not be deterred by this selective indignation. We will press forward openly, accountably, and decisively until accessible housing at Edinburgh 500 is not a headline, but a home. Together, these achievements represent our unwavering commitment to safeguarding the nation's children and elderly and women and all vulnerable, ensuring that everyone grows, lives, and prospers in a safe and nurturing and supportive environment. Madam Vice President, all of these achievements outlined reflect that our ministry is managing public funds with diligence and delivering tangible results to the people of this nation, all within the framework of progressive policies established since this administration took office. We at the Ministry of the People look forward to continuing this vital work in the new fiscal year, because when the UNC wins, people win. When the UNC wins, people win. When the UNC wins, everybody wins. I thank you.
Okay, Senators, I think we could take a break until about 5 p.m. That's fine. Yeah. Senate is now suspended. Senator Murray.
Madam Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the budget debate for the fiscal year 2026. The national budget is not merely a statement of figures. It is a statement of intent. It tells us who and what the government values and prioritizes, and it signals how government policy will translate into the well-being of citizens. The foundation of any strong economy is a healthy population. The allocation of $8.21 billion which includes the development program to the Ministry of Health, represents almost 14% of the total allocation of the budget and is a clear reflection of the value the government places on health as a pillar of national development. As the World Health Organization reminds us, there can be no economic development without human development, and no human development without health. In fact, goal number 3 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals identifies good health and well-being as a requirement for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. This message was echoed in the theme of the recently concluded Diwali Nagar celebrations, Loka Sangraha, Welfare of the World, which emphasized collective welfare and social harmony. My contribution today will focus on 3 interdependent health-related pillars. These are 1, health and healthcare delivery. Are we ensuring universal access, genuine equity, and measurable outcomes? 2, climate and the environment. How can we better align environmental and public health goals? And 3, fiscal fairness, which I think is a common thread. Are our revenue-generating measures socially just and economically balanced? These issues intersect. When a patient has to wait months for surgery, inhales polluted air, has no choice but to live in substandard housing, or must choose between paying for food or paying for medicine, these are not isolated concerns. These are social determinants of health that call for an integrated policy approach. Madam Vice President, before proceeding further, it would be remiss of me, as a healthcare worker myself, not to commend the thousands of dedicated healthcare professionals across Trinidad and Tobago who continue to serve under immense pressure. I know the long hours, the personal sacrifices, and the unwavering sense of duty that underpin their service. We must never forget the courage displayed during the COVID-19 pandemic, when so many stood on the front line before vaccines were available. Many citizens are alive today because of their devotion. That brings me to my first pillar for discussion, health and healthcare delivery. Within the budgetary allocation of the Ministry of Health, I note several commendable initiatives. The medical equipment upgrade program with 60 million allocated. Sorry, I can't help myself. The hospital refurbishment program at 35 million, and continued support for specialized healthcare services through public-private partnerships valued at 130 million. These initiatives demonstrate a commitment to modernizing infrastructure and improving service delivery. In many ways, the real test of these initiatives lies not in the number of machines purchased or facilities refurbished, but in the everyday experience of patients navigating the health system. The government could strengthen its position by ensuring that such investments are accompanied by performance indicators focused on patient outcomes, such as shorter waiting times, improved clinical recovery rates, and measurable gains in quality of life. Trinidad and Tobago, like many developing nations, faces a double burden of disease: enduring communicable diseases such as HIV/AIDS, dengue, and influenza, while simultaneously grappling with non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, like diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease. Last month, September 2025, the World Health Organization released its updated recommendations for the influenza vaccine composition for the Southern Hemisphere's 2025 flu season, a reminder of how quickly viral strains evolve. As the influenza season commences, the government may wish to consider ensuring that of the $77,650,000 allocated to vertical services, and of the $1 million set aside for promotions, publicity, and printing, that sufficient resources are directed to the expanded program of immunization, with urgent attention being paid to influenza vaccination. The flu season runs from October through April, with peak activity between December and February, or in Trini parlance, between Christmas and Carnival. Let us remember that prevention through immunization saves both lives and future healthcare costs from hospital visits and admissions. Non-communicable diseases, NCDs, meanwhile, account for over 60% of all deaths in Trinidad and Tobago. NCDs are not only medical conditions, they pose economic, social, and developmental challenges. They reveal inequities in access to healthcare and highlight the urgent need for preventive strategies at the community level. I therefore commend the signing of the Country Cooperation Strategy 2025 to 2030 between the Ministry of Health and the Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization. Its 5 strategic priorities, from strengthening universal health systems to addressing the impact of climate change on health, are both progressive and holistic. But while the grass is growing, the horse is starving. More citizens would benefit if these priorities were translated swiftly into operational plans within the regional health authorities, complete with timelines, community outreach targets, and measurable health outcomes. Madam Vice President, primary health care is the foundation of a healthy nation. It is our first line of defense. The most effective healthcare system is one that prevents illness before it begins. Prevention, education, and early intervention are cost-effective, saving lives as well as money. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Many health centers, the first point of contact for citizens, still struggle with staff shortages and outdated equipment. At the Standing Finance Committee last Thursday, the Honorable Minister of Health gave an undertaking to provide a breakdown of the Regional Health Authority vacant posts referenced in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, line item 009, other transfers, sub-item 01. I am hopeful that the government intends to direct a portion of the vacant post allocation of $165.9 million specifically towards filling posts at the primary care level, ensuring that the health centers are adequately staffed. Additionally, publication of an annual Regional Health Authority workforce report showing which facilities received additional personnel and what impact that had on service delivery would not only demonstrate accountability, but also reassure citizens that the resources invested are improving care where it is needed most. Madam Vice President, I turn now to the Chronic Disease Assistance Program, CDAP, one of the most tangible manifestations of government's social responsibility. For many citizens, CDAP represents not policy in theory, but policy in action. I welcome the ministry's decision to establish a review committee to evaluate the existing CDAP item list. This initiative is timely and necessary. As an ophthalmologist, I must respectfully ask the government to consider expanding the current review to include first-line glaucoma medications. Glaucoma is widely recognized as a non-communicable disease of the eye and remains the leading cause of preventable blindness in our country. The World Health Organization and the World Bank have noted that blindness prevention is among the most cost-effective health interventions globally. Early detection and affordable access to eye care and eye medications save not only sight, but future healthcare costs and social support expenditure. Many patients fail to use their prescribed eye drops regularly because they simply cannot afford them. More citizens would benefit if the government explored strategic procurement of high-quality, generic glaucoma medications, especially through existing Trinidad and Tobago India bilateral partnerships. India's pharmaceutical sector, one of the largest producers of affordable generic and biosimilar medicines, presents an opportunity to lower drug costs without compromising quality. Indeed, when India provided 20 dialysis units, 2 sea ambulances, and hosted a prosthetic limb camp benefiting 800 citizens, it did more than supply equipment. It demonstrated compassion in healthcare. The government could further value The government could add further value by ensuring that the electronic prescription, the e-prescription service, when introduced, is used to assist in monitoring prescription use, identifying gaps, updating the CDAP list annually, and preventing wastage. Through such integration, Trinidad and Tobago can stretch every healthcare dollar further while widening access to life-saving and sight-saving medicines. Madam Vice President, the establishment of the Surgical Backlog Committee is another practical step toward resolving the health system's challenges. The focus on ophthalmology, orthopedics, gynecology, and urology is appropriate given their impact on quality of life and productivity. The external patient program, allowing public patients to access procedures in private institutions, remains a pragmatic measure to address capacity constraints. But this appears to have become a permanent fixture with an increasing budgetary allocation. The allocation for fiscal year 2026 is $130 million compared to $120 million for fiscal year 2025, which this program expended in funding dialysis, cardiac, and surgical procedures for hundreds of citizens. Let me break down the numbers. The average cost in the external patient program for renal dialysis per patient was $133,689, with 748 patients benefiting. The average cost per cardiac patient was $16,298, with 859 patients benefiting. And the average cost per vitrectomy eye surgery was $61,225, with 98 patients benefiting. These figures underscore the value of partnership, but also invite reflection. The government could perhaps justify its continuation of these programs by complementing financial reports with clinical outcome audits, tracking improvements in survival and vision restoration. Transparency in outcomes would enhance confidence and ensure that we have not merely spent, but that we have spent well. At the same time, more value would be added if some of these funds were redirected towards building in-house specialist capacity within the public service. Our partnership with India could again be pivotal, expanding to include surgeon exchange and specialist nurse training programs, which would help build sustainable expertise within our public health system. Furthermore, a small portion of the $100 million dialysis budget for fiscal year 2026 redirected towards early screening, dietary education, and community-based diabetes management to prevent kidney failure and diabetic retinopathy would be far more cost-effective than perpetually funding dialysis and vitrectomy surgeries. In this way, we would move closer to a healthcare model that is preventive and sustainable. However, prevention must be more than a soundbite. it must be measurable, and it must be institutionalized. I'll refer to my specialty of ophthalmology, for instance, diabetic retinopathy, one of the leading causes of preventable blindness in Trinidad and Tobago. Thousands of our citizens live with diabetes, and many will develop eye complications. Early detection and modern treatments can preserve vision in the vast majority of cases. Currently, eye injections proven to halt diabetic eye damage remain unavailable in the public system. Ranibizumab, which is manufactured by Novartis India and marketed under the name Acentrix, has been considered by the National Drug Advisory Committee, NDAC, for inclusion in the National Drug Formulary. The government could further demonstrate its people-centered ethos by proceeding with bulk procurement of this anti-VEGF drug from India. Diagnostic infrastructure that enables early detection of diabetic retinopathy is equally important. The $60 million medical equipment upgrade program could have an even greater impact if procurement of optical coherence tomography, or OCT machines, were evenly distributed across all regional health authorities. As it stands, in the 2026 budget, one RHA is earmarked for 2 OCT machines, while another has none. It is not equity when patients from one RHA have access to imaging at no cost, while others in another RHA must pay private institutions out of pocket to access the same test. The procurement process for critical diagnostic equipment should be streamlined, transparent, and equitable across regions. Madam Vice President, when it comes to vision care, delay is destructive. Every month without proper imaging and without access to eye injections means more undiagnosed and untreated eye disease, causing blindness and greater cost to the state when these patients require vitrectomy surgery down the line. As the saying goes, a stitch in time saves 9. Ultimately, the goal must be to evolve from a curative to a preventive healthcare model, one that screens early, treats affordably, and empowers citizens with education. In doing so, we preserve not just sight, but dignity, independence, and productivity. My second pillar for discussion is climate change, the environment, and human health. Madam Vice President, I commend the government for recognizing the link between environmental stewardship and public health. Climate policy is, in fact, health policy. Our nation is a small island developing state. Yes, Senator Naked, a small island developing state, and stands on the front line of environmental change, as evidenced by coastal erosion, floods, heat waves, air pollution, and more frequent and severe hurricane systems. I pause here to ask that we keep our fellow CARICOM citizens in Jamaica in our thoughts and prayers, as Hurricane Melissa will make landfall in Jamaica as a rare Category 5 hurricane in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Climate change brings with it direct health consequences, from vector-borne disease outbreaks such as dengue to respiratory illnesses caused by inhalation of microplastics, which originate from the breakdown and degradation of larger plastic items like bottles and bags. I therefore welcome the 5% tax on single-use plastics as a meaningful step forward. There would be even greater benefit if this policy evolved into an outright ban, coupled with incentives for reusable packaging in line with the end goal of the Sustainable Packaging Coalition of advancing and strengthening the business case for more sustainable packaging. The government's plan to earmark revenue from plastic taxes for national recycling programs, public education, waste management initiatives, and public environmental education is commendable. Every dollar spent preventing environmental degradation saves many more healthcare costs later. Similarly, transport emissions contribute significantly to respiratory illnesses. Public transportation is unreliable and potentially dangerous, and I understand the desire to provide reliable transport in this crime-filled environment. The decision to increase the maximum allowable age of imported used private cars to 6 years and light commercial vehicles to 10 years could be balanced by introducing an emissions tax modeled on London's ULEZ charge and congestion charge. ULEZ, U-L-E-Z, is the ultra-low emission zone in London, and the charge applies if you drive an older car, van, motorcycle, or moped. Vehicle emissions in Trinidad and Tobago have significantly increased in recent years due to rising vehicle numbers, contributing to air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. However, at present, there are no standards for motor vehicle emissions. According to the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure website, motor vehicle inspections do not currently include an assessment of emissions. Perhaps it is time for the implementation of a vehicle emissions testing program in Trinidad and Tobago, as has been previously proposed. I hope that this will be part of the National Climate Change Policy, which aims to reduce or avoid greenhouse gas emissions. Control of vehicle emissions falls under the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850. Part Roman numeral 6, Section 100 of the Act allows the Minister, subject to negative resolution of Parliament, to make regulations in respect of health, safety, or environmental matters with respect to the registration of motor vehicles or trailers, including the prescribed vehicle emissions, use of unleaded fuels, and vehicle specifications for motor vehicles or classes of motor vehicles for the purpose of registration. Legislative amendment to incorporate emissions testing into motor vehicle inspection could facilitate the addition of an appropriate emissions tax added to the $300 motor vehicle inspection fee. Older, higher emission vehicles could incur an emissions tax, creating both a health and environmental incentive. The additional revenue generated could be used to fund public transport and transit improvements. Madam Vice President, when we protect the environment, we protect not only the lungs, but also the futures of our citizens. The final pillar for discussion is fiscal fairness. Madam Vice President, fiscal fairness is the lifeblood of social equity, and I understand the government's attempt to capture income currently outside the formal system through the landlord business surcharge. Is the intention then for other groups earning undeclared chargeable income to be targeted next? Unemployed junior doctors who do home visits, for example, or teachers who give extra lessons? I'm just asking. That's a thriving trade of undeclared income. Anybody who's had a child who's done SEA can attest to that. With respect to the landlord business surcharge, clarification is needed as to whether this measure overlaps with existing income tax laws. Currently, rental income is already taxable under the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, although exemptions are granted for new constructions in certain circumstances. 25% tax is paid for chargeable income of $1 million or less, and 30% for chargeable income of more than $1 million. Moreover, many residential property owners, who may also be landlords and who are law-abiding citizens, paid property tax prior to the April 2025 general elections. Does this mean that law-abiding landlords would be double taxed or triple taxed, having paid income tax, property tax, and now the landlord business surcharge? Offset mechanisms, such as crediting property tax against the surcharge, exempting new constructions that meet the criteria, or allowing rental income to be included in the personal allowance threshold of $90,000 for low-income earners should be considered. Landlords are not a homogeneous group. Some own large commercial complexes. Others are retirees renting a single annex or a spare room to supplement modest pensions. A tiered, phased approach, as suggested by the Association of Real Estate Agents, could therefore achieve greater fairness, perhaps starting with commercial properties before extending to residential units. These recommendations could add real value to the final framework, balancing revenue generation with social equity. Small landlords and pensioners should not be unduly burdened and accused of tax evasion, while multinationals continue to engage in transfer pricing. That is not equity. Taxation should demonstrate fairness and reinforce public trust. Madam Vice President, health, in its fullest sense, remains the truest measure of national prosperity. This budget reflects investments in new medical equipment, hospital refurbishments, digital health transformation and infrastructure, and international cooperation. It also demonstrates recognition of the threat posed by climate change. Further good faith could be built by embedding prevention and social equity at every level of policy implementation. Let us measure success not merely by a balanced budget, but by shorter waiting lists, cleaner air, reduced NCD-related morbidity and mortality, less blindness from glaucoma and diabetic retinopathy, and fairer taxation. Health is the responsibility of every ministry, every community, and every citizen. Madam Vice President, through the Ministry of Health, the government's policies will empower the capable. If the policies are also fair and equitable, they will also protect the vulnerable. As Mahatma Gandhi wisely said, it is health that is real wealth, and not pieces of gold and silver. I thank you, Madam Vice President, sorry.
Okay, Senator Chote.
Madam Vice President, thank you for the opportunity to address this honorable chamber a bit earlier than I had anticipated. But not seeing anyone jumping to their legs, I thought I'd take the opportunity early in the evening rather than late at night. I wish to make a few points with respect to the budget and some of the issues raised therein. I will do my best, I assure you, to try to not repeat what others have said, unless I absolutely have to. There is one area that I want to focus on, though, and that has to do with the NIS and the approach taken to the NIS. I have to address this issue because I think we must admit that the administration of the NIS system, as it stands now, is in a poor, parlous state, and decisive action is long overdue. For me personally, it is lamentable that nothing has been done to ameliorate the situation, especially since we have known about this in this Parliament since 2018. And I place on the record that in 2018, a joint select committee of this Parliament held an inquiry into the national insurance system. We heard from stakeholders from all over the country. We heard from citizens. And we reviewed what was then the 9th actuarial report of the National Insurance Board. That report said that the fund was going to be depleted by 2029 to 2030. So we knew that in 2018, and yet absolutely nothing was done. Now, this is painful to me because the pensions provided under the NIS system is a cushion for many of the workers who have spent their lives in low-income jobs. They rely on these pensions. Now, it wasn't an isolated report in 2018. This matter, or this state of affairs, continued to be a live issue when I checked parliamentary records. When the report was laid in Parliament, and then, as is required, the then Minister of Finance was required to provide a status report, which he did in 2018, and he provided a further report in 2021. By this time, the 10th actuarial review of the NIB had been published. But I ought to say, while we call it the most recent one, it was actually dealing with the 2016 situation. But that didn't say anything new. It confirmed the fact that the state of affairs needed remediation, and it needed remediation immediately. It appears as though no one listened. Parliament's work was ignored. While these reports were made to Parliament, no steps were taken. We continued as before. For those who may not understand how this system works and how it has worked since inception, there are basically 3 branches of the NIS. You have the short-term branch that deals with sickness, maternity, funeral benefits, and that kind of thing. You have the long-term branch, which is where the heaviest drawdowns come from: pensions, invalidity, and survivor pensions. And then you have the other smaller branch of employment injury. What has happened is that we have never put in as much into NIS or NIB as we've taken out. And that has continued historically. And NIB's investments have not increased. In fact, they have gone down. Our foreign investments have contracted, obviously, because if you don't have Forex, what are you going to be investing? So we have got a situation where NIB's 2024 report, which is on its website, shows that we are now at a situation where 83.4 0.45% of payouts fall within the category of long term. I am surprised that the system has not already collapsed, because we have managed, how we have managed from 2018 to now, with no effective steps being put into place to stop this terrible slide, which would remove the social cushion that so many people rely on. I think there are about well over 200,000 people who would rely on this cushion. It is amazing that the system has not collapsed, and I am grateful that some steps are at last being taken to remedy the situation. Now, whether these steps are sufficient or whether they will simply permit the NIS to have a longer life, I cannot say. People are concerned about the fact that we are extending the retirement age. But I have to tell you that in 2018, when that inquiry was done, other Caribbean countries were already extending the retirement age or were contemplating it. So what we are doing now is nothing new. It fits in with the way in which other Caribbean territories, our neighbors, are managing their affairs. So there's nothing to be afraid of there. When I looked at, and I was trying to trace the history of how this issue was addressed, to show that this was not a one-off, but this was a deliberate disregard for something which was important to the lives of many of our citizens. And I say it without apology. I note that on the 25th of June 2021, a statement was made in Parliament by the then Minister of Finance, who advised that this was 3 years after 2018, that contributions to the NIS had declined by 4%, that there had been an increase in the number of beneficiaries, that administrative costs had increased by 14.3%, and the net yield of investments in 2021 was about half of what it had been in 2019. So not only was this system going down, but it was going down at a speed, and apparently nobody was prepared to put a boulder on the road to try to stop it. So I have to say that I'm grateful that steps are being taken. The steps may have to be vigorous, but I think it is something we have to endure. Madam Vice President, you will forgive me if I pause in my speech or in my presentation to you, because as I said, I had thought that I was speaking later in the day, but it appears fortune favored me today. There are a few other things I want to address. Manufacturing and tariffs. Now, I can't avoid that word. I haven't heard it much in the debate so far. But how are we going to deal with these tariffs? I appreciate that the greatest impact of these tariffs will be on the non-energy sector. But it is my understanding that the non-energy sector will include a sector that we want to revive and give life to, and that's to say, the manufacturing sector. I haven't seen anything, or I haven't heard anything to suggest how we as a country will be addressing these tariffs. I want to talk about the taxes on beer, alcohol, and cigarettes. I don't think that the huge increase which is being contemplated is appropriate, simply because it hurts revenues. It means that everybody who has a bar, a parlor, a restaurant, who who has any small business in the entertainment industry, whether year-round or for carnival, will be hurt by this huge escalation in cost. By all means, put T&T first. Put the tax on what we import in terms of beer and alcohol, but leave what we make here at a reasonable price or at an affordable price for our citizens. That is my respectful suggestion. To go back to tariffs, I will say that I also wondered why tariffs were not spoken about, because surely it's going to impact what we import. We import food, we import pharmaceuticals, we import things like feed for poultry and other animals. This is going to affect our food bill. Why are tariffs not being spoken about? What is the plan for the tariffs? Is there some sort of quid pro quo that I don't know about or we have not been told about? But it is certainly something that we must be taking into account when we are dealing with a budget debate. Tax on landlords, 3.5% tax. There are certain aspects of this that we have to consider. One, many of our citizens live in multi-generational homes. So granny might be the landlady for the grandchildren and so on. Is that contemplated? Is it now contemplated that such a person will be paying this additional tax? Landlords could also be described as people who run Airbnbs, guest houses, bed and breakfast establishments. All of this is going to impact the tourism industry. Are these people going to fall, or are these people now going to be taxed this 3.5%? Now, I think we have to take into account, or we must accept, that budgets in these times are conservative. I get that, I understand it. You have to be conservative, but at the same time appreciate that there are citizens who are trying to be enterprising and to add to their incomes by starting small businesses. And you don't want to impose something like a tax which will dissuade them and which will make it impossible for them to have a decent living for their families. Now, law, justice, and national security. I was really hoping that I would have heard something about these areas, because that's my thing. I wanted to hear what was being said. I saw figures being allocated, but nothing was really said about how these monies were going to be spent. Well, that doesn't prevent me from putting a few of my views on the record, because the judiciary, after all, is an arm of the executive. And since 2020, this institution has reached a devalued state and continues to be devalued. Apparently, the leader of government business wants to correct me on my learning of the law, but I will ask him if he could do that outside of my speech and not during my speech. So I think I would have liked to have heard in the budget presentation what was planned for the judiciary in terms of plant and equipment. Our citizens live in a country where since 2020, courthouses have not been opened. There has been a devaluation of the justice system in terms of its transparency and accountability. We need to spend money on opening courthouses across Trinidad and Tobago. The most egregious examples of virtual court, which was sold to our citizens as being cost-cutting and financially viable, resulted in instances or examples like these. A litigant appearing without a shirt in court. A police prosecutor appearing in a tropical short-sleeve shirt, rocking back in a chair while he addresses a court. People driving their cars and talking to the court. Poor people having to reveal their humble homes with holes in the galvanized, unplastered walls and chickens in the yard while they attended court on their phones. Adjudicators refusing to show their faces or turn on their cameras, or sitting in backgrounds where their faces are not visible. People knocking attorneys and litigants off virtual platforms to give decisions in their absence. Inadequate bandwidth to allow all parties in a case to be seen and heard. Public trials guaranteed by our Constitution, done in private. Stymieing of legislation like a JIPA, which was intended to accelerate the process of criminal justice by permitting judicial officers to send electronic messages permitting delays, delisting matters, and simply not hearing cases. That is the face of justice which we face today. And I certainly would have liked to have heard a bit more about how this situation is going to be corrected. The DPP's office. Well, soon it might just be the DPP himself, because almost all of his staff is gone at the higher levels or middle management. Unfortunately, many of them to the judiciary, who happily took them. We have to understand that the end game of crime fighting necessarily involves funding of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and proper management of the courts. That's the end game. That's where people get convicted. That's where they get punished. That's where they get sentenced. That's where they get sent to jail. So we need to address this, and we need to fill in this picture for the citizens of this country so that they can be reassured that these matters will be addressed, and addressed in short order by this administration, because it certainly has been overlooked by the last. Now, just a few points, just in closing. I'm not going to address every single thing that I thought was good or not so good in the budget, but I did like the suggestion in terms of the screening of children. I thought that the age of 4 to 5 was because this is when they would be starting school. So I understood that that was the reason for the screening at that point. I think our system has to be nuanced to provide good quality education for students who are differently abled, and not only those who can survive in what we refer to in inverted commas as a normal school environment. So I commend that effort. I commend the introduction of ASICUDA in terms of the organization of customs. I simply ask that consideration be given to having it nuanced to our local context, and that all necessary laws be amended to ensure that its operation is effective. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Senator Roberts-Radgman.
Madam President, good afternoon, Madam President, and let me begin by congratulating you on your ascension to this new role. I quite like it for you. I'm a girl's girl, so congratulations to you. And because I'm a girl's girl, Madam President, allow me a few minutes to address something that has affected me as a black Afro-Trinbagonian woman existing in this parliament, something that occurred last week. Now, during the Standing Finance Committee sitting, there was an image that was taken off from the Parliamentary broadcast channel, and it was of my colleague, Dr. Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, and it was taken and it was altered, and I'm actually becoming quite impassioned about it, because I'm very aware that as I speak about this, I may very well be the next target of this vicious attack. Nonetheless, they took an image of her hair, and they altered it, and they circulated it with the intent to insult her and to bring her down, her black hair. And today I stand and I wear my locks in protest of the racism and the misogyny that was meted out to someone who is highly intelligent, highly qualified, highly educated with a PhD in biochemistry. A black colleague who stood here like myself, she stood in the other place, and she contributed so admirably to this very budget exercise. And while she stood in defense of our nation and asked the questions that members of the public want to have answered, she was being attacked. And I will not call the name of the culprit who perpetrated such an attack. But what I will do is demand that they apologize for it, that they apologize to all black women like myself who enjoy wearing our locks. And I dare him, Madam Vice President, I dare him to step out of his lane and try that again. I dare him. Madam Vice President, at a time where our country is as divided as it is, we have no business in this Senate carrying out those kind of attacks and those kind of divisions against anybody in here or outside. We need to do better than that. Thank you for your kind indulgence. The person knows himself, Senator Al-Rawi. Nonetheless, no. We don't behave like that over here. Now, let me get down to the business of today. And I start by saying this. This government has not done Tobago any favors. And I was hoping that I'd hear a bit more about Tobago before I rose. But I make it very clear from what I have heard so far, the government has done Tobago no favors. It was just in December 2024, a few months ago, that the then PNM government brought the Tobago Island Government Bill and the Constitutional Amendment Bill to this Parliament. Now, those bills ensure that Tobago, the THA, received a minimum budgetary allocation of 6.8% of the national budget, 6.8% at the very least. Guaranteed to the people of Tobago, guaranteed to be managed by the Tobago House of Assembly. And it was the same UNC who was then in opposition, and they opposed, refused, rejected, and denied and deprived us in Tobago of a fair share of the national spend. The People's National Movement stood here and asked the Parliament simply to treat Tobago fairly. We have a budget where the theme revolves around fair treatment, and that was all that was asked by my party, by the then government. Let us treat Tobago fairly. Let us allow the Tobago House of Assembly the opportunity to manage their affairs in some real way. And the UNC said no. They resoundingly said no. They sat there with their little sellout friends from in Tobago, the TPP, and they maliciously kept money out of the hands of Tobagonians. And now it's very funny to me that they come here like Trojan horses and hand us a so-called 5% allocation, 1.8% less than what we were guaranteed. And they expect us in Tobago to clap and to dance like they have done something so good for us. This UNC government and the little TPP friends in Tobago are like, as we like to call them, the UNC B- team that we have in the assembly right now. They are just as fake and fraudulent as this budget that they have now forced down the throats of Tobagonians. Imagine it was this government who robbed us. Quiet down, you had your turn. Gave us a little piece of what they stole from us, and then trying to convince Tobagonians that they did us a favor, or let's cut Jesus slippers. Fake and fraudulent. And if the UNC and the B- team in Tobago really wanted Tobago to win, they would have agreed to the 6.8% minimum that the People's National Movement tried to secure for Tobago last year. Tobago, UNC did not give Tobago more. The UNC, backed by the UNC B- team in Tobago, colluded to ensure that Tobago got $1.5 billion less. And Madam Vice President, I'm going to come back to this issue about Tobago's autonomy in due course. But right now, I am moved to shed some light on what has been happening in Tobago over the last 4 years, because it is important that this Parliament, this Senate, and the nation understand what we have been faced with and what we have had to endure on our island. And I will slow down here. Let me slow down, because the situation is dire in Tobago and it needs to be properly ventilated. Now, over the past 4 years, Tobago has seen a gradual increase in our allocation. In 2022, we received $2.5 billion. In 2023, we received $2.6 billion. In 2024, we got $2.7, and then in 2025, $2.96. The THA has been given roughly $11 billion over the past 4 years, roughly $11 billion. And what do we have to show for it? Has any of this benefited Tobagonians in any significant way? Let me tell you what has been happening on the Sister Isle. The TPP has had this weird little secret affair with the UNC for the past 4 years. Now, they used to try to hide it, and up to a few months ago, they were vehemently denying any kind of connection whatsoever with the UNC. They were ashamed to associate themselves with that party. They were ashamed to let Tobagonians know that they were in bed with the UNC. For a long time, they pretended that the TPP had no connection with the UNC, and they disavowed any and all connection. But now they're very bold with it. As you can see, affairs are expensive things. That's right. So my fake and fraudulent friends in Tobago have been taking Tobago's allocation each year for the last 4 years, and what they have been doing is siphoning it back to their financiers and friends over here in Trinidad. Every single project, every major project done in Tobago, boom, is a Trinidad contractor. It is no secret that he who pays the piper calls the tune, and if you want to know who paying them pipers in Tobago, just follow the money. Our lion's share of our allocation has been diverted towards Trinidad. Our locally grown, locally invested, locally operating contractors have been blacklisted. They have been neglected, and they have been scorned by the very Tobagonians who were meant to protect them and build them up in a certain kind of way. And it saddens me to inform this Senate now that a significant portion of the private sector has been killed off in Tobago by the UNC B- team, while the rest of them struggle to even remain afloat. We've had businesses closing down. We've had businesses sending workers home just because they cannot afford to sustain these blacklisted businesses. And I recall at one point, I think it might have been in 2022, where our chief secretary vehemently defended his administration's decision to award $309 million. $309 million awarded in infrastructure projects to contractors in Trinidad, and all of these awards took place within the period of 1 month. And when he was pressured, he continued with his support, and he continued defending what he had done. And to place this into context in terms of these figures, it might seem smaller for Trinidad because Trinidad's spend is much more significant, it's bigger. But when you take $309 million, think about our allocation for development this upcoming fiscal, and multiply that by 150%, and that is the figure that was taken and siphoned away back to Trinidad by the TPP administration. Even as recently as last month, our minority leader stood in the Tobago House of Assembly and had to be taking the TPP administration to task for giving a job as simple as building an early childhood center away to a contractor in Trinidad. And now, Madam President, I want to make something very clear. Let me place this on the record. My sentiments here are not to be taken as anti-Trinidad. That is not what I am doing with my sentiments here. But we simply need to understand the nuances within the Tobago economy. Major spending on the island is undertaken by the THA. Our suppliers, our service providers, our vendors, our SMEs all rely on the THA spending, which then stimulates and keeps our small economy running. You see, when a Tobagonian business receives $1, it is not very difficult to track the movement of that dollar through the Tobago economy. Some goes to smaller businesses within the same sector, the same industry via subcontracts. We tend to subcontract out to other operators in our space. Some goes to workers. And then these workers and their families spend across various local sectors. So when you start to talk about our supermarkets, your Bill Brown, your Penny Savers, your Viewport, Miss Agnes up in Goodwood, when you start to talk about bakeries such as Breb's Bakery, Patricia's, even our reef store operators, you have Alex, you have Frankie's, your market vendors, your mechanics, your food vendors, your hairdressers, your nail techs, your gardeners, your fishermen, butchers, credit unions. With each cent that is spent by a Tobagonian in Tobago, another sector of our local economy is strengthened. Now, I'm guessing that none of us, I'm hoping that all of us are intelligent enough here, that I don't need to explain that the opposite stands true when our already very limited development budget is diverted to non-Tobagonian contractors. We see very little to none of that money, and then our economy remains suppressed. Now, the People's National Movement understood this, and we understood this well. And prior to that plague that is the UNC B- team that we have in Tobago right now, we boasted of a thriving little private sector. And I'll give you a small example in the interest of time. Tobago has had a few housing projects over the years, and I want to pull out the Adventia housing project and I want to pull out the Roxborough housing project. And these are two successful communities that were developed under a PNM-led THA. Now, the goal then wasn't just to provide housing to families across the island, but it was also to engage and build capacity among our local contractors and our local service providers. The Adventia housing project, for instance, the responsibility for the building of that housing project was spread out among five local contractors building homes in Adventia, homes of Adventia. And the thing is this, it wasn't just about building homes. Tobagonians got jobs, hardware's got sales, persons with a little backhoe, a little tractor got subcontractors, because you see, here's how we operate in Tobago. When a local contractor gets a job, they will hire a few little laborers from right there in the village to perform the services. They will hire a mason from up Speyside who they are accustomed working with. I bring a man from Speyside, he come in and do some work down here for me. They will run by the hardware down in Canaan to pick up some material. They'll pay a fella down the road who have a van to cart away some material on the van back or some waste from the project site on the van back. They will pay every little Tom, Dick and Harry. You could find a lady who does sell food, they would bring her in to feed the workers while the workers work on the project. That's how we operate in Tobago, and it might seem very simple, but this is how we in Tobago ensure that our little local economy continues to thrive. Everybody gets a piece of the pie. And the thing is, this is a concept that's very much rooted in our culture and traditions. We like to say, learn to dance at home before you dance a yard. Let me put it in pure Tobago parlance. Dance a yard before you dance abroad. It just means that you take care of home. You make sure that your people are okay before you start moving outwards. See, my party understands, and my party, the People's National Movement, we understand that for the people of Tobago to win, we need to put our contractors first. We need to put our Tobago suppliers first. We need to put our vendors first. We need to put our artisans first. We need to put Tobago first. Because what good is Tobago's allocation if Tobagonians cannot benefit more than mere breadcrumbs from it? And while I'm on this whole little UNC TPP union, I just need to discuss one more thing. And I need to caution Tobagonians on this. Tobagonians need to take note of the government's decision to completely eradicate the CPEP and URP programs on a national level. We in Tobago are not immune to the effects of such a decision. It's plain as day to see where this is going. In 2021, when the TPP came into power, they promised us that no jobs will be lost. All over the election campaign, oh, pro-Tobago, no jobs will be lost. As soon as they came in, they started slashing and dashing workers, including workers who worked in the CPEP program administrative office. In 2025, we saw that the UNC did the exact thing. They made promises and they pushed this worker-friendly agenda. But then before the last ballot could have been counted, boom, CPEP and URP workers were gone. And then when the public cried out against it, they promised, hey, we're going to bring back these people. And then the fake and fraudulent budget showed up and we're here, and now the program is no more. Two sayings quickly come to mind. Show me who your friends are. Show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. The other one is when someone shows you who you are, believe them the first time. We know that the TPP is simply the UNC B- team that operates. Both parties have already showed us just how vindictive they are. CPEP and URP workers in Tobago really shouldn't think for a minute that they wouldn't suffer the same fate as their friends or their colleagues in Trinidad. It might not be right away because we are about to deal with a THA election and, you know, they need to save face. But soon come. We have a chief secretary who has so far endorsed every single thing that this UNC government does, reckless as it is, to the point that he has openly endorsed bringing war to our shores. Imagine beautiful little Tobago now to be worrying about war. Really? Do you really think that our chief sec will break ranks on something like CRP and URP, CPEP and URP? And before I close off on this topic, I like the questions that Dr. Attzs asked. She said, what is the multiplier effect of closing down these programs? Now, can you imagine the impact that such a move would have on Tobago's economy? Can you imagine the social impact as well? And the Minister of Labour, he used his 40 minutes, well, 37 out of the 40 minutes to bash the PNM. And there's some weird obsession about the PNM that comes from that side. I can't understand it, but if that's your thing, that's your thing. $182,231,500 allocated to his ministry, and yet he has failed to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for how any of this will be spent. And with the 3 minutes, it was exactly 3 minutes that he spent talking about employment, he mentioned the multiplier effect. But what he failed to ventilate for us is the multiplier effect on the 40,000 people, actually 50,000 people, that his government has unceremoniously fired over the past few months. Now, let's deep dive into Tobago's allocation properly. The Tobago House of Assembly has been promised $2.96 billion to manage its affairs. This amounts to 5% of total national expenditure, and the senators just asked to note very quickly that the Dispute Resolution Committee, DRC's recommendation, refers explicitly to our allocations for recruitment, expenditure, and development programs. That's the money that we use to manage our areas. And when I say our, I'm talking about Tobago, the Tobago House of Assembly, our areas of responsibility under the 5th schedule. Now, ministerial heads do not fall under the purview of the THA, so any spending that's done via the ministry should not be included when we calculate the percentage of the national budget that has been allocated to Tobago. And this has become the practice. I know this has become the practice. But for the purposes of this debate, I wish to not conflate overall spending in a way that misleads the public. The THA has been promised 5% for them to use, for them to spend, and that's that. Now, let's look at the allocation for recurrent expenditure. And this falls under head 15 of the draft estimates. Tobago has been promised a sum of $2,742,074,800 to treat with our recurrent expenditure. Now, this represents an increase of $333,579,060 from last fiscal's allocation. Now, when the Honorable Minister made this announcement during the reading of the budget with some sort of, I don't know, it was unjustified exuberance, but nonetheless, it would have been easy to be misled into thinking that somehow this was a win for Tobago. But of course, the devil is in the details of this budget. Now, on Friday, during the Standing Finance Committee, and I need to commend my opposition colleagues in the other place for a phenomenal job well done. The Honorable Minister revealed some concerning information, and there's quite a bit. But I'll just get through a bit of it because of time, the interest of time. Now, I looked at a few subheads. Under the Office of the Chief Secretary, subhead 02, line item 015, my colleague in the other place flagged this, a brand new subhead, new sub-item. Sub-item 27, official overseas travel, 195,000 taxpayers' dollars allocated to overseas travel all of a sudden. Now, according to the Honorable Minister, when he was questioned about where this just pop up from, all of a sudden this money pop up, the Minister said this is a nominal sum placed there in the expectation of travel. No concrete need for travel identified, but money is allocated so folks could play Dora the Explorer all over the globe. Now, I'm wondering how all the people who've been crying in front of buildings in Tobago, in front of THA buildings, all over Facebook, in front of the various offices, asking for the little money from performing in Heritage and performing for Carnival. I wonder how them feel, hearing that this money has been allocated for secretaries to just go and travel. No real plans, just get them some money, yet they can't get paid. In some cases, $400, $500, $1,500, and they can't get the money. Tobagonians suffering. But we have this allocation here. Now, I skipped ahead a few pages. Once my colleague flagged that, I started going through. I looked at the Division of Finance, subhead 02, line item 19, official entertainment. Note, the actual expenditure for 2024 was $7,599. $7,599 was the expenditure for 2024. This is for official entertainment. The revised estimate for 2025 was $50,000. Yet come fiscal 2026, folks are asking for $100,000. Now, to entertain who or what? During the Standing Finance Committee, the minister really couldn't say. Perhaps it's to host a campaign launch, who knows, we're in the season. Now, while we're looking at the Division of Finance, subhead 02, again line item 27, an increase in allocation for overseas travel. Division of Food Security, $450,000 increase for overseas travel. Division of Tourism, $300,000 increase for overseas travel. Division of Education, $100,000 increase for overseas travel. Community Development, $175,000 increase for official overseas travel. Settlements, $500,000 aggregate increase for overseas travel. And it just went on across the divisions. And let me hasten to add that maybe 2 divisions reduced their allocations for overseas travel. But that's because in the last 3 years, they balanced so badly, to the tunes of millions of dollars traveling all over the world, that they finally had to pat down. It was looking a little bad. And Tobagonians were complaining and questioning it, so they finally pat down. And then when you look at the total THA's overall allocation for overseas, official overseas travel, you would see that this has increased by $2,870,000. Now, outside of these areas that I've highlighted, also need to draw the public's attention to one other factor around our increased recurrent allocation, because once I saw the money increase, I wanted to know, well, what it's being spent on, how does this benefit us in Tobago? The details is where you really find the devil. Now, we would all recall that back in November 2024, the then Prime Minister accepted the Salary Review Commission's proposal for salary increases for politicians and other public officers. Now, a significant percentage of the increase in the THA's allocation that we are seeing is actually to account for the salaries in accordance with the approved SRC recommendations. So if that they didn't want, that they kicked up against, but they're happily enjoying it now in mid-year review, we got $32 million for back pay and for the salary increases, and they happily took it. No, they didn't give it back. They happily accepted it and went home with their bags of money, and you heard no complaints. Now, let's look at the increases, the impact that these increased salaries has had on our allocation. So if you look at, for instance, Division 01000101, for instance, sums allocated for payment of, and when I call these figures, I'm removing any sums that were allocated for SRC arrears in 2025. That's when they would have gotten the nice, big, fancy back pay. Now, when you look at these subheads, you're noting an increase in allocation for salaries and COLA. At the Standing Finance Committee stage, the Minister actually confirmed that, yes, the monies, the increases that you're seeing under these line items are actually to account for SRC salary increases. And you'd observe pretty much the same occurrence across the various divisions. So once you take off the one-off arrears that were paid in 2025, for instance, in Division 2, Office of the Chief Secretary, line item 01000101, there's a $1.5 million increase earmarked for certain salaries. If you look at Division 1, which is the Assembly Legislature, there's also a marked increase. It's the same for Division of Food Security, same for the Division of Tourism, which also has an increase of $1.2 million, which is earmarked for certain salaries. Now, Madam Vice President, I want to make it clear that my intention here, because I'm not knocking the salary increase. The SRC made a recommendation, and our administration then approved it. So my intention really is just to help the Tobagonian public understand where this increased allocation is really going. Now, I strongly believe, and I've been saying this since my maiden contribution, we, the members of the Senate, we have a responsibility to the people out there to ensure that we present the information in a very clear manner, in a manner that they can understand, in a very transparent way. Now, the thing is, beyond the catchphrases and all the little song bites, we need to really ensure that the people who are listening, the people who we are here serving, that they understand what we are doing when we come here, what we are doing when we go to the various ministries, and understand how that impacts their lives. Now, I would have heard Senator Dr. Attzs commend Minister Tankus on his empathetic approach to presenting the budget, and I agree with her. But then she went on to lament, and much like other people, the omission of certain important truths. So to this end, I want to make this truth very, very clear, Madam Vice President. The majority of this purported increase in budgetary allocation for the Tobago House of Assembly is earmarked for increased trips. We have a lot of money marked for official overseas travel by the THA. We have increases earmarked for entertainment and revelry by the THA. And then we have money earmarked for the increased salaries to public officials like the Office of the Chief Secretary, and then to pay the increased operational costs that has been imposed on the THA by the virtue of the government's new policies. Now, before I move on from the allocation for recurrent expenditure, I need us to note one more thing, and this bit bothers me and troubles me dearly. During the Standing Finance Committee's examination of Tobago's allocation, every single time the Honorable Minister was asked about the sufficiency of allocations under various line items to treat with Tobago's business, his response was the same. If it's not enough, they can come back and ask for more. So basically, Tobago's day-to-day affairs have been under-budgeted, and we should come here yellow-bellied and cap in hand and ask for hopefully more when the UNC finds the money, mid-year review. For me, I'm a little bit bothered because it seems like this government have plenty money to find. They had to find money to pay PSA. They had to find money to pay for the NIS increases they forgot to account for when they did their budgeting. They had to find money for the fake and fraudulent jobs that they're advertising somewhere about. Now they had to find money for their comrades to run Tobago. It's real clownting with this government here. Now, Senator Dhanpaul took his nice time and he explained the government's dubious projections and creative accounting. And then I heard Dr. Attzs ask several important questions, and I paused and said, I'll come in a little bit later because I needed to hear answers. And then we had a senator legit get up and say, trust the process. Just trust the process. We gonna figure it out. The thing is, I don't know that we could really trust these people. Why are we talking about trust? Well, we CAF loan. We were promised a CAF loan during the midterm review. Tobago, they say, hey, Tobago, we love all you. We're going to give you all a CAF loan. Now, I haven't heard any further mention of it to today. As far as I'm aware, this has not been dispersed to date. It's just a bunch of hot air like the minister huffing and puffing. And let me save them the obligatory, well, the PNM approved the program but never implemented it, rebuttal that I know somebody going and come with. In June, a promise was made. It is the end of October, and up to now, promise has not been delivered. Now, let's turn our attention to the funding allocated for Tobago's development. And here is where the Assembly, the THA, really gets to exercise its discretion in rolling out plans, policies, and programs that improve our lives on the island. Here's where Tobago, the THA, really has a say in its own affairs. When you see a development allocation, you know, well, right, I could do something for my island. And actually, no, let me use the wording provided in the government's public sector investment program manual. No, I have it here. Lovely. This is a vital planning and budgeting tool that enables the government, and in our case, the THA, to translate its long-term vision and policy objectives into tangible projects. Through these funding mechanisms, the PSIP plays a crucial role in advancing Tobago's growth and improving the quality of life for all as it relates to fiscal year 2026 theme, Trinidad and Tobago First, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies. So this is our planning and budgeting tool. In 2024, the central government gave the THA $205 million to advance its development agenda. This year, the UNC-led central government has promised the THA $201.5 million. So this government, who claims to love Tobago so much, has given TPP its lowest ever allocation for developmental programs since the TPP hasn't been in office. Imagine those are your friends. And for the 4 years that they have been in office, their friends finally here in central Trinidad, and now we get our lowest ever development allocation. Something seems off there. The TPP need to watch their friends, because their friends fake and fraudulent. And it's interesting because the same chief secretary who criticized and chastised the previous government for $205 million is now praising this government for $201.5 million. And old people, they say ungratefulness worse than witchcraft. I wish somebody could help me understand this level of hypocrisy. And I will read, just to support what I'm saying, I wish to read from a Guardian article published online on October 1st, 2024. So just over a year ago. And it states, for yet another year, Chief Secretary Farley Augustine is not happy with Tobago's budget allocation, with members of his executive describing it as fiscal wickedness in high places. Then a few paragraphs down, the article continues. Petalon Roberts, Tobago's finance secretary, condemns the island's $2.5 billion budget allocation, calling it empty, lengthy, and oppressive. Roberts was frustrated over the $1.2 billion cut.
Senator, 5 more minutes.
Already? Jesus Christ. All right, she said that this shortfall forced Tobago to rework all its plans, calling the allocation fiscal wickedness in high places. Now let me go quickly back to 2023, the good old days when we used to get budget on time. This one was from October 3rd, so we already had the budget. For context, in 2023, the PNM-led central government initially allocated $260 million to THA for development programs. Note that allocation actually increased. They got closer to $300 million that year. But at this point, the THA was commenting on the $260 million. And this comment came from Deputy Chief Secretary Faith B. Israel. And she said yesterday it seemed as though the government was actively trying to use the budget to ensure that Tobagonians do not realize the kind of development they think they deserve. 2 paragraphs down, she's quoted as saying, when you look at the fact that Tobago for the entire fiscal year is expected to use $260 million for all of our development, we recognize what's happening. Now, let's return to the $201.5 million allocation of 2025, and I'm reading from a Guardian media article of October 14 this year, where Finance Secretary Petalon Roberts said, the team was quite pleased with what we have been allocated, adding that it will help Tobago develop at a different type of momentum versus the last 20 years. My goodness, as my good friend, what did you say? Senator Baptiste, what you say? My God. There's so much to unpack here. $205 million for development programs, fiscal wickedness in high places. Oh Lord, we got that. $260 million for development programs. Tobagonians are being deprived of development. Oh, they're wicked.
No.
$201 million for development programs. We are quite pleased. This had to be some kind of Xander maths because it ain't maths at all. These are the words of the UNCB team. Right? For Ali Augustine, the maths ain't maths at all. They're taking a page out of Xander's book. If you leave it up to them over there, most of half could really be the most. All right, I wish I had some time to really go through, but Madam President, how much time I have?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, all right, so let me close. All right, 3 minutes, all right. Let me close by returning, ventilate the rest of this on the media. Catch me on the media. All right, let me return to the issue of Tobago's autonomy. And here I really need to echo the leader of the opposition statement that this government and their comrades in Tobago owe the people of Tobago an apology. Years of consultation. All the work put in by highly experienced, talented, and devoted and educated Tobagonians to bring the Tobago Island government legislation to fruition. And actually, I recall being a brand new grievance officer up at the PSA and going with Watson Duke to meet Orville London, and he was then Chief Secretary up in Cutler Hall because he was hosting updated consultations on this very bill. And after we consulted on this matter, the UNC in Trinidad and the UNC B- team played in our faces. And I filed a question, but I will ask it here again. What is this government proposing for the island of Tobago? Where is your legislative agenda? And is the issue of autonomy for Tobago on that agenda? And I ask these questions on behalf of the late Hochoy Charles. I ask it on behalf of people like Deborah Moore Miggins. I ask it on behalf of people like Orville London. I ask it on behalf of even people like Brother B. He raised the issue with me again last week. And as a matter of fact, I raise it on behalf of the 60,000 residents of Tobago who are crying out for greater fiscal and financial flexibility for the Tobago House of Assembly that govern our affairs. And the only person that I do not ask this question on behalf of is our two confused MPs in the other place and our Chief Secretary who have seemed to lose his direction. If you say that, you say that. 30 seconds. All right. Here's the thing. Had this UNC government and UNC B- team in Trinidad allowed Tobago, allowed the island government bill to pass, we would have secured a minimum 6.8% allocation in the same budget. We would have received an additional $1.5 billion in funding, and we would have had a bill. We would have had, if these bills passed, we would have had an allocation that actually supports the development agenda for the Tobago House of Assembly and Tobagoanians. And I will end, 3 seconds. I will end my contribution with the words of the great and honorable Dr. Christopher Rowley. Some of my political colleagues believe they can set it.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, originally my intention was not to participate in this debate. Truth be told, there is much in this budget that I like. There are some aspects that cause me concern, but on balance, given that this is a new administration, my thinking is that it's still too soon to assess. My thinking was to see how things play out over the next year and then draw my conclusions, not so much on what is said, but on what was done. But there's an elephant in the room, and an elephant that compels me to speak, one that has not been acknowledged or spoken about. And this has to do with a new uncertainty. Uncertainty not only in our economy, but in our region and the wider world. The fiscal measures before us today are being considered against the backdrop of growing tension between Venezuela and the United States. With Trinidad and Tobago, by virtue of geography and history, standing in the middle of this geopolitical cross-current. Now, ordinarily, a budget is an exercise in domestic planning. Revenues, expenditures, and priorities for the coming year. But when the winds of global politics begin to shift, those plans can be tested in ways that no spreadsheet can anticipate. The question therefore arises, can we assume that life in Trinidad and Tobago will proceed as normal? Or will these hostilities render our budget redundant even before the ink is dry? Madam Vice President, the tension between Venezuela and the United States is not new, but it has entered a dangerous new phase. In recent weeks, Venezuela has condemned joint military exercises between the United States and Caribbean partners, including operations involving U.S. naval vessels visiting Port of Spain. Our government has rightly emphasized that such exercises are routine, transparent, and defensive. Yet, for our neighbor across the Gulf, these movements have been viewed as provocation. Now, I'm not looking to frighten the timid, nor am I one to advocate policies based on fear. Fear is a bad counselor, and it is no great provider of wisdom. But we should recognize that we are operating in a heightened risk environment, one in which a diplomatic miscalculation could trigger a regional incident. For a small island state positioned only a few miles from the Venezuelan coast, the potential spillover, whether military, humanitarian, or economic cannot be ignored. Let me say from the outset, I do not believe that these developments render the budget redundant. Trinidad and Tobago is not at war. Our institutions are functioning. Our people go about their daily lives. But the budget as presented assumes a relatively stable external environment. It assumes that regional trade will continue unhindered, that energy exports will flow, and that investor confidence will remain intact. Those assumptions are now open to challenge, in my respectful view. Our task, therefore, is to examine whether the fiscal plan before us has built-in resilience, whether it anticipates uncertainty, or whether it rests on fragile foundations. The first and most obvious risk lies in our energy sector, one of the very cornerstones of this budget. Trinidad and Tobago's gas and oil production depend heavily on cross-border cooperation and foreign investment. The Dragon gas field project with Venezuela was intended to revive gas supply and to strengthen our downstream industries. Yet, a recent announcement from President Delcy Rodriguez proposing termination of the energy cooperation framework has cast doubt over its future. If hostilities escalate or sanctions tighten, that project and others like it could stall indefinitely. The impact would not be immediate collapse, but a slow erosion of investor confidence, deferred investment decisions, and a tightening of fiscal space. Our budget projects significant revenue from the energy sector. But we in the Senate must ask, have these projections been stress tested against geopolitical risk? What happens if international capital hesitates, or if insurance premiums rise on account of regional instability? In recent months, several international energy auctions have attracted fewer bids than expected. Now, this is not necessarily a reflection of our geology, but of our geography, perceived regional risk. Foreign investors, particularly the Western multinationals, are cautious. They view the Caribbean Basin not only as an energy opportunity, but now as a potential theater of confrontation between great powers. Minister Swaratsingh spoke about moving beyond dependency on the energy sector. And music to my ears. The government should be commended for pursuing diversification and for strengthening relations with non-traditional partners, but prudence demands that we do not overstate likely inflows. If the budget assumes robust energy revenue, and I think I heard an international oil price of $73.25 and natural gas of $4.25, we must build a contingency buffer, a reserve to cushion against sudden external shocks. Otherwise, we risk being caught off guard, as we were in past cycles when projects stalled or prices fell. Now, while I understand the sentiments behind the remark that Trinidad and Tobago is no longer waiting on the global winds to fill our sails, the reality is that geopolitical tension also brings with it human consequences. We've already seen large numbers of Venezuelan nationals seeking refuge in Trinidad. To our credit, this country has managed that situation with relative compassion, though not without strain on public services and our local communities. If the current tension worsens, if conflict or further economic breakdown occurs across the Gulf, those migratory pressures are going to intensify. Our hospitals, schools, and social services have to be prepared to deal with that possibility. It is therefore appropriate, I think, for the budget to include, or to at least anticipate, humanitarian contingencies, funding allocations for border management, refugee assistance, and community integration. These are not acts of charity. They are matters of national stability. We also have to be candid about security. As a sovereign nation, Trinidad and Tobago cannot be complacent about the movement of military forces so near our borders. While we do not expect hostilities to directly involve us, we are nonetheless exposed to maritime risks, illegal crossings, armed trafficking, accidental incursions. As such, I would like to urge that this budget make adequate provision for national security and coastal surveillance, not as an act of aggression, but as a matter of responsible preparedness. The cost of vigilance is always less than the cost of unpreparedness. Madam Vice President, the geopolitical situation also demands diplomatic finesse. Trinidad and Tobago enjoys long-standing relations with both the United States and Venezuela. We must not allow ourselves to be cast as a proxy or pawn in any confrontation. I like how Prime Minister Mia Mottley put it. We should be allies of all and satellites of none. This budget, while an economic document, must also reflect foreign policy coherence. Our trade, our energy diplomacy, and our humanitarian posture must all align with a clear national interest: peace, stability, and constructive engagement with all partners. Perhaps the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs could be tasked through this budget with preparing a geopolitical risk report, advising Cabinet and Parliament on emerging regional tensions and their likely fiscal impact. That would be an act of foresight. We may or may not be on the brink of a dreadful precipice. I don't know. Time will tell. But even absent conflict, the mere perception of instability can drive up costs. Insurance premiums for shipping could rise. Importers may face delays or higher freight charges. In a small, import-dependent economy like ours, those costs translate quickly into inflation. The budget should therefore be tested under different price scenarios for fuel, food, and shipping. A sensitivity analysis would help policymakers and citizens alike to understand the range of possible outcomes. Fiscal planning without contingency is fiscal planning by hope. So, Madam Vice President, what's to be done? First, this Parliament should support the creation of a contingency fund, a dedicated reserve to address external shocks, whether natural or geopolitical. Second, we should encourage the Ministry of Finance to adopt flexible fiscal rules, for example, automatic expenditure adjustments if energy revenues fall below a defined threshold. Third, and others have said it, we must strengthen our domestic production base, agriculture, manufacturing, creative industries, so that we are less exposed to external shocks. Resilience is not merely the ability to withstand crisis, it is the capacity to continue functioning in spite of it. Finally, Madam Vice President, the government must communicate openly with the citizenry. Uncertainty breeds anxiety, and anxiety undermines confidence. The public should understand that while risks exist, the state is alert, it's capable, and prepared. Transparency builds trust. If adjustments become necessary later in the fiscal year, they will be better accepted if citizens know in advance that such possibilities were anticipated. I began by asking whether this budget remains relevant in the face of possible hostilities between Venezuela, the United States, and ourselves. The answer, I believe, is yes. The budget remains relevant. Life in Trinidad and Tobago will, in all likelihood, proceed as normal. Our schools will open, our courts will sit, our markets will trade. But it would be reckless to pretend that the world beyond our shores poses no threat. The true measure of a good budget is not whether it survives a calm year, but whether it holds firm when the storm comes. This is a time for sober management, for prudence, and for foresight. We cannot control what happens in Washington or Caracas, but we can control our preparedness. Let this budget, therefore, not only be a statement of expenditure, but a statement of resilience, a demonstration that Trinidad and Tobago understands its vulnerabilities and is determined to safeguard its sovereignty, its stability, and its people. I thank you.
Nobody? Nobody? Anybody? Minister of Planning? Did you see him?
You stay up.
Yeah, because I was looking around for someone I did not see.
No, he'll give way. He'll give way to you. Yeah.
The minister will give him way.
Yes, we want to hear you, but the PNM are coward. The PNM are coward. We want debate. We give way.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate it. I want to start my contribution by commending the Minister of Finance, the ministry staff who worked on this, and all contributed to creating this budget. I've worked over my professional life on many budgets, including some that are very complex. And I would have to guess that the development of a budget for a country is an order of magnitude of both complexity and difficulty that is well beyond what most people would deal with. But the fundamentals of budgeting remain. A way that I chose to approach this budget, and I did this in previous budget presentations, is to use a very simple form of analysis called traffic light analysis, in which I try to identify that which I think is green, using the colors of the traffic light. Green does not necessarily mean great, but it does mean good. Anything can be improved. So green is something you want to keep, but you may need to improve it. But it's very worthwhile keeping. It's a building block. Red, I'm not persuaded. Maybe I don't have the information, maybe I don't have the insight, and I accept that. And yellow, using the color analogy, is thoughts on innovation, experimentation, approaching things in perhaps a different perspective. So it can neither be green nor red because you haven't necessarily tried it yet. In terms of the green, I commend the work being done and contemplated on the NIS. I think that's outstanding. I like the idea of 10 years looking forward. I'm not sure if I haven't seen the actuarial studies to know if the rates are the right rates, if the increases are the right increases. But that's a detail that can be corrected down the road. I value the approach going forward with the aim of strengthening the NIS. In an earlier debate, we had a discussion around the Revenue Authority. The government has chosen to go in a different direction, but it's a direction that I support, because however you do it, however organizationally you organize yourself, you still need to strengthen the people, the systems, the processes. And I take the assurances. I mean, I know it's in the future that you see it pay off, because people are now being hired, systems are now being put in. So I'm expecting that by the time we do a revenue review, by the time we come around to the next budget, a lot of what is planned, I hope, would be in place. And I think it's a good start that has been recognized, and it would appear from all that has been said by a number of people that work is being done there. I think the work on transfer pricing is devilishly difficult. I think it's a worthwhile thing to start. Where it will end, with all the potential externalities that you really don't want to feel people to feel, investors to feel, that you're creating an unstable environment. I think that is a worthwhile initiative. And some of the green issues that are contemplated, I think are worthwhile. I could go on. There are a number of things that I think are very strong in the budget. In terms of the red flags for me would be, I don't believe your energy price forecasts. Everything I have read suggests that there will be an expansion of energy production over the next several years, with the likelihood that price will drop. The price is now at, 60, the mid-60s, depending on the index you use. We're projecting 70, and some of the things I've been looking at, the International Energy Commission, for instance, is projecting a price down in the 50s. Now, it's not that I'm wishing that we don't get a good price, but if you overprice or if you overestimate your revenue, you're going to catch hell. We, the country, are going to catch hell, because you're going to have revenue for shortfalls that you should have anticipated. I think the deficits are going to really put pressure on the government, on the country, and the cost of servicing the external loans will create another set of pressures. And I am not sure that we have dealt with or started to address, and there may be discussions happening privately or confidentially regarding foreign exchange. It is a burning issue. I work in business, and when I talk to people across business, and I say, if you were me, what would you want to have said? They say, well, bring us some predictability on foreign exchange. The sense I have is that our economic fundamentals, particularly with foreign exchange, are out of kilter, and that has to be fixed. I am not advocating a devaluation, but it should not be off the table. I was there, as some of you were, when the country had to take a 35% devaluation in 1991. But that set the stage for success right through the 90s and into the noughts. And will it cause hardship? Probably yes. I'm not advocating for it, but I'm saying it cannot be taken off the table, because you've got to get the thing balanced. And right now, we are out of balance, and it's reflected throughout the economy, and with parallel markets working. The yellow has to do with how we're going to both not only hire, but pay the officers that we need for the public sector. My sense in talking to people on the statutory commissions and talking to the staff themselves and to PSs is that the models we use make a series of assumptions historically, they've brought predictability. The problem is employment is a far more flexible concept today. And given the wage rates that we have for some of the jobs that need to be filled, with some of the expertise that needs to be filled, I don't know that the rigidity of the present system, or what I see as the rigidity, maybe I'm wrong, will serve as we flex to attract and hold the people that we will require. I am not yet seeing incentives for export development, and I'm going to deal with that a little bit later on. And digitization, I've heard a lot being said about it. I support it, but I'm not yet confident. Now, I'll be first to say that in the world of techno-junkies and techno-peasants, I'm probably on the techno-peasant side. But I recognize that need. I applaud the recognition to move, but I'm not yet seeing exactly how we're going to convert systems. And I once worked in a bank, and we introduced both telephone banking and internet banking. The technology is actually not hard. It had its own challenges, but it wasn't hard. Convincing people to change, that was devilishly difficult. I think the population is probably readier to change, but don't underestimate the difficulty of change, of people changing practices of years. In all of this, this introduces, for me, the question of what is the changing role of government? And how do we create a government and an institution or institutions that have to deal with VUCA? VUCA, from the trade I work in, volatile, uncertain, complex, and, good Lord, I'm forgetting the E. But the point is, in a world where things are uncertain and complex and continually changing, how do you create agility? And this is almost counterintuitive because the organization and organizations want stability, they want predictability. Yet at the same time, you have to have the ability to change and change fairly quickly. Let me give one practical example. How are we going to generate the tourism for the country? Standard practice is you go to a number of trade fairs. At the trade fairs, it's a marketplace. You encounter tour operators. The tour operators are trying to pull together airlines, hotels, ground transport, restaurants, and the government, and they're saying, okay, if I can get X number of people, and they'll describe the demographic and the potential spend, and what is the country going to do to support this in terms of promotion? Our experience, and this is very direct experience, I worked for some years at BWI, and subsequently I have done work for the Trinidad Tourism Limited. The problem is that our systems are set that if the operator has a proposal, it has to come back. As it comes back, it has to meander through a long and often Byzantine process in order to get approval. And by the time you indicate interest, they're on to somewhere else. You've lost the opportunity. And I know the minister, with his own experience in other jurisdictions, now it's not an impossible task to solve, but our situation is we have a certain very set process that makes assumptions about how the world works. And this is not about people being bad or people not recognizing it. It is the systems themselves are working against us. And I'm curious as to how we will change that. So how do we anticipate change and become future ready? That is going to become a major, major area, particularly as we deal with an external environment. Now, when I look at the budget, for me, a budget is a reflection in numbers of a plan. When us, the Minister of Finance and others, pointed to, well, our manifesto was enshrined as the policy of the government. And I understand the logic of it. But a manifesto is created for a very different purpose. Not policy, it's created to win an election. I'm not saying this is not a good base document to start with, but I'm not sure that you could simply enshrine it or convert it. So when I look at it, I am looking for something that is central. When I look at a plan, any plan, whatever scale, has to have four things. It must have very clear objectives. In this budget, I see lots of initiatives, I see lots of pieces. I agree with my colleagues, some of them are quite attractive. But what's the central theme? When I look to countries that have succeeded, countries as big as China and India, as small as Singapore, Estonia, in developing countries like Rwanda, they were very clear, or they sought to be very clear, in the complexity of the world and to bring predictability. They were very clear in terms of what is the apex objective? Meaning, if you think of a set of objectives, like a pyramid, what is at the very top of the pyramid? For many, and I'm not saying this is necessarily what we have to do, but it has served others in good stead, what they use is GDP growth. Our GDP growth is anemic. I cast no aspersions, I cast no blame. I'm simply saying it's at 1%. And all the rating agencies, the Standard & Poor rating, put us, I think, at 1.1%. I look at a World Bank report very recently, this weekend, they put us at less than 1%. And the projections over the next several years all are hopeful, saying, they hope the government will act and they'll put things in place. But if I had to suggest, and I will defer to my colleagues with both the expertise, the training, the experience, and the modeling to do it. At a best guess, I think we need to be shooting for a GDP growth rate of probably of the order of 4%. More than 4%, I fear the economy will overheat and inflation becomes a different problem. But less than that, we don't create the revenue, we don't create the jobs, we don't create the opportunities that people are looking for. I'm not wedded to 4%, I'm just using that as an indicator. And it worries me that I'm not seeing central to the budget. So if I use my colleague's characterization of Christmas tree ornaments, I'm looking for that stem of the Christmas tree that anchors everything. And it's not clear. I suspect that that anchor will either be GDP growth, imperfect as it is as a measure, but at least we have the tools to measure it, and it does pull everything else in line. We need job growth. We have 18,000 children going to be graduated because that's our, I beg your pardon. That is the experience with SEA, right? So round numbers. We have to create 18,000 good quality jobs every year, however we do it. And I do take the point that in constrained circumstances, one may choose to change this program, chop this, but it doesn't change the fundamental need across the country for at least that number of jobs being created. At the end of the day, a plan is a promise. We have advantages. In preparing my statements and in doing the research, and here I would want to very much commend the Minister of Planning, I think our CSO is a gem. It has fallen behind, I suspect. There was a time in the Caribbean where we were the model for everybody to follow. I think our CSO is very good, very professional. And I look forward to, at some point, I hope sooner rather than later, of the conversion to a statistical institute rather than a department of. It sounds like it's a small thing to most people, but there is a very real difference. And why? Because truth and data is not a luxury. And we cannot make good decisions for planning, budgeting, or anything else if we don't have data at hand, reasonably accurate, reasonably timely. So my concern is, what is going to be the apex goal of the budget? I'm not seeing it as yet. And I'm not saying that in subsequent discussions and development that it may not be revealed, but I would expect it should have been there. The thing that I would want to ask the government to focus on is, and this is hard, because there is a great demand for the government to act. And the government, I think, thinks of itself. as a government of action. But inside of that runs a danger. Is it a government of action or a government of enablement? If, philosophically, we say, no government could create the series of opportunities, jobs that are required in society, but the society can create it, how does a government enable the others to move the economic needle? And that is going to be a challenge, because simultaneously you're going to want to get people saying, you should do this and you should do that. In truth and in fact, yes, there are things that only a government should do or could do, may want to do. But the larger issue is we cannot create the economic dynamism if the society is not engaged in it. And in that context, a question I often ask people when we're talking casually is, how many businesses do you think there are, operating businesses, in Trinidad and Tobago? And I've gotten answers, and from people who should know, from as low as 10,000 to as high as 200,000. Based on the last CSO census of businesses that was done a few years ago, but as I understand it, updated based on dipstick studies they may do, the census suggested that the number of operating businesses, so we can't take what's on the company's registrar because a business could close down but it's still on the registrar. There may be shell companies, non-operating companies. The number of actual operating businesses in the country is probably of the order, based on that census, of between 26,000, 27,000. As a consultant, purely for convenience, a number I use is about 30,000. Again, if you're up 1,000, down 1,000. So if we have 30,000 businesses employing, outside of government, the 400, 500 odd thousand people, they are generating the economic activity that we have. What's behind that number is, if you ask, how many businesses have 10 or less employees? The number is 91%. The vast majority of businesses in this country have 10 or less employees. However, in the US, with their millions of businesses, the last number I saw was 90%. In the EU, the last number I saw was about 87, 88%. In other words, regardless of country, culture, geography, the vast number of businesses are small. What a small business needs is not what a medium-sized business needs. And let me characterize that. A small business, often the task is on survival. It is substitution, you focus on your production, you sell what you make, and you can make a living. When you grow to a medium-sized business, and we define a medium-sized business in Trinidad and Tobago as more than 20 employees. So I'm using as a characterization a business that varies depending on seasonality, a manufacturing business that varies between 70 at the low end and 85 to 90 at the high end, depending on season of year. Manufacturing business probably doing about 40 to 50 million in sales. Their needs are very, very different than the small business. And once I was doing a survey, I was interviewing one of, not a conglomerate, but one of the larger companies. It employed at that time about 3,000, 3,500. And I said to the CEO, but you're a large business. I mean, you should be able to do. And his reaction was as though I had a real drop of some good cuss on him. And his reaction was, don't ever say that. And I said, wait, stop. What it is I did wrong? He said, yes, I have 3,500 employees. In Trinidad and Tobago, people think I'm large. I have to fight that every day with my employees because our competitor, Nabisco, has 100,000 people in the hemisphere. So the day you feel you're large, you run the risk of complacency and the dangers that come from that. So I said, what do you need from government? See, I don't need grants, I don't need loans, I need treaties. I need trade routes. I need things that only a government could negotiate. My point is that unless we have a tendency to come up with one size fits all, this cannot be one size fits all. depending on the size of business, and not only its size, its sophistication, it needs very different sets of interventions. That's a level of sophistication that we have not yet achieved in this country. And this is casting no aspersions on any government that has been in the past. But it does create the opportunity for the future to develop a level of sophistication that we need to aspire to. An example of that is our tourism product at this point in time, in terms of how we organize it, is relatively old-fashioned. When I contrast that with what is done in Jamaica, Bahamas, St. Lucia, Barbados, they really have caught and understood the ways in which different parts of that value chain need different kinds of assistance, or sometimes to be left alone. That is a lesson we have to learn as a country. I decided to look at what will move the economy. We have to refocus the energy sector. I have been sent at least 3-4 emails about the recent announcement from the Venezuelan official. That is going to have to be redone. So what are the other legs we could walk on? There is manufacturing. It moved from 11% to 17% non-energy manufacturing. And it is relying largely on the CARICOM trade. All I will ask is, as we take whatever actions we need to take, or the government believes we need to take, if we upset our CARICOM partners, we could find it very difficult not simply to expand, but to simply sell into markets that companies and individuals have spent a lifetime building relationships with. All I'm asking is that as we do whatever the government thinks they need to do, be very conscious that not too far away, and the way it was described to me by someone in the sector, he says, you know, I'm a Trinidadian, but for an accident of birth, I'm a Trinidadian. My market is all of CARICOM in the first instance. I don't think of CARICOM as an export market. It is my market. I jump on a plane and I travel as easily to Antigua as I do to Jamaica, as I do across the region. I have relationships with people that go back 20 years. If you monkey pants that, all of a sudden my business is going to stop or be severely constrained. The next on the list is probably financial services at about 11%. I know the government has some plans. They've announced a number of plans of what they want to do with banks, insurance companies. That is generating diversification in the economy. How we continue to support that is going to be critical. Tourism is less than 5%. We do not yet know, and I cast no aspersions, Minister, to tourism. But when I looked at the yellow books, the allocation for tourism, Trinidad Limited, I think was 34 million. 34 million TT dollars. That is what? Less than 5 million US dollars? Barbados spends more than that in market promotion in key markets that they use to attract. I mean, Jamaica would look at that number and say, what's that for? There is no money as yet, or maybe I have not found it, as yet for how do we generate the business. And when I say that our approach is old-fashioned, and at the back of my mind I really want to say our approach is a little bit primitive. It is that we believe that if we create a great product, customers will come. We have a Minister of Industry, he has written a book, a great book, and what his life experience is, as many in the sector, is that you could have the greatest product in the world, you still have to go out there and find customers. Now, if it's not good, you're going to lose. But simply saying I have a great product and working at that is not enough. So the focus on business development across the areas where we could generate income, I'm not seeing. And I don't know if there's enough money to do it. So it means that hard choices are going to have to be made of, I'm going to spend here but not there. Agriculture. We've started with agriculture. Agriculture is over $1 billion. I think it's 1.1. I would be curious to see how we would generate the income from agriculture that we need. And when we talk about agriculture in this country, and this is based on a project I did a couple of years ago, I presume it's still accurate. Our great success in agriculture is poultry. Oh, goodness gracious, we're good at poultry. Our feed to conversion costs is excellent. Given the fact that we don't grow the feed here, so we have to import it, our costs are higher. But within the region, our feed to conversion costs are great. And we do an excellent business, the four big agro-processors. How does the policies that are contemplated going to affect and help that industry, that's over $1 billion industry, that has the capacity to move the economic needle? We need to help a business with less than 10 employees. They move the economic needle for themselves, their families, and those that they employ. And that's a good thing. But you want to move the economic needle for the country? How are we going to do that? And there are lots of basic things that are needed. For instance, being able to export. Right now we can't export because the cross-licensing that needs to happen, as far as I'm aware, is not in place. Now, countries guard their poultry industry jealously, but it's something we could negotiate, perhaps. So when I go through the yellow books and I look at the allocations, in how we actually going to move the revenue, I'm not seeing it. At the heart of all of this is, if the budget is an allocation exercise, you cannot allocate what you don't have. I have suggested earlier, I'll make the suggestion here, I'll be the first to say, take it with a grain of salt, because I've not done the organizational studies to justify it. But when I listen to this debate, when I read the books, the vast majority of what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is about allocation. I am seeing a lot less focus on revenue generation. You cannot spend what you don't have. And perhaps organizationally, whether we do it with a minister in the Ministry of Finance that focuses on revenue generation across all its phases, or whether you want to contemplate setting up a Ministry of Revenue that focuses on that, because as the world environment changes, I suspect we're going to have less money to spend, which means that the pressure for allocations is going to increase, which means that the pressure on cash flow is going to be increased, which means that the effort and focus of the top people in the ministry is going to be on allocations and cash flow, which is as it should be. The challenge is, who is looking, saying, you deal with that, I'm going to focus on how we grow the revenue. Maybe it's not going to be this year, but if we don't do that, and this is by ministry, how do we generate revenue? Not simply by taxation. How do we encourage or create an environment for businesses to thrive? And businesses will tell you, as I'm sure they have, what they need in terms of ease of doing business. Because if this government does not reshape this economy, you'd have lost a golden opportunity. And I really hope, I think the budget gives you a first step, maybe a half a step, but I think that needs to be the goal. And it needs to be really, really driven. I want to wrap by asking a question that I asked myself, sharing a question I asked myself. I'm an independent senator, speaking at 7 o'clock in the night to colleagues. And thank you for the attention, Madam President. Who am I speaking for? The bench does not caucus. I have not chatted with any colleague, and no colleague would dare put God out their thoughts to chat with me about what we're going to talk about. We are independent in that. I think we're called 9 republics. It is a unique feature. I was looking to see of the 200-odd countries in the world that have some form of government, well, how many had bicameral legislatures, how many had a Senate, and how many had independent senators the way we have it. I think I came across the number was either 9 or 10 of 200 companies, of which I think 4 of them are in the Caribbean. And as I said, when we were doing the tributes to our colleague Dio Timal, whatever system you have, you got to get it to work. And our job is to get that system to work. So at the heart of this, each of you as ministers have very clear constituencies. Your colleagues in the other house are very clear because they have literally a constituency that becomes a primary focus. Who is the constituency here? And that contemplation led me to looking at our last election. I'll just, permit me just to read a few numbers so I don't get it wrong. The total electorate was 1.153 million persons eligible to vote. This is straight out of the election boundaries database, post-election database. The UNC won 335,000 seats, roughly. The PNM won 224,000 voters, sorry, I beg your pardon. 29% and 19.4% respectively. That's about 560,000 voters collectively across both parties, which came to about 48% of the number of electors. Other parties were about 5%, so the total number of persons voting was about 622,000, or 53.9, call it 54% of the population. That number worries me. It worries me because if I go back and I ask how many people voted, and I went over the last 10 election cycles from 1995, various election cycles, 63%, 66%, 69%. Our highest ever was in 2010, 69.9%. In 2015, 66.8%. We went from 2020, we were 58%, 2025, we were 54%. I mean this with no mischief in it. But quite frankly, the number of people who did not vote or spoiled their ballot is significantly larger than either of the parties that won seats in our House of Representatives. Those people's voices need to be heard. So I want to conclude with, if I am to speak, and I'm not a politician, I have no desire to be running any political movement, but those people need to be heard. This morning, I happened to be in one of the ministries, and there was a very kind officer. She was working with me, and we were just chatting, and I said, what do you want to see in the budget? Because I have to hustle, because I have to be here for 10 o'clock. And the person said to me, oh gosh, I really need that 10%. I'm clerical, I'm working on a 2013 salary, I have 4 children and a renting. It does not get more real than that. That is the voice for which we also need to speak.
5 more minutes, Senator.
Thank you, ma'am. So, if I say that those voices, and I'm not unique in saying those voices need to be heard, not just through me, but through all of us. My question is, how do we move, given the contribution of my colleagues, given volatility and uncertainty, given the need to be agile, how do we move? And I have a thought, and I would ask that you don't think ill of me for it. A central theme of the budget presented by Minister Tanko is on winning. And I understand that, and that's a lovely, he has used it very effectively as a rhetorical device. I want to suggest a different theme. That over our heads is together we aspire, together we achieve. The behaviors I have seen, and I don't mean this pejorative, but I am calling an observation, is it is one thing to have banter, but at some point we need an all-of-country approach. We have hard times coming. There is going to be difficulty. We need to do better than some of the conflicts that I have seen. I understand that there are partisan interests. I understand that parties matter. They do matter in our system. And you have to win an election. But the concern I have is, how do we move from campaigning to governing? And I mean this in no negative way. But how do we prepare the population for what is to come? And let me tell you, like Melissa, the storm coming, we have the capacity to deal with it. Thank goodness. Our forefathers have prepared us and prepared this economy. But how we work together in this house, I can't speak for the other house, and how our behavior translates into how we find common cause, it's about achieving that. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Drayton.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Before I decided I was going to have a different approach, and then something happened that caused me to switch my approach. And it's following up on what my colleague closed with, the whole of country approach. Madam Vice President, I've served as a temporary independent senator since about 2018. This is the first time that I've seen this, for lack of a better word, deadlock in terms of opposition bench government presenting, where the independent bench literally had to bring up the rear. I don't know what's happening. And truth be told, I'm not concerned either. I think we all have to look inwardly and figure out, how are we going to manage this country and this democracy? I have very good friends on the government bench. I have very good friends on the opposition bench, and I have very good colleagues and friends on the independent bench. I am, Senator. My concern, I just need to express that before I get into just a couple words on the budget. I think in addition to that, it's very clear to all of us by now that there have been several reports in the past, under past administrations, which had recommendations, whether it's the NIB and others, that have not been followed and recommendations not being heeded to. I think we have to reflect on how these reports and recommendations play a role in the development of budgets and plans moving forward. Many of my colleagues mentioned data and the quality of data coming out, whether it's from CSO or otherwise, and it's something that we have to address. We have to think about this budgetary process, which way back in 2019 when I contributed, I mentioned the length of time that any of us have to review such a massive amount of work. I guess, Senator Al-Rawi, you were there at that point, where I raised all the budget documents, and is it sufficient time? 2 weeks to review all of this and pass it. Are we able to exercise our due diligence sufficiently? And it seems as though these are recurring things, but there's hope, because each time I mention it, perhaps it fell on some good ears or not, but there's an opportunity, Minister, to think about the budgetary process and the level of due diligence that all of us have, and the length of time and the effort that we would have to review these documents and really be able to share our views in very sound and technical way. Madam Vice President, the budget represents our hopes and dreams. All of us know that it's the most watched aspect of Parliament's proceedings annually. I think some have estimated this one to go up to about 40,000 in standing committees. And therefore, we have a responsibility to explain to the population what is happening within our country and what are these plans. But, Madam Vice President, I wish to say that government's role in this process is to facilitate an environment where there's growth, there's innovation, there's betterment of life. But at the end of the day, government also has to steer this process. So it's facilitating, coaching, and creating the right environment, but also directing it. And I think that, as my colleague and friend Senator Vieira spoke about, that if we were to think about any of us in a job, the first 6 months is called the probationary period. The government, the present administration, has been in government for 6 months. During that probationary period, most times you have an onboarding process. And therefore, it would be to my colleagues on this side perhaps a bit too harsh to immediately judge your plans based on a 6-month internship or onboarding process. What that means, though, is that the government, by identifying these plans, have also exposed themselves to what are some of the key things that they would like us to review and review your performance moving forward. And therefore, Madam Vice President, I wish to note that there are some elements within this budget that, like some of my other colleagues, I support. For one, there's that need to tighten the gap in financial crimes. And therefore, I see the strengthening of the legal and financial integrity and FATF compliance, tackling financial crimes as an excellent way forward. I know that several of my colleagues and persons that I know are in support of the removal of tax on personal pensions. Additionally, the agricultural incentives that are listed have also been welcomed. I also wish to note that the funding for research and development, which has been identified, RDI funding, for example, Minister, that has also been welcomed. Some of my colleagues have also raised the 5% on tax on single-use plastics as a welcome element. However, I wish to ask, what is the transition plan for the move from single-use plastics? What is it, Minister? So perhaps in your wind-up you can speak to that. But I can recall that further there have been reports about the use of styrofoams. And I think there has been a report done about, it's probably about 5 years old by now, speaking about the toxic use of styrofoam, which I have not heard any reference to. And I would wish to hear from the government whether there are any plans to transition, because that's one of the things, how do we transition the various industries with respect to styrofoam? And of course, its impact on our individual health as well as the environment. There are some elements within your budget that I wish to point out that I do have some concerns about. The Minister of National Security may wish to speak on this, but the harmonization of pensionable age across all agencies under law enforcement. So you have within the Defense Force 47 and 50, and then you have 60, then 65 for some instances. Is this something that you wish to look at? My colleagues mentioned the issue of housing and low-cost housing. Again, this presents an issue. There were several research papers coming out over the last decade and a half, which speaks to the fact that a government policy of housing for all is unsustainable because we just can't supply it. So there's the element of low-cost housing. But as my colleague spoke to earlier, low-cost housing also carries with it some other risks. So it would be useful to find out what is the plan and strategy to address housing in various tiers. I also wish to mention that youth and housing and agriculture was one of the key elements within the last government under the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, Minister of Agriculture. And it would be useful to find out what is the status of it, because I find it very interesting that the last administration were unable to complete the necessary 150 plus houses for those young persons. As far as I'm aware, in Chatham, there are about 15 of them. And it will be interesting to find out what's the status of that program, one. But two, what is the situation with respect to those who graduated from that program? Because they too would have given up their time, their energy, their lives to participate in a 2-year program and now unable to utilize lands that they are currently occupying. I know that some of them would have had some license to operate, but even those have not been fully distributed, and in some instances, they don't even know the boundaries to their land. So, Minister of Agriculture, you may wish to speak to some of that. In terms of national security,
Senator Drayton, we have a procedural matter to handle. Just give me 1 minute. I'll give you back your time.
Sure.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam Vice President, we've been doing quite well so far. So that in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters at hand, sorry. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue until the completion of business at hand.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My colleague on the opposition bench mentioned Tobago. And I know that Sometimes we think of Tobago as the child and Trinidad as the parent, but a model that we may wish to consider to increase revenues into Tobago beyond tourism. Maybe to consider parts of Tobago or the entire island as a tax-free or low-tax zone. This has been very successful in very small islands, such as Cayman Islands, TCI, Turks and Caicos, etc. It may shift investors into Tobago, and that may be something that the government may wish to explore or think about. Also, with respect to the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Minister, it would be useful to hear about the status of digital transformation within the ministry. The reason why I'm asking this is somewhere around 2021-22, I asked the then Minister of Digital Transformation, Minister Bacchus, what was his digital transformation strategy for Trinidad and Tobago? And he came back at several times and reported that it was in development, etc. But part of public sector modernization, thankfully both roles are now fused, public admin as a coordinating ministry and responsible for transformation, artificial intelligence on the other hand, is to reflect on business processes, necessary governance structures, and the people to get this done. And it has to be done in a very strategic way. While there have been elements of digital transformation or digitalization of elements of government, I'm yet to fully hear or see any document that speaks towards that holistic vision. So it would be useful to hear from you, within the context of this budget, what are the strategies, if you have plural strategies, or if there's a strategy combining all? What's the status of digital transformation and digital readiness within the public sector? Because as we go into the discussion of artificial intelligence, we have to reflect on one thing: garbage in, garbage out. What does that mean? It means that unless we have the necessary data sets as inputs, whatever you are asking the system to interpret and to give a result, if it's not connected, which is one of the key challenges of government, as you would know, the interconnectivity, then you're not going to have that kind of change and transformational change that you wish to see. So, Minister of Public Admin, one is, of course, what's the plan in terms of digitization and the strategy, if there's an update on that. But also, two, there are countries like Singapore, for example, who have an artificial intelligence policy framework. Is it that the government or your ministry is in the process of developing such a strategy, understanding the wide impact, the changes in the kinds of jobs that will be required within the public service, and how do we upskill those? And that speaks to the modernization of the public sector. My colleague, Senator Vieira, spoke about the dynamic and very chaotic environment that we live in, both globally and regionally in geopolitical terms. Citizens need some kind of assurance. And yes, we're going down, we're hearing bits and pieces, we're probably seeing more from the international media on Al Jazeera, on CNN, on BBC than sometimes that's covered here. It would be useful to get us. It would be useful to hear from the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs a bit more, thankfully. So Minister, it's going to be interesting times moving forward, and I do recognize my heart is in trouble. I put my trust in God, right? But what I would say, though, is we need to get a very clear message across, and citizens need to feel comforted. And from word on the ground, the people that I interact with, not a lot of persons feel comforted by these growing tensions. It affects a lot of things, as Senator Vieira alluded to in his presentation. And it's something that we have to handle in a very delicate way, both, of course, with our citizens and our CARICOM neighbors. Sorry? So, Senator Naked, I agree that there's a need for that multi-pronged approach when it comes to addressing crime and criminality. I know all too well, in my previous incarnation, I was at CARICOM Impacts, so I'm very much aware of crime and security concerns. So, Senator Roberts, I am saying that from the context of understanding the impact. But I think a lot of our crime and criminality also has to do, and perhaps the Honorable Attorney General could speak to it, which is how do we address the criminal assets and gains? Because it's something that we've had to contend with throughout in the region. And how do we address things like civil asset forfeiture? How do we address removing the gains that criminals have from their, whether it's organized criminal enterprise or transnational organized criminal enterprise? And I know that there are steps that you have started to take, but it will be useful to find out how that features as a key element in building out the capacity under your ministry as well as the Ministry of, I would assume in this instance, Homeland Security. Because I suspect that there's a dual function there. There are lots of other elements that I would like to speak to, but I want to say that my expectation coming from the government being 6 months in charge of our affairs in Trinidad and Tobago, I wouldn't be too hard just yet. But what I would like to say is your budget is conservative enough, understanding the difficulties that I guess we may face within the next couple of months and your foresight. But at the same time, you have to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate to Trinidad and Tobago, to all of us, that you are serious about governing Trinidad and Tobago and addressing some of the concerns to making this a better place. And once that is the case, you will continue to have the support of the people. And that's really what this boils down to. It's not about any of these benches here. It's about the quality of life for all of us to live in a safe, secure, healthy environment and get sustainable growth. And if we're not achieving that, then we're doing nothing. So, I guess now is the time that you have now put your plans in place. We would monitor those plans as we move forward. Madam Vice President, with those few words, I wish to thank you.
I think right now, some of us might be feeling a little hungry. So 7:51, we'll be back at what, 8:45? Okay, so Senate is now suspended. Senator Rasheed.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And I would like to join my colleagues in this honorable House in congratulating you on your ascension. Once again, I am very proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you. Heartfelt thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, and her team, Minister of Finance, Dave Tanku, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, the Honorable Kennedy Swaratsingh. This is a budget rooted and grounded in the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This budget puts Trinidad and Tobago first. This budget didn't just come out of nowhere. I will let you know. This budget took hundreds of pre-budget consultations to come up with. It is a budget for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And in fact, Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar is the only Prime Minister in Trinidad and Tobago's history to ever formulate a budget from consultations with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because Trinidad and Tobago first. For 10 long years wasted under the Rowley administration, the people of Trinidad and Tobago were treated like an afterthought. 10 long years with Senator Cummins, with Senator Al-Rawi, with Senator Brown, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago were an afterthought. Forgotten, dismissed, and discarded. Our nation was pawned off like cheap collateral in the PNM's game of power and greed. The friends, family, and financiers of the PNM were allowed to feast on this country's lifeblood, while the economy bled dry and ordinary citizens were left to starve in the wreckage. Senator Melanie, check the people next to you. Check the people next to you. Our Tobago, not just your Tobago, Senator Melanie. Our Tobago was abandoned. Abandoned by the PI. Abandoned. Meanwhile, the hardworking people of this nation were left to carry the burden, paying the price of corruption, arrogance, and selfishness of those who were supposed to serve them. The citizenry cried out for compassion in the government, and for 10 years, they got nothing. They cried out for 10 years for jobs, nothing. They cried out for lower cost of living, nothing. They cried out for safety in their own homes, nothing. So on April the 28th, when the people of Trinidad and Tobago spoke, they spoke with vigor and resolve. And it takes, Madam Vice President, it took and it takes Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the UNC government to finally put Trinidad and Tobago first, as it should have always been. Madam Vice President, I've been listening and reading commentary about the budget since Monday last week. And I want to thank the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago and the National Youth Parliamentary Network for their dedication in hearing the voices of youth on this matter in their pre- and post-budget talks. I listened very closely. And the recurring theme that has been revolving is that this budget is a pro-youth budget, a budget for the youth of Trinidad and Tobago. In every sector in this country, in this budget, youth has been placed at the forefront of the measures. Let us take a little dive into them. First, youth development and empowerment. Senator Cummins, the UNC government is fixing that UTech program, that broken UTech program that you had, with direct investments into skills and the future of our nation's youth. Hundreds of young people are no longer and will no longer sit on the sidelines. They are being trained in real income-earning skills like cosmetology, event management, and culinary arts. The same culinary arts that already shut down in 2019 at the TTHTI, the Trinidad and Tobago Hotel School. Already shut it down, just like Petrotrin. At the end, they're not walking away with a photocopy or a promise. They're walking away with an accredited CVQ certificate. Not the fake ones that it is printed with the ministry logo on, a CVQ certificate. This certification unlocks jobs, unlocks contracts, business opportunities, and dignities. This is what a government that cares for young people looks like. This is the UNC delivering for the youth of Trinidad and Tobago. The UNC government has launched a major expansion in the technical and trade training for youth. Young men and women are now being offered certified training in high demand fields like healthcare support, drilling operations, plumbing, and other trade certifications. These are not just short courses, they are real career pathways, not dead-end gigs. Skills tied to jobs, not just certificates. Skill linked to income, not just ideas. This government is guaranteeing that our youth are equipped for sectors that matter, where our economy demands workers and our young people can earn and thrive. This is what the UNC does. Create opportunities that transforms lives and builds the nation. The UNC government are breathing a new life. We are breathing a new life into youth development centers across Trinidad and Tobago. Centers in Chatham, Presto Presto, El Dorado, Chagaramas are being refurbished, modernized, and reopened. They have been left to dilapidate and to mash up. Senator Janelle, John Bates called me a unicorn because apparently my laptop is the only laptop that's still working. I want to tell Senator Janelle John Bates that unlike the PNM, we just keep our things good. We don't mash up everything that we come into contact with. Everything that the hand touches, just mash it up. The PNM government left youth to fend for themselves. With Rowley, with Senator Cummins, the UNC is now building a new system that will now hold strong, hold up. The UNC government will and has put youth leadership and youth empowerment at the center of national development. Through the Retiree Adolescents Partnership, experienced professionals are mentoring and guiding young people so that knowledge, wisdom, and opportunity are passed on to the next generation. No child is left without guidance. No young person is left without support. With a national policy, youth policy, 2026 to 2030, this government is building a long-term framework that will ensure youth leadership, youth entrepreneurship, and youth civic participation are protected in law and in policy. That's not just a slogan. That is a binding commitment to our future. And while the PNM neglected our youth, the UNC will and has institutionalized youth power so that young people are not only included, but positioned to lead. The UNC is opening doors of opportunity wide for our young people. In the booming construction industry, through the Construction Sector Skills Program, 250 of our young citizens are being trained and certified to work and start their own businesses in construction. Brick by brick, skill by skill. We are not just building careers, we are building our future. Young people are gaining real qualifications needed to earn a real income, securing contracts, and becoming employers themselves. Real jobs for real people. And on that note, Madam Vice President, I would like to congratulate and thank the Honorable Prime Minister, along with her team, the Minister of Labour, the Minister of Public Administration and AI, the Minister of Works and Transport, every part of the team for the national employment drive that this country has never seen before. And for the first time under UNC government, we are now seeing what love is. Let's talk about education and skills training. The UNC government believes that every child in Trinidad and Tobago deserves a tool to succeed. We are rebuilding the education system that was left broken and abandoned. And yet, the former Minister of Education had the nerves to sit in the Standing Finance Committee, and she questioned it like she didn't just, she was not there for 10 years.
She wasn't there.
Well, you're right. Under Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar, education is a privilege, is not a privilege, it is a right. And you know I cannot speak about education without speaking about the laptop program. And as long as I stand in this chamber, I will continue to speak about that laptop program. I stand here today as someone who personally benefited from the UNC's original laptop program. When the laptop was placed into my hands, it was not just a device. It was an opportunity. It was access. It was a ticket to a future that the PNM never wanted children like me to reach. The UNC government has restored this life-changing program once again. 18,000 Form 1 students will be receiving their laptops to support their learning. I know Senator John Bates wanted to know when. Why she didn't ask when Rowley, when Senator Al-Rawi, when Senator Cummins was there. Why shouldn't I ask when then? 10,800 teachers. 10,800 teachers will be trained in AI. Will be trained in AI to guide them into a modern-day classroom. The digital divide that the PNM has created will and has begun to close by this UNC government. When the PNM shut down the program in 2015, shamelessly, students were left behind. When the PNM shut it down, rural communities suffered the most. When the PNM shut down that laptop program, many children were forced to share devices, sit in libraries until late in the night, or to borrow a phone, borrow a little tablet to get their homework done. Today, under the UNC, every child can learn, every child can compete, and every child can succeed, because education should never depend on where you live, how much money your parents make, or what political party you come from. Let's talk about special needs education. The UNC government sees every child in this country, not just some children, not just the ones who fit a narrow mold. Every single child. That's why $11 million in this budget has been allocated to upgrade 13 partner schools that specifically support differently abled learners. These upgrades mean better facilities, and Senator Alicia, I know you would appreciate this measure a lot. These upgrades mean better facilities, improved resources, and classrooms designed for inclusion. Children who once felt invisible are now being brought into the center of learning. Inclusivity is not a slogan under the UNC. It is policy, it is funding, and it is action. And it is the heart of this government's education agenda. Let's talk about the Pearl Project. The UNC government is safeguarding the future of our youngest learners. Through the Pearl Project, children aged 4 to 6 will receive universal screening. This ensures that developmental learning and health challenges are identified early. Because when we detect challenges early, we prevent bigger obstacles later. We protect childhood instead of react to crises. Under the UNC, the child is not forgotten. The child comes first. And I know the PNM wouldn't like to hear that. If we all remember, a couple months ago, they voted against the Children's Life Fund. They voted against it, you know. They didn't even abstain, against it. Vacation repair program. The UNC took immediate action upon entering office on crumbling schools left behind after a decade of neglect. We repaired and upgraded 279 schools. Yes. This is one of the most successful school repairs in years this country has ever seen. Ever. We delivered classrooms that were fully ready and safe for our students to return to learning. The UNC government delivers results, not excuses. Let me talk about the security in schools. No child can learn if they're scared to be in a classroom. None. The UNC government ensured that safety in schools comes first. 95 special reserve police officers has been strategically deployed in 50 high-risk schools. Incidents will be dealt with quickly, and violence will not be tolerated. Our children deserve to feel secure. The UNC is making that a reality. I know this is under Prof's purview. I just want to mention it just a little bit. The UWI campus, a promise made by the UNC and a promise kept by the UNC. The UWI campus will be fully operationalized in training law, forensic science, information technology, and artificial intelligence. The south of Trinidad and Tobago is finally receiving opportunities it was denied for under decades of the PNM administration. The UNC is correcting decades of imbalance and neglect. Let me talk about the Next Class program. The UNC government is taking education boldly into the future. $4.64 million invested into Next Class, an AI-powered teaching platform launching January 2026. Students are not being prepared for yesterday's world, they're being prepared for tomorrow's economy. The UNC believes in a future for every student, not just for a few privileged ones. Let me talk about Elevate-TT program. A powerful shift in education starts with empowering teachers. 15,000 educators are being trained in modern digital teaching tools. $5.72 million invested in teachers' development, because when teachers rise, students rise. The UNC is equipping those who shape our nation's future. Let me talk now about youth business. Trinidad and Tobago, $2 million has been added to strengthen the YBTT and expand access to microfinancing for young entrepreneurs. That means more startup capital. It means more registered small businesses. It means more young people earning their own income. The UNC government does not trap youth into dependency. The UNC invests into youth independence. Sports, culture, and creative industries. The UNC government knows that our young people are talented, creative, and full of potential. This budget invests into their gifts so that they can build careers, culture, and national pride. Sport and culture are not hobbies, they are interests and industries. And with the right investments, they become employment, entrepreneurship, and income for our youth. Creative Value Chain Fund. The UNC government is transforming creativity into careers. The Creative Value Chain Fund expands the entertainment and cultural industries. Film, fashion, music, animation, arts, visual arts, design. These sectors already employ thousands of young people. Now we're supporting them with financing, training, and export promotion. The UNC is growing the orange economy into a powerhouse that will generate thousands of youth jobs. When young people win, when UNC win, the young people win in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me talk about the health and well-being for youth. The UNC government believes that our children must be healthy to learn, to grow, and to thrive. Health is not a privilege reserved for a few. It is a right that belongs to every child in Trinidad and Tobago. Children's Life Fund Amendment. Oh, don't forget that, huh? That has still hurt me today. The Children's Life Fund Amendment. I am so proud of my Prime Minister for that being her first bill as soon as she became Prime Minister, that was her first bill. We have expanded the Children's Life Fund to give hope to families facing the hardest battles. Life-limiting conditions such as sickle cell diseases and rare childhood cancers are now covered. Parents will not have to beg for assistance to save the life of their child. Children will not die waiting for help to arrive. Compassion is the official government policy under the UNC. I want to talk about the crime prevention and youth safety. A child who fears schools, a child who fears home, a family who fears to walk in their own streets. That is a country in crisis. The UNC government is tackling youth safety with action and with accountability. I want to just jump a little bit to rehabilitation-focused prison reform. The Port of Spain prison is 268 years old and built to punish, not rehabilitate. The UNC government is replacing it with a modern correctional facility designed to reform, reintegrate young offenders, not to write off our youth, but to give them a chance to rise again. Police expansion. 800 new special reserve officers have been integrated into strengthening public safety. Young recruits are being trained with discipline, intelligence, and respect for human rights. Crime will not define our generation. The UNC government is putting safety back into the hands of the people. Tobago youth and employment. Tobago deserves the same opportunity as every other young person in this nation. The UNC government is finally delivering what the PNM and them failed to do. Tourism expansion. International tourism is opening the doors to employment wide for Tobago youth. The completion of Tobago's Marriott and Elephant Tree resorts. Direct flights from US to Tobago. More jobs, more visitors, more economic activity. The UNC is rebuilding Tobago's tourism economy with urgency and with respect. Ecotourism development. Tobago's natural beauty is finally being used to empower its youth. New marine and nature-based employment paths are being created. Tour guides, dive operators, conservation workers, ecotourism entrepreneurs. Tobago youth are taking their rightful place in a green economy transformation, and the UNC government is unlocking Tobago's full potential. For a government that got elected into office just 6 months ago, and who met a destroyed, dilapidated, underfunded, under-resourced youth sector, I must commend this UNC government for making fiscal 2025-2026 a youth-centered year. So let's find out what the PNM left us with. We must not allow those on the other side to forget how they left Trinidad and Tobago. In education, we found myriads of disasters from the PNM. Schools in decay, leaking roofs, poor sanitation, inadequate furniture, no functioning furniture procurement plan for 9+ years, overpriced and ineffective remedial education programs. High rates of students in discipline and violence, 22,000 suspensions between 2022 and 2025. Leadership crisis in schools because there are thousands of acting positions which they refuse to fill. Low digital capacities and slow Wi-Fi in school. Many schools with no Wi-Fi or no digital access. Expired early childhood centers, contracts, and gaps in development tracking. Under the PNM in 2023, only 59 schools repaired. Under the PNM in 2024, 159 schools repaired. Under the UNC in 2025, 458 schools repaired, 279 major and 179 emergency repairs by this UNC government. They left 3.5 million in unpaid stipends and over 10.5 million pending costs for failed remedial programs, over 22,000 suspensions, 3,700 fights, 458 assaults, 879 cases of sexual misconduct recorded before reforms. But we will fix it. We will fix it, Philip. We will fix it. We are replacing PNM's re-engaging for success with priority school projects. We are targeting 56 secondary schools, 187 primary schools. We are going to integrate literacy, numeracy, teaching training, parental engagement, and data-driven performance monitoring. Former remedial program staff redeployed with proper supervision. New continuous assessment component, CAC, returns to the SCA exam. After school study centers and adopter school programs announced by our Minister of Finance. Now this is my soft spot, digital transformation and AI in youth. Minister Dominic, we have audited 130 secondary schools and found 121 below the target speed. Internet upgraded to 500 megabits per second download and 250 megabits upload in all secondary schools. 454 primary schools added to the digital upgrade plan. Parental empowerment, new national parenting training, and you know what? I can go on and on and on, but I don't want to keep us back any longer. So let me wind up here. Let me wind up. So to you, young men and women of our Twin Island nation, this message is for you. You are not just the future; you are the now. You are the heartbeat of this country. You are the fire in its veins, the promise in its sunrise. Under the UNC government, you are seen, you are heard, you are valued. It may have been hard to feel ignored for the last 10 years under our wicked PNM government. You may have felt held back under our wicked PNM government, but this is my promise. The days of being overlooked are over. Because when the nation believes in you, when a government believes in you and stands with you and invests in you and opens doors for you, when you pick up a tool in a trade school, when you log into a new digital platform in a classroom, when you stand on a sport field that was repaired for you, and when you build a business from your home, when you step into a house that you can finally own, these are not just possibilities. They are commitments made by your UNC government. So hold fast to your dream. Chase it relentlessly. Let no voice tell you that you are less. Let no circumstance convince you that you are powerless. You have a right to belong. You have a right to succeed. You have a right to live in a nation that lifts you up. This is your moment. Your generation's moment. You will move this country forward. You will rebuild it with your hands, your hearts, your minds. And the world will lean in and listen to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago, because under this government you matter. Your stories matter, your lives matter, and you will not walk alone. We will walk with you. We will support you. We will invest in you. The future is yours to take. Make it your own. Rise, and let Trinidad and Tobago rise with you, because when UNC wins, everybody wins. Madam President, Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Al-Rawi.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President, and may I say congratulations to you on presiding over this budget of the Senate. It's been a while since we saw a lady sit in the chair. Congratulations. Madam Vice President, it's wonderful to see youth in action, full of gusto, drinking the Kool-Aid of politics. I think, however, that Senator Rasheed has been here many times. He's not a novice to the Senate at all. He's done well, coming up as a youth parliamentarian, etc. Great delivery, great structure. My simple recommendation to the Honourable Senator is, please have a look at the estimates of revenue, have a look at the estimates of expenditure, and if I do justice to debate, permit me to very quickly just put on record a few things that I would urge Senator Rasheed to have a look at if his words are to hold the substance that he proposes that they ought to. For instance, the revenue is one thing which I propose to spend some time on, but in answer quickly to expenditure, surely Senator Rasheed has noticed that the OJT program, a lifeblood for many people aspiring to move from education into employment, has been cut by $45 million in this budget. That's 750 young people put out of employment. That was confirmed in Standing Finance Committee by none other than the Ministry of Tertiary Education, who's right here with us, but who hasn't spoken yet. It's not too far away from you, Honourable Senator Rasheed. Perhaps, if you have a look at the estimates of expenditure, you'll note that the remedial education program has been cut by $4.4 million, a 37% cut in expenditure. At-risk students that you just said you're in standing support for. Gone, Madam Vice President. Perhaps Senator Rasheed noted that the book grant was cancelled. No allocation for 20,000 vulnerable students affected. Perhaps Senator Rasheed missed the page where school feeding was cut by $10 million. Maybe Senator Rasheed missed the vacation revision program, cut no help for children scoring under 30% in SEA 2025. Now let's connect the dots for the good Senator Rasheed. Take those very children from OJT, the vulnerable students scoring under 30%, the book grant cancellation, school feeding cancellation, and recognize that their parents are URP, CPEP, and forestry, and contract workers numbering some 50,000 people, and ask me if what the good young man, the honorable senator, had to say even rings partially true. Not at all. You see, these books that we're here to analyze and discuss, these are serious things. Madam Vice President, let me say this. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago sits opposite. I genuinely wish the government well. Why? It's my government as a citizen of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. There are many competent people sitting opposite me. I always find it remarkable listening to Senator Ratiram. He is a gentleman at every moment in time. I've never seen him be disrespectful. In the many years I've sat opposite him, listening to his contributions. What the Honorable Attorney General has managed to do without bacchanal and positions, I sometimes wonder if I could ever have done it. He's managed to do some very difficult things and to have no difficulty in doing it. That must come down to talent. You see, he keeps his tongue still at most times. You look at the Minister of Trade. The Minister of Trade is somebody that comes from an incredible background. Sasha Cosmetics is known in this country. It's known in the Caribbean. It is a worldwide brand. It's one of the best. This is not a government filled with people that can't do the job. The question is, are we going to get over the rhetoric and deal with the analysis? So let's start where Senator Vieira was for a moment. Madam President, Senator Vieira, Madam Vice President, Senator Vieira referred to something which is part of our budget analysis. The review of the economy 2025 demonstrates an excellent performance for 3 years prior to 2025. It demonstrates a significant portion of repayment of our long-standing debts. It demonstrates a growth in the economy. It recognizes quite truthfully that as we move into this year, there's going to be a contraction for the first time. But what the review of the economy does not do in its usual way is to focus upon what is happening globally and regionally in what Senator Vieira mentioned this afternoon. Today in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, 2 very important points of news have come about. 1, there is to be an extension of the state of emergency, so published by Ian Allen in a discussion with the Honorable Prime Minister. And 2, well, if you don't know the relevance, God help you. Lord help you. And 2, this announcement coming out of Venezuela. Executive Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, listen to the words quoted. We propose to President Nicolas Maduro the denunciation of the Energy Cooperation Framework Agreement between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. Consequently, we request that all bilateral gas agreements be suspended. Most people are mistaking this for a talk on the Dragon deal. Madam Vice President, if we go to the revenue of Trinidad and Tobago, the draft estimates, and we see where the revenue is deciding our fate, we look at the revenue classifications. We're looking at taxes on income and profits, taxes on property, taxes on goods and services under tax revenue. The second category is non-tax revenue, property income, and repayment of past lending in particular. Then there's the financing, which is borrowing. When we look to the numbers, we will see that taxes on properties are intended to move from a 126 plus 38 million, that's 130 odd plus, 134 plus, if you disaggregate the figures coming from 2024 to 2025 for property taxes, we're moving to $421 million. When we get to taxes on goods and services, we're jumping from 9.8 billion to 11.4 billion. But Madam President, when we're going to borrowing, we're jumping from 10 billion in 2025 to nearly 19 billion in 2026. When we look at taxes on income and profits, and I'm just going to highlight the increases because it's tied to the Venezuelan position that I just mentioned. So we see that taxes on income and profits, the big increase there is the $110 million for the landlord surcharge. When we look to commercial assets, this is again taxes on property. This is the commercial asset tax, $420 million. That's on banks and insurance sectors. When we look to the next figure, commercial asset tax, in particular, it's confirmed again at page 4, $420 million. We see a move from $529 million for excise duties to $1.823 billion. That's alcohol, etc. And I'll come to that. Alcohol and tobacco taxes itself is $115 million. Online purchases, $70 million. The gaming levy commission, $400 million. When we get deeper into the budget figures, again on revenue, royalty on oil and gas moves from $3.283 billion to $4.328 billion. When we look at dividends and surpluses, state enterprises jump from $1.1 billion to $5.1 billion. When we look to state enterprises, again, this time under Ministry of Finance Investments Division, we jump from $26 million to $1.1 billion. When we get to the position for repayment of loans by public enterprises, we drop from $677 million to $1.5 million. We get to sale of assets. We jump from $3 million in 2025 for sale of assets to $700 million. When we get, Madam Vice President, to domestic borrowing, we're jumping to $8.1 billion and foreign borrowing $10.8 billion. Now let's focus on that. Royalties. Let's focus on income from profit from taxes. Let's go from state enterprises. A chunk of the revenue that we're looking at is essentially from oil and gas. When we jump to the Venezuelan situation, the population is currently misguided, does not understand because someone hasn't spoken yet for the government. Perhaps we'll hear that shortly. The position with Venezuela in seeking to cancel the framework agreement between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela affects our revenue item. Would you like me to give it?
46-1.
Oh, sure,
I feel this is the relevance of the
ruling?
Venezuela situation to the finance bill, please.
You don't tell me. I will pick it up. I'll give the senator the opportunity to bring it in so everyone can understand where you're coming from.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, bring it in. Thank you. I just read the line items, royalties, taxes, revenues. I gave the figures. It's in the budget documents that we are now looking at the realistic prospect of having the revenue come to book. So thank you, Honourable Senator, for your intervention. It perhaps allow persons looking through us, Madam Vice President, to understand in a tighter context. We're talking about the actual receipt of revenue upon which our estimates of expenditure are based from the revenue item, revenue for the financial year 2026. I've given you page number and item number. And when we are looking at the position of Venezuela today, our royalties from oil and gas are directly contributing to our economy. Our state enterprises, let me spell them out, the NGC, the NEC, these are state enterprises which are expected to yield a jump from $1 billion to $5 billion. But for the benefit of those paying attention, Madam Vice President, when we talk about the cancellation of the Energy Cooperation Framework Agreement, the big ticket item is the Loran-Manatee field. And permit me to explain this in simple terms. There are 3 gas fields that Trinidad and Tobago looked to Venezuela to discuss. And there is a 4th very important gas field, which is in our local waters, our deep water provinces, which Exxon has received a deep water licensing under this government for. The framework agreement contemplates a unitization agreement for the Loran-Manatee field. That, for those who wish to understand it, is a big balloon underground filled with gas, and 73% of that balloon, the gas in that balloon, belongs to Venezuela, and 27% belongs to Trinidad. Under the framework agreement, there was an agreement that Trinidad and Tobago could pop the balloon, get first gas, which means high pressure gas, easy to lift, take its 27% up front, and leave 73% for Venezuela. Shell committed, they did the exploration work, they started the construction management. That gas is to come to market, and that gas is what the prospect and realization of that gas is what has kept the downstream sector in Trinidad and Tobago, the users of gas, Atlantic LNG, Nutrients until it had shut down recently for a different reason. That prospect of 27% first gas, high pressure gas, is what has kept us there. It is responsible for foreign direct investment. The other 2 fields with Venezuela are the Dragon field, for which an OFAC license has been obtained for 6 months to have discussions with Venezuela, and the Coquina field, which is not on the table. So there are 3 fields. Our entire prospect of keeping our industrial estate alive depends upon possible gas moving to probable gas, moving to proven gas. This is proven gas. It is what allows a plant like Atlantic LNG, for which we now have 11% aggregate, which feeds our economy, to stay here without mothballing its plant and moving like Nutrients is attempting to do now. And therefore, the revenue item in these projections here of a $1 billion jump to $4 billion for state enterprises, because it's not been explained, falls into question. The royalty jump falls into question. But more than that, the take that comes from the Atlantic LNG players and the like, they only stay here if they have line of sight on gas. And if an announcement such as this comes out of Venezuela today, you run the risk of a cancellation of the project, which means our economy falls flat. Do I want this? Am I celebrating about this? Not at all. Must the government act quickly, decisively, with diplomacy to bring the players back to the table? Absolutely yes. Do we wish the Honourable Prime Minister to speak to this issue? Absolutely yes. Fortunately, we have the Honourable Attorney General here with us, who has had discussions concerning the OFAC license for 6 months. I am sure, being a competent Attorney General, that he perhaps has an insight into this, but Trinidad and Tobago is in an instance where confidence matters. You heard Senator Dhanpaul say something earlier today. Have you ever seen a run on a financial institution? A run on yes, we have both seen it. We've seen the run on financial institutions. That is where everybody lines up at any bank and says, I want all my money now. No financial institution can survive that. It is tied to confidence. And the confidence in our petrochemical sector, be it upstream or be it downstream, is the lifeblood of this economy. And therefore, I pray that the Honorable Minister of Planning, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, will tell us what the state enterprises dividend and take is going to be between 1 billion to 5 billion. What has caused the jump? I would like the Honorable Minister to also explain to us what prospects are on the horizon that the Honorable Prime Minister has alluded to if we read the reportage coming whilst we're sitting here. The Honorable Prime Minister appears to have put out a statement which says that Trinidad and Tobago's economy is not dependent on Venezuela. I respectfully would like the Honorable Prime Minister or those in the chamber tonight to speak to the impact of this framework agreement with Venezuela as it specifically relates to the manatee aspect in Shell's exploitation of that. Now, how does that also affect our confidence? When we look to the fact that Exxon, which is operating in this exploitation in Guyana, has taken the deepwater acreages in Trinidad and Tobago, and there is prospect there, we must be acutely sensitive to the geopolitical climates that are in gear in relation to Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, and other aspects of the...
The Prime Minister said today...
No. Your ruling, please.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll give the Senator his opportunity to finish up and get it together, right?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm quite confident in my relevance, I assure you. So, Madam Vice President, we in this chamber and in this country cannot be afraid to discuss things openly. That's what we're here for. Nothing pejorative has come out of my mouth. Nothing at all. I'm asking for the voice of explanation to be applied so that confidence of the investors for foreign direct investment can be had in our oil and gas sector. And I was on the point of Exxon. The continuation of oil and gas revenue by way of royalties, by way of PPP, by way of taxation, the three methods by which we get our monies from oil and gas, and then the downstream sector, which is counted as non-oil but is in fact oil, nearly 45% of our revenue. This is what I'm talking about. This relates to 45% of our revenue, Madam Vice President. And therefore, the call from the opposition, in light of what we're seeing today and in days prior, is very simple. This is our country. We wish for confidence to be assured by way of explanation, by way of the demonstration of diplomacy, by way of prudent positions, because, Madam Vice President, we cannot afford to get it wrong. Madam Vice President, my odd surname, Al-Rawi, is Iraqi. I have watched my father's family go through the Iran-Iraq War, the first Gulf War, and the second Gulf War. And when you look to the issue of confidence, and you look to your impact in your revenue items that can be caused by diplomatic instability, these are very relevant to our budget in discussion today, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, that is exacerbated when you look to the figures on the NIS, the price of oil. Let's go to the underpinning of the budget. We are saying that the price of oil is being pegged at $73 odd. We know that WTI West Texas Intermediate and Brent crude is likely to trade at $50. That's nearly a $20 overestimation of oil and gas. What will the estimation of oil and gas be for our revenue item in the scenario of instability? is very real to whether we achieve our target and whether we're able to afford the overdraft facilities that the country has, the debt to GDP ratio, because, Madam Vice President, if the outlook changes to downgrade and negative outlook, our cost of borrowing is going to go up and our deficit will increase. Dare I say, if you look to the revenue expenditure balance, you will note that the NIS move, the 45% increase in NIS, is in very summary form based upon a 2020 actuarial report, which I'll summarize as Senator Dhanpaul has already addressed it. That report has found itself to be in error. It is wrong. There is room, therefore, to have as little as a 25% increase as opposed to a 45% increase. If you look to the overestimation of the price of oil, you're looking at a $1 billion to $2 billion overestimation in our revenue item. If you look to the debt servicing arrangements, which I raised earlier, very simply, we have a debt servicing that is dropping in our borrowing item. If we look at page 61 of the revenue item, we are dropping our debt servicing from $677 million, nearly $750 million, to $1.5 million. Madam President, Madam Vice President, we must repay a $1 billion bond this year, 2026 coming, this fiscal year. There is no way on earth, Madam Vice President, that our cost of repayment cannot be explained. Honorable Minister Swaratsingh, I am asking if you can specifically, through you, Madam Vice President, address where this drop in repayment is coming. I'd appreciate it, so that we can understand, is it that we are extending the life of loans? Are we refinancing to the year 2032, 2042? Can it please be explained so that we have the understanding of how the revenue expenditure balance is happening? Madam Vice President, let's go to the performance in terms of the books. We have in the appropriation bill this year, if you want to judge the numbers themselves, we are in the heads of expenditure dealing from head to head. I'd like to take the head 42, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. They're receiving $2.094 billion this year. Now, the theme of the budget is fairness. And when we go to head 42, and we look to the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, we have some questions to ask, and we have some analysis to be had. The itemization, if I can just find that note, the itemization in the head 42 is an interesting one. It shows us what our actual performance figures look like. So, head 42 demonstrates a number of things for us. Number one, there is a change if you look at the aggregate figure for 2026 and you compare it to 2025, you're looking at an aggregate figure of roughly $600 million. When you look to what's different between local government 2025 and local government 2026, it's a few things. Number one, CPEP is removed, it went to public utilities. Number two, URP is brought from Ministry of Works to Rural Development. And when you look to the net aggregate figure, by the allocation of $7.5 million for CPEP, you know for sure 11,000 workers have gone clean. So we have the death of CPEP. Number two, we know that URP, with a $5 million allocation, 5,000 workers are gone for sure. Fortunately, it appears that forestry, which moved from RDC, the Rural Development Company, across to the Ministry of Agriculture, is alive, because they have kept an $80 to $81 million position. So we're looking at roughly another 5,000 workers, which I'm sure my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, can speak to, because they've kept the forestry figure alive. It was $80 million in 2025. It's $81 million in a different ministry right now. But when you look to the concept of what is happening, we heard Senator Rasheed speak about all these glorious things that people win when, you vote for the UNC, etc. I hope it's so. But what we can actually tell you, Madam President, Madam Vice President, is that if you do an analysis of the developmental program, in particular, you will see what actually happened in the last 6 months. And let me break it down this way. The yellow books, the estimates of expenditure demonstrate, for example, at the Port-of-Spain City Corporation, they were allocated last year $19.75 million. They actually spent $4.2 million. So that is a 79% failure rate. If you look to the San Fernando City Corporation, they were allocated $20 million. They spent $8.6 million. That's a 57% non-performance. Arima, 74% non-performance. Point 14, 71% non-performance. Diego Martin, 42% non-performance. And what do I mean? They were allocated $17 million and they only spent $11. Chaguanas had a 128% performance. They were allocated $17 million, but they spent $22 million. Pinal Debe had a 150% performance. They were allocated $17 million. They spent $25 million. Kuva Tabakit had a 107% performance. Princestown had a 61% performance. Siparia a 66% performance. Madam President, the only thing that can result in those figures, having been a minister in charge of that myself, is the release of monies. For nearly 7 months, 6 months, it is clear from the performance indices that there have been no effective releases of a fair and equitable type and nature across the P&M corporations versus the UNC corporations. So your performance is tagged only to one thing: release of monies. It cannot be that in a UNC corporation you can have 107% performance, or you can have 126% performance, Madam Vice President, and you don't have it in others. But it gets very interesting when you examine the concept of fairness. When you go to the allocations for this year, Port of Spain, now this is the development program, Madam President. This is roadworks, this is drainage, etc. Port of Spain drops from $19.75 million to $4.1 million. Let me explain this, Madam Vice President. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago saw it fit to give the capital city of the country $4.1 million. Madam President, you know what this can do?
Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President,
standing
I
order.
rise on standing order 48-6 of imputing improper motive by the Speaker by the member, Senator Faris Al-Rawi. He is articulating what he was accustomed under the former administration, where the PNM would have withheld allocations, having
Senator, I would just like you to clarify for me, because I and always having a little bit of confusion understanding because I don't know if you were talking about 2024, 2025, when you were calling out your figures. So if you could just be a little bit more clear for me to understand.
I'm happy to oblige, Madam Vice President. I'll repeat again in the English language. Port of Spain was allocated in this budget $4.1 million, and last year for their developmental program they got roughly $20 million, 19.75. That is a 97% cut in funding.
Madam Vice President, I wish to raise a standing order.
Until I hear standing order, I'm not
Madam Vice President, 46-6. He is still doing the same thing.
What is an improper motive about a percentage? Jesus.
Don't worry. If it's anything, I will give you a time. I understand. I will give you a time to finish up. But as I said, continue. I would allow. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, there is the person outside there listening to this may not understand what $4.1 million is. $4.1 million in the scheme of local government is perhaps equal to one retaining wall of a serious failure. This means that no roads, no drains, no other factors can happen. But Madam Vice President, when you add into the other reflections, Point Fortin has had a 69% reduction, Arima a 70% reduction. Chaguanas, on the other hand, has had a 220% increase. Penal Debe, a 222% increase. Princestown, a 219% increase. Madam Vice President, I have never in the years of paying attention, a short 16 years in the Parliament, I have never seen a budget like this in 16 years. Good for some who get in 220% increase, bad for others, again a 97% decrease. And Madam Vice President, when you add that to the fact that there is a massive unemployment figure in this country, one can commend the initiative to have 20,000 people hired. It is commendable. There's a portal for it. We are told that the allocation for that money comes from the unemployment fund. That is $437 million. But when you do the math of 20,000 people in $437,000, you get a whopping $2,000 a month. Let me repeat. We are saying that it is a good idea to hire 20,000 people and pay them from the unemployment fund, which has $437 million. When you do the math, you get $2,000 a month. But Madam Vice President, there are some people that could never achieve the qualifications. And we heard Senator Roberts talking about grass cutting and positions, etc. There are some people for whom this country now accepts the value of grass cutting for all that is good about it.
5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Our country is in a state of dilapidation. Grass is 12 and 14 feet tall. The drains are not clean. The garbage is not collected. And Madam Vice President, it cannot be that this is what is to pass. Now, if my friends opposite were to say there's a mid-year budget, well, okay. But there must be some fairness and equity in this equation. Because, Madam Vice President, it cannot be that there is such open discrimination numerically and therefore physically. Because, Madam Vice President, you chop OJT, send home CPEP, send home URP, send home 120 change agents.
I stand on 46-1. I stand on
46-1.
Madam Vice President, I stand on 46-1, standing order 46-1. The senator has been running all over the place and now he's back again. Please, can he just straighten his argument and get to the point? 46-1.
You still have your time. You could continue.
Yes, Madam Vice President. But Madam Vice President,
Madam
it gets
Vice
worse.
President,
When we get to the San Fernando positions, for example, and you go to the
53-1B.
waterfront, Madam Vice President.
Madam Vice President,
you will note
I
in the
rise
waterfront.
on standing order 56-1.
Thanks, sir.
Senator, 53-1B, persistent tedious repetition. How many times will he be bringing up this matter on CPEP and URP?
I have, and you cannot tell me what to do when I'm in this chair. No, I'm talking to Senator Brown. Right? I know we have been here long, we're all tired, we want to finish up, I could understand that. I know we have all heard about CPEP and URP. Let us continue. Let's move on from the CPEP and URP, please.
Madam Vice President, I know I have done my job when people are afraid to hear the truth. I was on the San Fernando waterfront by way of development, by way of revenue generation. It's been cancelled. There's $0 in it. If you look at the Housing Village Improvement Program, you will see that it has been completely cancelled. I heard Senator Rasheed talking about get prepared to own your own house. The Housing Village Improvement Program is one of the hallmark aspects of success for people that have never had home ownership in their life, Madam Vice President. But it is clear, not only by the methodology of debate and interruptions, that this government does not want to hear anything that can expose the fabrication that they have come with in the numerical justification of the budget. There are massive holes in the logic of the arithmetic of the budget. There are massive risks afoot in this equation, particularly in the oil and gas sector. There are inexplicable items in state enterprise revenue expectation, 1 billion to 5 billion. There are unexplained as yet aspects in relation to source of revenue, etc. But the most important point is this. External borrowings are currently with a headroom of $500 million US. For us to raise that debt ceiling limit by a motion in this parliament, it means that our borrowing is going to drive our external ratings downward, because the minute you borrow on the external side of the equation, your ratings move downward. Cost, therefore, becomes a factor for loans. And Madam Vice President, this budget is simply unsustainable. It is a fantasy unless there is explanation. But most importantly, I'll end by saying, Madam Vice President, I genuinely ask the government to do what is necessary by way of explanation immediately to the vagaries that surround us right now in our geopolitical aspects, and in particular as it relates to the manatee interest in the oil and gas. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
Minister of Planning.
Madam Vice President, being the magnanimous government that we are, we give way to allow more voices to participate in the debate. If you want me to. If you have to direct anything to me.
Go ahead now. You mean you don't have to talk. So you talk now.
Oh.
You have nothing to say.
You know, Madam Vice President, I got up and I planned earlier on to end the debate without any form of or disagreement. But two things that I have to take objection to. One is the constant speaking down that Senator Al-Rawi did to my very good colleague.
He's a bully.
You know, I have seen young people beg to come to places like this to be able to speak their truth, whether you like it or not. Mm-hmm. And Senator Rasheed is entitled to his voice, and I thank him for his contribution. You see, that is why, Madam Vice President, when you talk about fairness, it is a travesty, and they speak from both sides of the mouth. In fact, when Senator Al-Rawi talked about run on banks, he should know he was on the board of a company when that happened. And did not take any responsibility for it. When they want to ask us about where this and where that, where the 5 billion? Where the money from the Auditor General's report? So don't come and want to ask us to explain things when you yourself have yet to explain where the money gone. And if Senator Radgman Roberts want any more songbite, in the words of Patrice Roberts, they could rock so. You know, Madam Vice President, it is with real sadness that I have to speak to the shame that anybody in the PNM bench to have to talk about NIB. Senator Chote was at pains to point out how long this has been outstanding. And you talk about 45%. At the end of the day, Madam Vice President, if they had done what they were supposed to do, we would not be in this situation today. And you know, Senator Drayton, this government of internship are full of people who have been here for a long time, led by a prime minister who understands the responsibility and who don't need no internship. And who directed us to make sure and address the issues they failed to address, to make sure that Trinidad and Tobago move together as one. Because when the most vulnerable suffer, we all suffer. So we don't need to be reminded of our responsibility. We are very much cognizant of it. I'm really trying hard. In fact, let me just say this. I want to thank members of the independent bench. I found their contribution in general. Thank you very much for that. And in fact,
even Senator Vieira was kind of good, yes?
I found the contributions were in general quite good. In fact, I want to also just expand a little bit for the sake of Senator Lewis and Senator Murray.
Oh, Lord.
But two things, Senator Lewis. In fact, when you talk about where growth will come from, I mean, we have been pains to point out time and time again that there are two important pillars in this economy. And the Prime Minister, in her wisdom, did two things that we continuously overlooked. One, in national security, she disaggregated the roles and responsibilities and ensure that there's focused attention, not just on defense and border security, but on homeland security and justice, to make sure that we place the important focus on making sure that we can address those issues in total. And secondly, when you talk about economic growth, that is why there's a cluster with trade, planning, economic affairs and development, and finance, to make sure that we coordinate our approach to engender the type of growth we want to see. But more importantly, to understand the role that the private sector will play in all of this. When it comes to housing and other areas, there is a big role for the private sector. In fact, there is a significant amount of work that we are inviting the private sector to partner with this government to make sure that we can get the requisite growth in other areas. Because as you know, even if we start to build hotels now in Tobago, the tourism sector will take, even if you do that, that contribution to revenue will take time. But we have to make those investments now. We have to start training people. We have to focus on jobs. We have to make sure and get the economy going. And that is why, to go back to Senator Attzs, it is we, all of us, Senator Drayton, it is a total effort that is required for Trinidad and Tobago because we have had 10 years of mismanagement, 10 years of inertia, 10 years of passing the buck, 10 years of not being able to make the hard decisions. And then you have this Prime Minister who comes with courage and stands even if and even when she stands and needs to stand alone. She is convinced that her focus is to make Trinidad and Tobago a better place. And all of us are here to help her make that happen. So I don't want to hear anybody, especially those who have been derelict in their responsibility, want to sit and come and preach and ask us, where is all of this? Where were you? What did you do? What gives you the moral authority to come and ask us to account? And many of us sat here and allowed that to happen too. Because I hear the indignation that Senator Chote had for the NIB. And when this parliament was being ignored, when that matter continued year after year, nobody said anything. So it is not that we are without blame, because we all knew what the problem was. We all knew, and for years we did nothing. You know, I was really trying, as I said, to wind up this debate. And Senator Dhanpaul, for once, I have nothing to say about you. Because I didn't think you said anything that made sense. But like, I'm only kidding.
And you get enough licks for the day.
But I have to say, Senator Roberts, that this constant referral to your Tobago colleagues in that disparaging remark about UNC B-, it is unbecoming of a fellow Tobagonian. In fact, I will only say this, because you were once part of the UNCB team, that if UNCB could beat Orly and Tobago, then don't come and test UNCA.
Don't test it, boy.
But there are some points that I think we have to address. And a couple of the points that Senator Chote made. Senator Chote, just to tell you that when the Prime Minister visited UN General Assembly in Washington, the Minister of Foreign Affairs did meet with the Commerce Department to talk about tariffs. And we have had ongoing meetings with the US Department of Trade and Commerce referring to the tariffs matters. In fact, we have continued to have those conversations with them and engage with them behind closed doors. The other thing, of course, is that in the manufacturing sector, the Exim Bank is going to continue to play a very important role, and has been moved back to the Ministry of Finance in order to repurpose them to make sure and focus on supporting the manufacturing sector. And the third thing I think you referred to, and I must say that the Rent Assessment Board will continue to play, in fact, will have to play an even more rigorous monitoring role to make sure that the landlord surcharge is not unfairly passed on to other people. So we do have some things to do. And of course, one of the things that we have been focused on as we get past this budget is to move towards implementation stage, because, as Senator Attzs alluded to, a lot rests on our ability to implement the things that we have discussed and put in the budget. So those are some of the worthwhile points that I think we will take forward with us. So let me end, therefore, Madam Vice President, to thank colleagues for all their input, and just to remind Senator Roberts that when you're referring to somebody like the Minister of Labour, who have been president of the Public Services Association and have worked long and hard in the vineyard of labor. You cannot refer to him as if he has not earned his dues and made a contribution that is worthwhile of national recognition. So, colleagues, not only do we commend this budget to you, this appropriation bill, but also to know that under this Prime Minister, when Senator Vieira talks about the contingencies required and the road ahead, it is clear that this population, that Trinidad and Tobago believes that the hands that they have placed this country in are the best hands that are needed for today's challenges. I am confident and I stand solidly behind my Prime Minister. In fact, I am probably the only person in this House that have served in uniform. And I can tell you without fear or favor that my Prime Minister have not only my confidence and commitment, but my solid support as she lead our country during this period. So, Madam Vice President, again, I want to thank the Minister of Finance, the team at Finance, and the team, the public officers in planning, for their tremendous support and hard work. I want to thank my colleagues in the independent bench for their worthwhile contribution. And I want to continue to commit to the public of Trinidad and Tobago that this is a government that stands firmly behind the policies we enunciate, that will always put Trinidad and Tobago first, and to put the people of Trinidad and Tobago first, and we work tirelessly to make sure that we execute on the things we commit in this budget. So, Madam Vice President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Before I put the question, I would like to congratulate all the female senators tonight. Every single one of you contributed. And I congratulate you all. Fix your crown, ladies. Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Services of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2026.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill, this one. Oh, Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on 30th day of September 2026 not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day, September 2026, not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Honorable Senators, in accordance with the Standing Order 57-2, the question, therefore, is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2026 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2026.
What do we decide? Leader of Government Business.
Madam Vice President, there are two motions under government business, two excise motions. And we can deal with them today if senators wish, or we can come back on Wednesday at 1:30. I don't know if you want to deal with them now. Excise motions, they're on the other paper. Or we can come back on Wednesday at 1:30. You don't want to deal with them today? They're on the other paper. Pardon me? And we have no other business. And we propose to deal with them together. They're interrelated. Yes? We thought we were going until tomorrow. Well, I thought we were going until tomorrow, so I was going to put them for tomorrow, but emotions are here, so let's see. So you want to come back on Wednesday then? Very well. If you wish to have them done today, we will do them today. We would like to do them if you consent. If you don't consent.
Okay, members, we can suspend for about 5 minutes so you all could come to a resolution and we resume at 10:20. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, we had discussions, but at least one of my colleagues said he will wait until you come back and we resume to tell us his position. Senator Brown, Senator Vieira, I don't know what his position is either, on behalf of the independents.
So for the record, I think the independents would prefer to come back on Wednesday and debate this.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. May I? Madam Vice President, we also would prefer, given the nature of these orders, that it be subject to the proper scrutiny of the Senate.
President, in these circumstances, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, October 29th at 10 a.m.
Honorable Senators, The question is that the Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, October 29th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to Wednesday, October 29th, 2025 at 10 a.m.